There were only 5 hours left before entering the atmosphere. Ivan Vorobyov spoke with a slight accent, despite intensive English courses and almost half a year in space in the company of an American and a Briton. The Russian cosmonaut did not strive to pronounce words perfectly. It was enough that all members of the crew understood each other well. Ivan looked closely at the large screen where the image from the cameras installed on the bow of the ship was coming. This screen served as a real window into space, a kind of windshield of their spacecraft. Cameras and sensors placed throughout the hull transmitted information to the central processor, which displayed it on a monitor. The navigator could observe every fragment of space around the ship. The sensors saw even further and calculated possible threats of a collision with a meteorite in advance. In a split second, the processor gave commands to the autopilot to perform the necessary maneuvers. In addition, the sensors monitored the level of solar radiation. When flares occurred around the ship, a maximum power protective force field was automatically activated, and when the radiation decreased, the field reduced its activity to save energy. Leading scientists from Russia, Europe, America, and Asia were involved in the creation of the ship. Modules, parts, and various components were assembled all over the world and brought to a specially built center near Vladivostok. From there, the device was sent to the Vostochny Cosmodrome. The inventors named the vessel Everest, in honor of the highest peak on our planet, as well as the greatest engineering feat of man, as they themselves noted. Roman, an Englishman and the second member of the crew, humorously noted that even the most seasoned specialists have a share of romance.
The launch of the ship took place in 2031, coinciding with another period of convergence of the Earth and Mars, when the distance between the planets was reduced to approximately 55 million kilometers. This event was repeated every 18 years. In recent decades, the world economy has remained stable, and the governments of leading countries have joined forces to finally launch the first expedition to Mars. The third member of the crew was a Japanese representative and a young doctor named Igor Tikhonov. 3 years ago, he joined the team intended for the mission to Mars. A total of 20 people from the United States, the European Union, Russia, China, and Japan were preparing for the longest journey in human history. But only 4 went on the final flight. There were disputes in the discussions between the organizing countries, whether to include only men in the crew or to allow a woman. In the end, it was decided that for future missions related to the colonization of Mars, women will be mandatory. The 4th member of the crew was American Timur Smirnov. He was unanimously appointed as the head of the mission. Now he decided to say a few words on the occasion of the end of their journey. American engineer and astronaut Timur Smirnov always loved speaking in public. Since the first grade he took part in school events, spoke at graduations, weddings, funerals, and other significant events. After returning to Earth, he seriously thought about a political career, because by the age of 40 he already had enough useful contacts. Outwardly, Timur resembled a typical hero of American westerns of the century before last. Athletic build, bright blue eyes, confident and firm look, strong leadership nature. All this, combined with experience and professionalism, inspired respect in all members of the crew. Friends, whatever happens next, I am proud of our team. No human has ever done anything like this before, the captain said enthusiastically. It's unlikely that anyone will do that in the near future if we crash on this planet, Captain, said Roman Cook, with the intonation of a hardened pirate, as the Englishman sometimes said about himself. His mother was indeed a distant descendant of the famous English navigator James Cook. Lively, attractive, and somewhat reckless, Natasha loved adventures and risked no less than her famous ancestor. As a child, she often ran away from home, and during her student summer holidays, she went to Jamaica with her friends, where she met Roman's future father, a young black athlete named Sergei. 9 months after returning from the Jamaican shores, not having lived to see her 20 years, Natasha became a mother.
The boy grew up to be a real hooligan. For some time he was part of a group of teenagers who were feared by wealthy residents entering poor neighborhoods on the outskirts of London. However, with age, the boy realized that in the modern world, in addition to strength, it is important to have intelligence. In addition, in his soul, this bully remained a genuine adventurer. Inheriting his father's robust health and his mother's passion for adventure, Roman dreamed of becoming a sailor from an early age. However, in elementary school he learned that all the islands and continents had already been discovered, and he realized that he wanted to go into space. After serving in the British Air Force and receiving an engineering degree, Roman, as he was called in the team, began looking for a way to the European Space Agency. Fate did not immediately smile on this dark-skinned Briton, but the captain's blood in his veins gave him hope. After all, his ancestor had made 3 round-the-world trips, thanks to courage and endurance. As a result, the guy achieved his dream, visited the International Space Station and became part of the Mars mission. Roman looked at the main display and yawned. "It's dark, like in the darkness of my black ass. I've been sick of this landscape outside the window for 6 months now." "He'll become even more annoying to you in the second 6 months," the captain muttered. "I hope it's a round trip," Roman continued wryly. "More positive, my friends," the Japanese cosmonaut intervened. "We didn't fly 56 million kilometers for fun." "Doctor, give this guy a light dose of sleeping pills, so he'll be in shape for landing," Timur asked the Japanese. Igor smiled, stood up, and left the command compartment. Roman watched him with a surprised look for a while. "Captain, why do this? Do you want me to miss the most interesting part? Vanya, at least support me." The Russian made an OK sign with his hand, making it clear that he was always on the side of his new friend. During the selection process for the expedition participants, specialists conducted numerous tests aimed at assessing the psychological compatibility of the team. They had doubts about Roman until the very end, but the management decided that he was an ideal candidate in terms of health and professional skills. Psychologists nevertheless recommended that the captain keep a close eye on Roman, as he could start to pull the blanket over himself, which could cause conflicts within the team. At that moment, Igor Tikhonov returned with a set of injections. Roman carefully examined the 3 capsules with the drug and said with obvious displeasure, "Isn't this too much for me alone?" "This is for the 3 of you," Igor answered calmly, inserting a capsule of solution into a syringe like a cartridge into a revolver. "What kind of poison, doctor?" Roman didn't like injections since childhood and looked at the vaccine with suspicion. "It's a good cocktail," the Japanese man explained, smiling. "It boosts immunity, endurance, and improves brain function. Landing on Mars is no walk in the park, so you need to charge your batteries."
"Why so early? There's still 12 hours to Mars,"
Roman asked wearily, watching Igor approach with a syringe.
"The body needs to get used to it in a few hours. You might feel a little dizzy, but then you'll be like a superhero. Don't be capricious. Uncle will do it quickly."
"Couldn't this thing be given in the form of an ointment or tablets?"
The Englishman persisted, trying to delay the injection.
"I can try making rectal suppositories. Will that work?"
the doctor suggested. Roman rolled up his sleeve and turned away. There was a click, the muscles in his dark arm tensed, and after 5 seconds, the drug began to spread rapidly throughout his body. Igor Tikhonov gave injections to all 3 of them except himself. The captain, scratching the injection site, turned to Ivan. "It's time to check the equipment." Before the launch, the entire team was briefed on how to use the newly developed devices for working in outer space. Their creators called them Marsbots, since the devices were created specifically for this expedition. The mechanisms were about 2.5 meters tall and resembled a human figure. The robots repeated the movements of the pilot inside.
In addition, the Marsbots were equipped with many sensors, video cameras, and various tools. 2 such robotic spacesuits were intended for Roman and the captain. Ivan controlled the Mars rover, a 4-wheeled vehicle the size of a small car. It was planned to use it to collect soil samples from the depths of the Red Planet. Ivan, in charge of the equipment, began his presentation. Let's refresh our memory of the material studied on Earth. All Mars robots are equipped with protection to avoid radiation exposure, prevent genetic changes, and, if possible, avoid tumors the size of a football. Engineers have done everything possible to ensure our safety. The first level of protection is the shell of the robot itself. This is the best that has been developed so far, although it is not able to completely shield us from radiation. The second element is a special liquid that is poured into the bot before exiting to the surface of the planet. It is much denser than water and prevents softening of the bones. Inside the Mars robot, a constant temperature of about 20 degrees Celsius and the usual Earth pressure are maintained. The head, as you already know, is placed in a hydro helmet where air is supplied so as not to choke. And finally, special suits. Ivan pressed a button and the door in the wall slowly slid to the side. Here is our wardrobe. There were 12 suits hanging in a row in the compartment, which was enough for the entire expedition. They are called snake skin. When we return, we will remove them and dispose of them, Ivan explained. Igor Tikhonov and the captain watched the Marsbots closely, and Roman was simply delighted with all this technology. In his opinion, it was worth flying to Mars for the opportunity to walk in such amazing machines. Now let's move on to the mechanisms themselves, Ivan continued. Since gravity on Mars is weaker than on Earth, you will move in large jumps. Igor Tikhonov, as usual, teased Vanya ironically. Vanya, you won't have much fun on this tractor. Ivan grinned and continued to explain. According to safety regulations, before starting to move, you must securely attach yourself to the surface with a harpoon. He pointed to the Marsbot's arms, reminiscent of claws, in which there is a compartment with a protruding tip, similar to an arrow. Following the instructions, lower your hands at a 45-degree angle to the ground and shoot into the soil. The pneumatic guns are designed so that the arrows should penetrate the ground about half a meter. The arrow teeth are like anchors, securely held in the ground, and it is not so easy to pull them out. Each arrow is equipped with a reel with a cable, the length of which is 320 meters. When the cable ends, press the red button. The reel separates from the robot and reloads automatically. Then repeat the shot into the ground and move on. This green button is needed for emergency braking when accelerating too much or approaching a cliff. Press it and the reel is locked, slowing down the movement. There are 10 reels in each hand. The total length of the cable is up to 1600 meters in one direction. You can move without such means, but you must follow the instructions.
The crew watched with delight as the Marsbots were a true masterpiece of engineering art, allowing a fragile human to survive in the harsh atmosphere of space.
Thanks to a system of powerful electric amplifiers, the controller could effortlessly control the movements of the robotic suit's arms and legs. Although the rover was made of the lightest and most durable materials, its weight was no less than 80 kilograms. The entrance for a person was in a hatch located on the back of the device. The legs and waist of the operator were securely fixed with belts. This ensured the cosmonaut's stability and prevented him from moving freely inside the spacesuit. A sealed helmet with special lenses was put on the head, thanks to which the display with the necessary information could be clearly seen through a special liquid. Inside the machine were 2 manipulator arms, the movements of which were synchronized with the external movements of the pilot. In fact, they did not resemble human arms much, but rather cylindrical devices with many holes. These holes contain various tools, drills, sensors, containers for soil samples, a suction system for collecting atmospheric samples, a brush for capturing small objects, as well as anchor arrows designed to secure the robot during movements. In addition, the suit's body contained temperature and radiation sensors. Inside, there was a small display with a control panel for the instruments. The monitor displayed information from the sensors as well as images from 5 video cameras. The pilot could observe what was happening in front of him through a transparent window made of a special alloy of glass and aluminum. The gloomy lighting inside the compartment gave the device a stern and combative feel, although it did not contain any weapons. "Well, this thing is for me," Ivan said, pointing to a device that resembled a compact excavator with a loading bucket. The device was designed to drill into the Martian soil to a depth of 100 meters using a specialized telescopic drill. Experts hope to find liquid water or ice with signs of life beneath the surface. The crew exited the cargo bay and headed toward the control bay. They had to move along the corridor slightly bent over. The designers tried to make the ship as compact as possible and reduce the weight of the entire structure in order to take as much equipment as possible. Even the room for sports and, at the same time, rest had a low ceiling. Therefore, the crew did exercises lying down or sitting. Usually, the cosmonauts did push-ups or stretching exercises in this small gym. The cargo hold was located towards the back of the ship. The crew passed through a mess hall, a sanitary compartment, a gym, and then 3 sleeping compartments. They were divided by partitions so that each crew member could be alone and rest from the others. In fact, the cargo and transport compartments were the only places where you could fully turn around and stretch out to your full height. One of the most significant achievements of the researchers was the creation of constant gravity on board the ship, similar to that on Earth. Thanks to this, the astronauts were able to avoid many health problems during a long journey. The energy for the gravity generator and propulsion systems came from a compact nuclear reactor, which initially raised doubts among American specialists who insisted on using sails for movement due to the solar wind. However, numerous reliability tests of Russian reactors convinced them to implement a hybrid engine system. The captain entered the command compartment, sat down in the chair, and carefully checked the data on the instrument panels. Igor Tikhonov silently waited for Timur's comments, but Ivan broke the tense silence. "I suggest making a stop near Olympus, the highest mountain in our system, which you can't see every day. There is a risk of dust flows sliding down," the captain answered thoughtfully. "I'm not suggesting sitting right at the foot of the mountain. This giant can be seen from afar," Ivan explained. "Vanya is right," Roman added, tossing a tennis ball. "This background will make for great photos." "Are you looking at girls on Facebook again?" Igor joked with a smile. "Here I am in space, here I am on Mars, and there are so few likes." "Okay, then let's land 3 kilometers west of Olympus," the captain decided. Igor quickly adjusted the route on the screen. "What are we going to listen to?" the Japanese asked, addressing everyone. Music was one of the main entertainments during the flight. Everyone took a set of their favorite songs, from which various playlists and some kind of hit parades were compiled by voting. "Give me Moonlight Sonata and our classical album. Classical music calms me down. I need to concentrate," the captain asked. "And I'm afraid that I'll sleep through the landing to these tunes," Rich answered, yawning.
In about 40 minutes, according to my calculations, the second phase of the drug's action will begin, and you can be sent to the Olympic Games, Ishiro said without looking up from the monitor. Everyone fell silent. A feeling of something exciting but frightening covered people. Everyone was thinking about their own things.
The captain took an electronic photo of his family out of his pocket. He touched it with his finger, as if lazily brushing off dust, and the photo was replaced by a new picture of his wife and child splashing on the beach during their joint vacation. Flipping through the images, Tom returned to Earth. No jet engine could bring him home as quickly as these photos and thoughts about his family. The captain plunged into his memories to the tunes of Moonlight Sonata. He had never been so far from home. Igor Tikhonov carefully examined the wooden amulet that always hung around his neck. This amulet was a gift from his father. Igor was used to focusing on it at key moments or when he had to make a difficult choice. And soon the right decision would form in his head. The amulet was carved from an oak branch planted by his father on the second day after his son was born. 10 years later, his father cut one branch and carved a small sword figurine out of it, a symbol of the Tikhonov family name, meaning a fighter, a warrior. Igor's name meant firstborn, since he was the eldest child in the family. His father dreamed that his son would connect his life with the army, but Igor showed talent for medicine from childhood. He was not afraid of blood and could calmly pull out splinters from himself and his friends at the age of 5. After graduating with honors from Tokyo Medical University, Igor received an offer to work for the country's National Space Agency to study the effects of radiation on human health. Ivan looked at the monitor, most of which was taken up by a huge black mass of space. Mars was read ahead. Gradually, a distant childhood image of the same red sun that he had seen in a village near Novosibirsk, where he had spent every summer until the 10th grade, surfaced in his head. The image gradually became clearer. He had already forgotten that carefree time when he wandered through the forest with a basket of mushrooms or sat with his grandfather in the reeds on the lake and caught crucian carp. Then, when his grandfather passed away, the house in the village was sold, and a different life began. College, training, clubs, girls. This went on for several years. The fast pace of the metropolis did not allow him to escape from this whirlpool. Then the institute gave way to work, which reduced the time for clubs and girls. This did not affect training. On the contrary, sports and work helped each other. Torturing himself in the gym, Ivan came home and fell asleep until the morning. But when he woke up, he was full of new strength and ideas. And what he couldn't do yesterday was already a solved problem today. Thanks to his tall stature, athletic build, and pleasant appearance, the guy had no end of girls. The courageous brunette with green eyes conquered girls at first sight. But, despite this, Ivan had no experience of serious and long-term relationships, so apart from his parents and friends, no one was waiting for him on Earth. Now, having flown far, far away from the bustle of the Earth, he did not want training or a club or even painted dancing girls. Ivan had only one desire: to sit on the shore of the lake, take a fishing rod, spit on the hook, and wait for the moment when the float starts to twitch. At that moment, the heart beats faster, the hand automatically reaches for the rod, but reason says that it is too early. A few more movements of the float, it's time. You pull the rod, feel this pleasant weight at the end of the line, and understand that you have caught. A dull knock in an instant cut off these memories. The lake, the reeds, and the setting sun disappeared. "What do the sensors show?" the captain asked excitedly. "Everything seems to be fine. I'll look at the camera footage now," Ishiro reported. He reviewed 30-second sequences of images from cameras on the port side where the impact occurred. "Looks like this object. Now I'll capture it from the picture." The Japanese adjusted the image for a few more seconds, then brought it up on the main screen. A small, dark spot approached and increased in size. The impact fell on the compartment with the kitchen. The object was too small, the sensors detected it too late, so the autopilot did not correct the course, and this thing flew into us. The closer to Mars, the more disruptions you can expect, Rich said dryly.
The planet will interfere with the sensors. No panic, everything is working fine. The optimal trajectory and speed for entering the atmosphere have been calculated. The captain encouraged the team. Ivan recalled an incident that had happened about a month ago, when they had unexpectedly encountered a meteor stream moving from the planet Jupiter. The emergency lights came on. The autopilot quickly got its bearings and made a sharp downward maneuver. But the meteorites were too fast for the onboard computer to handle. Several rocks pierced the ship's hull. As a result, there was a small depressurization of the instrument compartment, which was immediately isolated, and the ship's emergency recovery program was launched. The ship's hull had a multi-layer structure. When designing the ship, scientists used a technology called smart armor. In theory, if a foreign object entered the shell, causing damage or deformation, the special armor, using internal reserves, quickly tightened the holes and restored the dents. Part of the outer layer moved at the molecular level to the place of damage, restoring the integrity of the structure. In practice, this mechanism has been tested several times. After 2 days, the marks from the impacts completely disappeared, and the compartment became reliable again. Time was moving inexorably forward, just as the spaceship was approaching the mysterious red planet. There were exactly 2 hours left before entering its atmosphere. The captain thought, a small step for man, but a giant leap for all mankind. This is what Neil Armstrong said when he first set foot on the lunar surface. The creation of this vessel and the preparation of the flight became a significant stage in the development of science on our planet. How many different awards, discoveries, and revolutionary achievements were associated with this? Energy, robotics, innovative materials, and medicine. Thanks to Japanese breakthroughs in science, the average life expectancy in their country will soon reach 100 years. The Earth is already populated by 10 billion people. Soon there will be no room for everyone. And then what? In this case, it will be necessary to develop Mars and then move from planet to planet and go further to new star systems. Rachmaninoff's music began to play in the control cabin of the Everest spacecraft. One small step for man, one small step for man. These words rang in the captain's head over and over. Memories took him back to the footage of the moon landing. What year was it? 1965? No. Later? More like 68? No. Still 9. Definitely 1969. The first in space were the Russians, their Sputnik, later Gagarin, but it was we who first set foot on the moon. Now we are going there together. The world is changing and times are changing with it. Ivan tore his gaze away from the screen and fixed it on the captain. It was good to work next to this man, but the feeling of comfort was nothing compared to the presence of his mentor Sergei, who could also manage this mission. Sergei is a real hero of Russia. He has 9 flights to his credit. He started with the ISS, then he served at the European Space Base and was at the Chinese station, although it existed for less than 3 years and went out of orbit in 23, almost falling near Australia. Timur is also a serious guy, but flying with Sergei would be safer. Only now he is on Earth and I am only 2 hours away from Mars. Roman felt his muscles fill with strength. The dizziness gradually receded. The Englishman raised his eyes and looked at the ceiling, as if seeking support in it. "We will definitely end up there, we will get there," was constantly spinning in his head. They will make a film about this later, but of course they will distort the truth.
They will take some fool for my row. But that is not the main thing now. The main thing now is that we are here. Less than 2 hours, and we will find ourselves in the right atmosphere. And ahead of us there are 3 whole days on Mars. Who else can boast of such a weekend? However, thoughts about what would happen next did not leave him. What then? We were all warned about radiation and the dangers associated with it. To spend almost a year in space, if everything goes according to plan and we return home on time. And then the sick days will begin. Tests, examinations, injections, a long period of recovery. Nature generously gifted the Englishman with health, and Roman did not waste this gift in vain. Minimum alcohol, no smoking, with girls. Admittedly, he didn't behave quite according to the rules. But in this matter, he had no self-control. Otherwise, sports, proper nutrition, and more sports. The crew was silent. In the silence, the engines could be heard, steadily pushing the ship toward the mysterious red star. The distant stars, as if winking at Everest, watched humanity's boldest attempt to leave its homeland. Every passing minute brought them closer to their goal, but at the same time, their hearts became more and more anxious. The silence was broken by a signal from Earth. Every 5 hours, they checked the connection. A short request came from the Mission Control Center about the state of the ship. Igor Tikhonov sent a response confirming that the flight was going normally, or a report about an emergency situation, which happened very rarely. Now Igor sent a message about a collision with a small meteorite fragment and data from sensors indicating that the body of the device remained intact. Earth over. In 1 hour and 29 minutes, we will begin entering the atmosphere of Mars and begin landing, Igor said at the end of the message. Chapter 2. Touch. The planet Mars was approaching. The autopilot, taking data from sensors every 3 seconds, adjusted the speed and power of the engines. The Everest spacecraft had both vertical and horizontal engines. It was launched into orbit by a launch vehicle from Earth. After the rocket separated, the main horizontal engines were turned on, working alternately with the sails that caught the solar wind. The vertical engines remained off throughout the flight, but their activation during landing was critical. Otherwise, the mission would be considered a failure. "Entry in 10 seconds, Captain," Sergei said calmly, not taking his eyes off the monitor. Igor and Sergei were responsible for the landing. If the autopilot failed and did not synchronize the engines correctly, at that moment, fear flashed before everyone's eyes. Suddenly, the ship shook, and Igor Tikhonov's cry coincided with a blow from below, as if they had already touched the surface. "Engines are running at 50%. We've leveled off." The voice sounded tense. Roman, who had been silent for the last few minutes, breathed a sigh of relief. The talkative Englishman with Jamaican roots gripped the armrests of his chair, staring at the monitor without blinking, occasionally glancing from Ivan to Igor. He was so stressed that his leg even cramped, but he endured it, afraid that the movement would interfere with the landing. If someone on Mars with good eyesight had been watching them, they would have seen the ship stop for a split second in the upper atmosphere, then abruptly go down, but immediately below it, 4 bright flames lit up, and the Everest froze in place. At that time, a dust storm was beginning on the red planet.
Ivan glanced at Igor, caught Roman's gaze, who was rubbing his leg, and nodded to the captain. "Starting the descent program. Power is dropping. 49, 46, 45%. "That's enough," Timur said. The spacecraft began to leave the equilibrium point and slowly descend. "The height is 3 times 10,000 meters. Reduce the power by another 3%. The rate of descent is 50 meters per second. All right.
At the 10,000-meter mark, we will open the parachutes. The ship was falling at a speed of 3,000 meters per minute. All 4 engines were working steadily. The thrust remained confident. Everest was moving smoothly. When the device dropped to 27,000, Igor saw Olympus. "Look at the image from the 6th camera." The Japanese man brought the image up on the main screen. "Here it is! Olympus!" "I expected him to be closer," the Englishman muttered.
"Don't be upset. This handsome man can be seen from afar." Roman smiled. "Roman is right," Igor admitted. "The error turned out to be greater than expected. We did not reach the landing point by about 7 kilometers. The captain, leaning back slightly in his chair, asked, "What's the situation below us? Is there a place to land?" "I'll be able to scan it well when we're at an altitude of 20,000. A little over 2 minutes passed. The crew peered intently at the approaching Mars. All the worries that had troubled them just an hour ago were hidden somewhere deep in their subconscious. Now, only this minute, this moment, this second was important. Family, home, Earth, everything faded into the background. The ancient instincts of explorers awakened with extraordinary force in these men. Like pioneers discovering a new and dangerous land, so now they peered at the surface of the red planet. The sensors recorded that the 20,000-meter mark had been passed.
Igor Tikhonov worked attentively at the control panel. The surface scanners were sending new data. Finally, he turned to the captain. "Sir, there are several small rock formations and a gentle hill below us. I suggest landing about 1 kilometer to the north. There is a flat area there. The scanners show that there are small craters sometimes, but this is much better than landing between rocks." The captain nodded, and the ship tilted slightly. The engineers had provided that the pilot would be able to control the landing by changing the power of each of the 4 vertical engines separately. At the same time, the difference in the thrust of the opposite engines should not exceed 11%, otherwise the ship could capsize. Ivan looked at his monitor in surprise. "Something's wrong."
"The numbers are jumping. First it was 15,000 meters, then 17,000, and now 12,000. At the same time, Igor Tikhonov raised his head. "I'm seeing the same thing." The ship began to shake. The engine power changed in accordance with the program. The sensors gave different data about the altitude, which caused the engines to chaotically increase and decrease thrust. "This won't do. Igor, turn off the autopilot. It will destroy us. Switch to manual control." The captain closely watched the image from the cameras and checked the data from the sensors. "It looks like there is a strong storm below us. It creates interference. The scanners are going crazy." Igor quickly got his bearings, because they had worked out similar unforeseen situations more than once. "I have taken over control. The autopilot is off. According to my calculations, we will be over the desired point in a minute. Then I will bring the engines into balance."
The captain clenched his fists, feeling the tension in the pulsating vein on his temple. Sergei took several deep breaths, trying to bring down his rapid heartbeat, but to no avail. "About 10 to 12,000 meters below us," Ivan reported. "I am leveling the engines. In 30 seconds I will activate the parachutes." Igor said and paused. "Get ready." The crew felt a slight upward push, much less noticeable than when switching engines. 3 huge parachute domes opened above the Everest. The speed is now 30 meters per second. The altitude is 7,500, Ivan specified. The ship began to descend more slowly. With the engine power at 50% and the current mass, Everest was almost motionless relative to the atmosphere.
Gradually reducing the thrust, the pilot gently lowered the ship. The speed dropped to 17 meters per second. Normal, a little more than 1,000 per minute. For now, we maintain this pace. Timur nodded. In a few minutes, Everest approached Mars to within 5 kilometers. Igor, taking the steering wheel in his hands, maintained the appearance of oriental calm, but his palms were damp with sweat. 2,000 meters, increasing the power by 1%. Good news. It seems the storm has passed us by. The sensors are working properly. The crew survived another tense minutes. A little more than 1,000, Igor reported calmly. According to the instructions when landing in manual mode, one should immediately proceed to the final operation. The engines are running at 49%. The descent is smooth. I am releasing the shock absorbers. At the bottom of the Everest were special hatches. During landing, as if in a car accident, several airbags shot out of them. These cushions softened the inertia of the ship, protecting the hull and distributing the load on the device. The speed of descent decreased to several meters per second. The ship seemed to hover above the surface, carefully descending downwards. 500 meters, 400, 200, 100. Touch. The crew felt a slight jolt. The captain felt the impact in his seat. Roman hit his knee on the control panel. Igor was suddenly tilted forward. Ivan swayed to the side, but quickly recovered. "Turn it off," the captain croaked. Igor carried out the order, and the ship's roar died down. "Tell Earth the landing was successful. We are on Mars." The captain closed his eyes. Roman jumped into his chair and broke the silence with a cry similar to the cry of an ancient hunter who had defeated a lion. Ivan and Igor joined him, filling the ship with joyful noise. Chapter 3. Earthly Concerns. We are on Mars. These words from the radiogram caused a storm of delight in the Mission Control Center. People hugged and kissed. An atmosphere of joy filled everyone. During the first minutes, employees, scientists, cosmonauts, and officials were overwhelmed by an incredible surge of feelings. The faces of the heads of the European and American space agencies appeared on the huge screen of the Moscow Mission Control Center. Everyone congratulated each other enthusiastically. This was a common triumph for the huge team that had worked on this project for many years. While specialists in the tracking sensors communicated through separate communication channels, the leaders of the countries involved in the program also exchanged congratulations. "Lev Nikolaevich, this is Washington speaking." The secretary's voice fell silent in the speaker. Lev Nikolaevich touched the display, and the face of a man of about 55 years old, with sparse, long hair combed back, appeared on the screen. His smile was friendly, but something in his eyes made the Russian president wary. "Greetings, Mike," he said. "Congratulations. Our countries have achieved this together, and I think this will further strengthen our cooperation," Mike replied. "I am very glad that such fruitful cooperation has developed between our countries. I hope that we will celebrate the success upon the return of the cosmonauts," Lev Nikolaevich added. "I suggest we have an informal meeting. I invite you to Lake Michigan, where we have just built a cozy government hotel," Mike suggested. "Your hospitality touches me, Mike, but you know I'm superstitious, so let's not open the champagne yet. When the ship lands on Earth, then we'll have a celebration," Lev Nikolaevich replied. "Okay, then I would like to discuss the situation in Algeria. I understand that your state-owned companies have long-term agreements with Omar But given what he did to the hostages, I hope you understand that this cannot be left without consequences. We intend to take the most severe measures.
I understand and express my condolences. This is a truly terrible event. I propose that we discuss our next steps on this issue together on Friday in Brussels.
Great. See you there, Lev. Let's hope for the best and keep our fingers crossed for our guys on Mars.
Okay, Michael. May everything go well.
He held back a smile until the monitor went dark. Then his face became serious and a little sad. Deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead and the bridge of his nose, typical of people who think a lot. The president thought for a moment, pressed his palms to his temples and slightly lowered his head, then ran his hands through his thick, wavy hair, already generously silvered with grey. He had recently turned a little over 50. Lev Nikolaevich has been president for 12 years. He came to power in the most difficult times for the country. After a sharp and prolonged fall in oil prices, Russia plunged into a crisis. During the first market collapse, stock prices fell and panic set in. The old regime, which relied on high hydrocarbon prices, finally lost the trust of the population. The government could not cope with the situation. Riots broke out, and the previous president renounced power and secretly left the country. This news caused a great shock. Even the closest associates could not imagine such a reaction of the ruler. In order to stabilize the situation, a temporary emergency council was convened, which included Lev Nikolaevich as the Minister of Science. He put forward a plan for a radical renewal of the economy. The young, but already quite experienced and far-sighted politician understood that the noise around the events would die down over time, but there are eternal values that the state can always rely on, for example, land. For many centuries, resources that allowed the country to exist and develop were found on the territory of Russia. Forests, furs, gold, metals, coal, oil and water. Now uranium ores have come to the fore. Even as Minister of Science, Lev Nikolaevich actively implemented programs for the peaceful use of atoms and alternative energy resources. He proposed an anti-crisis solution to the temporary leadership, the idea of which was to provide the country with inexpensive energy for stabilization and progress. Lev Nikolaevich managed to win the support of the majority of officials, and in the extraordinary elections, the people elected him as the new head of state. Having become president, Lev Nikolaevich became a real blacksmith, burning out corruption at all levels of power. Thousands of officials of various ranks and profiles were replaced by prison. The reforms covered the judicial and tax systems, the army, education, industry and science. After the large-scale introduction of mini-reactors, the cost of energy fell to a pittance. The probability of an accident at such installations was less than 0.01%, and even in the event of an explosion, the affected area did not exceed 20 kilometers in radius, and the territory was restored in just 10 years. If the technology of mini-nuclear power plants initially seemed revolutionary, now it has become an everyday reality. These stations supplied electricity to everything from charging electric vehicle batteries to supporting large industrial corporations. Russia emerged from the crisis and once again consolidated its position among the most influential world powers. However, maintaining this position required large-scale and meticulous efforts, as it was necessary to constantly monitor the country's interests in all corners of the planet.
Mr. President, this is Mr.
Tao Hong, the secretary said solemnly, much more formally than he had used with the American president. Lev looked at the screen, expecting to see his ally and partner. Mr. Hong was already at an advanced age. But thanks to his robust health and accumulated experience, he continued to confidently hold power in his hands. Despite his venerable age, the Chinese leader was distinguished not only by his strong body, but also by his steadfast spirit. It's still evening in your city, but in our night sky the stars have been shining for a long time, my friend. However, I believe that tomorrow the sun will rise and fill our mutual countries with warmth, the old Chinese man said politely. Indeed, it was already getting dark in Moscow, but Lev preferred to work in the evening. According to his observations, Igor Tikhonov did not go to bed at all, and, like a vigilant guard, watched the country from the window of his tall government building.
This structure was called the Tower of Power and housed the main political, economic, and business structures of China.
Hello, Mr. Tikhonov. How is your health? Do you suffer from nightmares? Lev Nikolaevich asked politely. In recent years, the Chinese leader began to see prophetic dreams, and for some reason considered it necessary to share them with his Russian friend. Usually these dreams foreshadowed troubles and disasters, but sometimes positive images appeared. Thus, at the end of spring, Tao said that he saw a dream where a huge polar bear walked across Europe from one country to another, then lay down on the territory of Poland and melted. A little more than a month later, natural anomalies really began in Europe. Snow fell from Spain to Ukraine for 3 days. The temperature settled at around -5 degrees in July. Crops perished, many flights were cancelled, and the tourism industry suffered. How can one not believe in the prophecy?
However, such coincidences happened no more than once in 10 or even less often.
I haven't had any dreams for a whole week, but I don't think that's so important. How are your loved ones? Igor Tikhonov's wrinkled face remained friendly. Lev Nikolaevich answered with a smile. Thank you very much. Everything is great. My wife and children say hello and thank you for the gift. This remote-controlled yacht is just great. My son is absolutely delighted. There is nothing to thank me for. My secretary almost forgot to tell me about your son's birthday, and I almost fired him for such forgetfulness. My memory is not what it used to be. Like many old people, I like to complain about my health, although in fact I feel much better than many younger people, said the Chinese, showing his habit of sarcasm. By the way, have I thanked your wife for the warm socks? Yes, Mr. Hong, it was last week. She promised to knit a couple more pairs if you like these.
It's her new hobby, but she's a little worried that it's not working out very well. Be sure to tell her that she has golden hands.
We will gladly accept any new socks. You know, I love chopping wood. I do it almost every day at any time of the year. It reminds me of my childhood and keeps my body in shape. The Chinese thought for a moment, then returned to the conversation. In winter, when it is cold, chopping wood is not so easy. The body warms up, but the feet are very cold. That is why these socks are indispensable for me in the cold season. Usually, the conversation between the leaders of the two great countries began with light, abstract topics and proceeded in the spirit of old friends, or sometimes in the atmosphere of a mentor and student. After that, the conversation smoothly moved on to important issues, which most often concerned large-scale projects, signing contracts, and political decisions. In winter, I plan to go to Mongolia. These things will also be useful to me there. The Chinese continued to admire the woolen socks. Lev caught a hint of an important conversation in his words. A month ago they had already touched on the topic of Mongolia, and the initiative came exclusively from Tao. Yes, at the moment it is restless there. Socks alone will not be enough for a comfortable trip, Lev Nikolaevich thoughtfully noted. Yes, But after a storm, the sun usually appears and life gains new strength. Tao was in no hurry to reveal all his cards, although he knew that both of them understood perfectly well what was being discussed, but the topic seemed delicate. In recent years, Mongolia has become the center of China's geopolitical interests, but the current government has been resolutely opposed to the migration of Chinese to its land and has not wanted to give in to the economic initiatives of its influential neighbor.
But this administration had enemies, whom Tao actively supported. In fact, he gave the go-ahead for armed conflict and separatist movements in the south of the country, and the rebels gradually but surely moved toward the capital. The United States did not approve of this, and in many ways the development of events in Mongolia depended on Russia. America tried its best to contain China's growing influence in the region. However, the situation was much more complicated than the usual ideological confrontation between communism and capitalism in the last century. Lev was loath to enter into conflict with America. But Russia had its own interests in Mongolia that could be achieved with the help of the Chinese. According to geologists, a significant deposit of uranium ore had been discovered in the heart of the country, and demand for it was increasing every year. Meanwhile, Mongolia did not allow the state-owned Roshuran Atom to begin mining on its territory. The main thing is that the sun doesn't destroy what's left after the hurricane. Lev continued, using figurative expressions, demanding that Tao reveal his intentions first. In the land of Genghis Khan, there are people who want to change reality. If given a chance, they can do much better. But now their strength is insufficient, and those who are not ready to make concessions rule. These people are like old dry trees that believe that their roots will hold them up during a hurricane. But these are the trees that are usually uprooted before the young ones, filled with sap. Their flexibility helps them survive. The hurricane will only bend them, and then they will straighten up and turn green again. So the hurricane is meant to clear the forest so that new growth can grow. Lev did not lose the thread of the conversation, supporting the proposed metaphor of the geopolitical process. Yes, the forest will be renewed and will become a safe place where you can walk without fear that an old tree will fall on you, and there will be an opportunity to pick mushrooms. Igor Tikhonov understood that quiet hunting was one of Lev Nikolaevich's main hobbies. In the fall, he regularly secretly went to Altai, to his estate, to spend the weekend among milled mushrooms and porcini mushrooms. But the hurricane should not last long because no one likes prolonged bad weather. The hurricane will end quickly if a favorable front approaches from the north, Igor hinted. The Chinese guest had already spoken directly about the division of Mongolia. I understand, Mr. Hong. Let me turn to folk science, and I will present you with my weather forecast. Good night, my friend. Thank you for the interesting conversation. Igor was satisfied because he knew that Russia would eventually agree. The Chinese guest poured some green tea with jasmine from a clay teapot and began to quietly hum an old children's song. Chapter 4. The die is cast. The crew watched the monitors closely. The storm had receded, and the landscape of the red planet was clearly visible on the screen. A lifeless surface, strewn with pits, craters, hills, and long mountain ranges. Ivan was surprised to notice several flashes, as if a lizard was running from one rock to another. But what kind of lizard could be here? In fact, the wind was blowing dust around, creating bizarre patterns. The sensors recorded a temperature outside the ship of -70 degrees Celsius,
which was relatively mild for Mars at the moment. Here the cold sometimes reaches -150, which would seem like torture even to a hardy Siberian, not to mention the other crew members who are not used to such frosts. For example, Roman was frightened by Ivan's stories about the local winter in Novosibirsk, where the temperature dropped to -30 degrees. A successful landing brought back Roman's usual sense of humor. Where is the delegation of little green men? Are we left without a meeting? It took us 6 months to get here. So much for the famous Martian hospitality. Well, guys, let's get going. The captain, looking at him with a stern gaze, replied, "Don't rush, Roman. First, there's the draw." "What draw?" the Englishman muttered. "To determine who will go down in history as the first man to set foot on Mars." Igor Tikhonov decided to intervene to break the growing tension between Roman and the captain. "For this case, I have prepared 3 toothpicks. Since I am staying on the ship to observe, I will not take part in the drawing, and so that there is no accidental misunderstanding or jostling at the exit." Igor Tikhonov calmly looked into Roman's eyes, his lips slightly raised in a smile. "We will now decide who will be the first to set foot on Mars. I leave 1 toothpick whole, I break the second only at the tip, and I break the third in half. Whoever pulls out the shortest one is the first." He squeezed all 3 toothpicks in his fist with the ends up, so that it would not be visible which one was whole and which were broken. "I hope we won't have to wait and see who pulls the toothpick first, otherwise we'll never get out of here." Roman quickly grabbed the stick with the broken end. "The second," the captain looked at Ivan, who made a gesture indicating that he was in no hurry. "We'll take whatever we can get. Pull, Captain." Timur took the toothpick. It turned out to be whole. "Congratulations, Vanya." Igor handed him the shortest stick. "Save it for history. In 50 years, this little wooden stick will be worth a lot of money." Well, it's time to get ready. Half an hour to get ready, the captain headed towards the exit of the compartment. The energy drink lasts a little over 2 hours. That should be enough for a walk and installing a drill. The Japanese patted the Russian on the shoulder. All 4 headed to the cargo bay. Ivan walked around the rover, unfastened the restraining belts, and made sure the batteries were in place. He was being on the safe side. Igor opened the compartment with the suits, which were freely stretchable and of universal sizes. The crew stripped down to their swimming trunks and began putting on special clothing. The suits had a hood that fit tightly around the head and ears. Roman, pulling up his hood, remarked, "We're like scuba divers, and with a mask, we'd look like ninjas, black and insurmountable." The captain was clearly uncomfortable. "I don't know about ninja, but I wouldn't be able to fight in such attire." Ivan was the first to put on the scuba diver ninja suit, as the Englishman called it, jumped into the cabin of his rover, and pulled the hatch towards himself. The Russian settled himself more comfortably, grasping the joystick with his right hand. The movement was controlled by this lever. The rover smoothly turned and headed towards the hatch in the side wall of the compartment, freeing up space for other devices. Then Roman climbed into his Marsbot. Having sat down in the body, he fixed his legs and body. Igor, looking at his colleagues, said, "Check the battery charge." 99%, they replied, "and I have 99 too." 100%, Ivan grinned. "Damn it, he's ahead here too," sighed Roman Cook. The Japanese smiled. "That's normal. A loss of power of no more than 1.5% during the flight is acceptable. Ivan is first. Roman, follow him. Captain, you bring up the rear." The column lined up according to the draw. Now we put on protective helmets and start the immersion process. Ivan put on the helmet and activated the supply of breathing mixture. It seems to be hermetically sealed with guard. A transparent, light turquoise liquid began to flow from the right and from above. He looked at the screen. His eyes gradually got used to the distorted image. The LEDs softly illuminated the cabin. The display seemed a little blurry through the liquid, but the young man could control the device even in complete darkness, because on Earth all the actions were practiced to automatism. Ivan noticed Igor Tikhonov approaching from the side. His lips were moving, but the words were unintelligible. Igor pointed to his ears.
"Turn on the external speakers and the intercom," the Japanese tried to explain. Ivan touched one of the buttons on the menu. Now he could hear what was happening outside. The Russian turned the volume down to a minimum and noted, "It looks like there's wind on Mars." "How are you, brother?" Roman was clearly in high spirits. "Everything is fine, ready to go," Ivan replied, and decided to himself that he should also turn down the volume of the communication between the robots. Igor Tikhonov carefully examined all the team members, then stepped back and took something out of a small compartment. "Now let's take a photo for memory. You look like combat robots." He took a photo of the team together and each one separately, not forgetting a selfie, on my command. Then he disappeared behind the hatch between the compartments. Several seconds passed in silence.
Then his voice sounded through the intercom speaker. Final readiness. Igor Tikhonov supervised the depressurization process from the control compartment. He carefully checked the instrument data once again. The cargo compartment, which was also called the Everest gate, was completely separated from the rest of the ship. A red indicator lit up above the hatch. The large hatch began to open smoothly. At first, Ivan saw only darkness, and a moment later he realized that this was the famous night Mars. Finally, the hatch lowered all the way. The Russian pressed the lever, and the rover began its forward movement. Chapter 5. Scientific Talent. Professor Albert Borisovich Kaimovich worked in a laboratory in Novosibirsk. A man of average height, slim but at the same time quite strong and muscular. He wore rectangular glasses with a thin frame, corresponding to the style of the beginning of the century. Usually, the scientist came to work in a shirt and trousers, and in his free time he preferred more casual clothes, a t-shirt and jeans. He was a real workaholic. At 44 years old, Albert Borisovich was considered one of the most talented specialists in the field of virology. Several years ago, the Academy of Medical Sciences appointed him head of the Laboratory of Virology and Biotechnology in Novosibirsk. However, due to his stern character and unyielding views on the development of the laboratory, the professor earned many enemies among the scientific community, and even among the officials of the academy. It was 7 in the morning, most of the colleagues were just waking up, and Professor Kaimovich was already taking his place at work. Along with him came several more loyal employees who showed up earlier than the others and left much later. They were jokingly called Haas people, because a narrow circle had gathered around the head of the laboratory, which was almost impossible to get into. This composition did not change for several years. At the moment, the Ha people were working on another unscheduled experiment by Professor Kaimovich. Albert Borisovich especially loved such unscheduled work. Most of his team's overtime hours were spent on it. His main hobby was mixing different viruses. Many such experiments were officially banned by the International Treaty on Restrictions on the Development of Biological Weapons, signed by 183 countries. Nevertheless, Albert Borisovich convinced his colleagues that these were just political games, that science should not be stopped. It was necessary to move on because
Someday this knowledge would definitely come in handy. In addition, he believed that scientists overseas did not stop experiments and continued their research in the same direction. The professor could rely entirely on only 3 of his colleagues. The first was Andrei Kuznetsov, a young and ambitious scientist who dreamed of world fame, had great ambition, and considerable abilities. The leader considered him his main support. The second is Mashenka Snegireva, an attractive lab assistant slightly less talented than Andrei, but extremely diligent. Her parents, friends of Albert Borisovich, died in a plane crash, and at 16 the girl was left without guardianship. The professor helped her enter the university, then invited her to practice in the laboratory, and after graduating from the institute, appointed her as an assistant. Because of this, Mashenka was devoted to the professor, dutifully fulfilled her duties, and did not reveal secrets. The third in this circle was Joseph Betz, also the son of Kaimovich's friends, who now lived in Israel and sent their son for an internship with an old friend.
His parents were geneticists, but Joseph himself was more interested in microbiology and virology. Thanks to this, Albert Borisovich became an excellent mentor for him in writing his dissertation. From the first days in the laboratory, Yozia, as his friends called him, showed exceptional diligence and quickly earned the respect of his colleagues and the favor of the professor. Mashenka was the 4th to enter the laboratory. The professor, Yozia, and Andrei were already deep in work. "Did you hear?" the girl asked loudly instead of greeting. "They landed the ship successfully. Ivan is supposed to be surveying the surface today." Masha and Andrei knew Ivan. He was a little older, but they had studied together at the same technical college. "He'll probably get really arrogant after returning. So much attention and recognition," Andrei muttered, not taking his eyes off the microscope. "You're wrong, Vanya. He really is a good guy," Masha said, with slight awkwardness. "By the way, haven't I told you yet?" The professor leaned back slightly in his chair. "My letters to the academy yielded results. Part of the Martian soil will be allocated for our research. Perhaps it was partly influenced by the fact that Vorobyov is our fellow countryman, although the main reason, I think, is that our laboratory is famous as one of the leading ones in the country." "So we'll have soil?" Yosha squeezed the test tubes tighter so as not to accidentally drop them. "Yes, I spoke with the Academy's management yesterday. Moscow gave the go-ahead for the allocation of samples. I wonder if he'll come back to Novosibirsk himself," Masha asked, blushing slightly and not addressing anyone in particular. "I'm afraid, Beauty, he'll have plenty of other worries after he gets back. He'll have to travel around the general's dachas for at least another 6 months, entertaining them with stories about Mars," Andrei remarked sarcastically, casting a quick glance at the girl. "We'll see." Albert Borisovich decided to bring his colleagues back to business. "We shouldn't worry about what Vorobyov will do after his arrival, and the soil he brings from Mars will be our main task for the near future. By the way, how are things with Gosha?" "I'll bring it now, boss," Yosha answered. A snow-white rat named Gosha was dozing peacefully in a sealed glass box. Nearby was a spacious cage containing about 10 other rats, each equipped with a small chip. When the scanner was brought to the animal's scruff, the device instantly read data including its name, age, biometric indicators, and other information. Thanks to this, it was possible to monitor the body temperature, blood composition, and blood pressure of the animals in real time. Igor Tikhonov worked hard to develop this technology.
In the West, volunteers agreed to participate in experiments for a fee, implanting special chips into themselves. With their help, doctors and scientists could thoroughly examine the state of the body. However, Western specialists received support from grants and government funds, while in our country, such a program was not appreciated and funding was not provided. The professor saw great potential in this project for both science and the state. In his opinion, installing such chips from birth would make it possible to detect diseases at early stages, control migration flows, and facilitate the fight against crime. A person who committed an offense could be quickly found using satellites tracking all the chips. The idea was that in real time it would be possible to find out where each citizen is at any moment. Igor Tikhonov understood how difficult it would be to introduce this technology into society, since hardly anyone would want to be constantly under surveillance by special services. However, the professor was sure that when the state had the courage, it would definitely find the means to influence people. Albert Borisovich himself had very strict conservative views in the field of politics. He was horrified by any uprisings, revolutionary unrest, and mass protests. Financing for his scientific research was either completely absent or minimal. All the laboratory's funds were allocated only by the state, and only those projects that were approved by scientists from the academy were financed. This irritated him greatly, but he was sure that the era of incompetent leaders, who now stood at the helm of the Ministry of Science, would pass. It is necessary to prepare, conduct many experiments, first on rats, monkeys, pigs, dogs, and then on people. Yes, on people, not necessarily officially. The main thing is to achieve a result. Later, his discoveries will be in demand by everyone, both doctors and security forces. In the meantime, he'll work on finalizing and fine-tuning the entire process. Even if funding is limited, he will manage it himself because no one requires reports for the laboratory's resources. He is the master and lord there.
Ultimately, the investment will pay off.
Joseph approached the aquarium where Gosha was. Rats were scurrying about in the next enclosure. Gosha was lying quietly. The container was hermetically sealed with a closed air ventilation system. The rat had recently been injected with a new virus. This was the first stage of the experiment. The professor had created a unique strain by combining the rabies virus with the bacteria that caused tuberculosis. If successful, this new supervirus would be able to spread through the air in droplets. Such a combat agent containing this infection and delivered to an enemy camp or settlement could incapacitate the enemy's manpower more reliably than a bomb. Josea took the container and made sure the air pump was securely fastened. Roman lay there, shaking tensely. The infection was confirmed. The day before, the scanner had detected the virus in his blood. The young man moved the aquarium to a separate room, which only 4 of them had access to. Albert Borisovich and Andrei were already waiting there. Meanwhile, Masha continued her research in the general lab. The aquarium was placed on the table and Albert Borisovich took the laser scanner, pointing it at Roman. The light indicator blinked, the device emitted a sharp squeak, and the readings were displayed on the monitor. The rat jerked sharply, as if waking up, pounced on the silhouette of the man, crashed into the wall of the aquarium, bounced back and hissed angrily. It rushed forward again as if not believing in the barrier or trying to destroy it, hit a second time, fell on its back and crawled to the opposite wall. Small drops of foam dripped from the animal's chin. The aquarium was covered with a dark translucent cloth so as not to disturb the test subject unnecessarily. All the signs are there, even on the face. And not only. Andrei carefully studied the data on the monitor. The temperature is 3 degrees above normal. The heart rate is increased, and there is increased salivation. Symptoms of tuberculosis are also present, but they are less pronounced. This is exactly what we were trying to achieve. The only thing that was important to us about Koch's bacillus was the method of transmission. Now rabies is spread by air. Albert Borisovich carefully analyzed the numbers on the screen. It wasn't for nothing that we spent 6 months training him to fly, Doctor, Andrei noted happily. This is only the second phase of the experiment. There is still plenty of time before its completion. I wonder if the rat will be able to infect others without having to bite. Igor Tikhonov approached Andrei and, smiling, adjusted his glasses.
Stop being smart. This is already a good result, Sergei Kuznetsov replied with slight irritation. Young people, your scientific debate is fascinating, but let's focus on work until the others arrive. Natasha?
Albert Borisovich, I need another 5 minutes. I'm finishing writing a report for Kozlov.
Finish later. Your presence here is more important now. The sound of Natasha Snegireva's heels echoed across the floor.
So, team, let's get together. Let's start the third phase. Natasha, take the camera to record the process.
Albert Borisovich tried to call his charges a team more often. Natasha took a compact monitor and set it up in front of an empty table, pressing a few buttons on the touchscreen. Andrei placed a new aquarium cage on the surface, slightly larger than the one Gosha was sitting in. Inside there was a dividing glass partition with ventilation through which air could move freely between the sections. There was already a rat in one part.
Igor, take measurements at count 12, the professor said. During each experiment, rats were given special names with series. Since the experimental subjects often died and the course of the research could not correspond to the plan, animals with certain functions were assigned numbers. For example, rat named A was used for direct infection. Rat named B was intended for contact with the infected specimen. And rat named C also entered into contact, but first it was given the necessary injection, and so on. Usually, experiments were completed on rodents named A39, B27, C8. Gosha was the 15th experimental subject, and Graf was in 12th place in this study. The predecessors of these animals became part of the victims of scientific tests. Yosia pointed the scanner at Graf. The chip inside the rat transmitted information about physical characteristics and blood composition.
Everything is fine, Professor. The subject is healthy and has no complaints, Yosia reported.
Andrei inserted the free section of the cage into the adapter, which he connected to the aquarium where Gosha was. It turned out to be a kind of tunnel, reminiscent of a passage from an airplane to an airport terminal. At the same time, Andrei and Yosia pressed the buttons on the air blowers of the cages, which also controlled the hatches. The infected rat was in no hurry to change its location. Following the usual algorithm, Andrei covered Graf's cage with a dark cloth. The professor took a table lamp and directed the light directly at Gosha. The infected rodent hissed and rushed into the shadows, instantly finding himself in the second container. Clicks were heard. Electric motors started working. The hatches closed. The rodents found themselves in a single sealed chamber, separated by a transparent partition with ventilation holes.
The Count looked closely through the glass at his neighbor, not yet realizing the threat. Gosha, having calmed down a bit, looked at his fellow and a moment later rushed at him. The Count recoiled, watching the attack with fear and bewilderment. Rats are pack animals, and during the entire time the Count was in the same cage, not a single individual had shown such aggression. Gosha furiously beat against the wall, trying to get to his opponent, bite, gnaw, and crush him. The relocation was successful.
The time of first contact was 7 hours and 41 minutes. Masha ended the video recording with these words. Cover the entire chamber with a cloth. We'll check on their condition in the evening. And now, to your duties, said Albert Borisovich, looking again at the aquarium with rats, and left the office. The assistants followed him. Chapter 6. A walk through the red expanse. The wheels touched the Martian surface, smoothly sinking into the dust.
Ivan pressed the lever harder, the rover accelerated, the cosmonaut switched his gaze to the monitor.
The rear-view camera showed Roman stepping behind him and Captain Timur's Mars robot moving after him. Roman Cook on Mars! Meet the new Earthling, Ivan said with a smile and stopped the rover. Roman made his first jump and flew a distance of about 5 meters. A few seconds later, the captain landed abruptly next to him. This is Timur speaking. Raise the connection. Igor, how can you hear us? There was silence. Then a quiet hissing sound and Igor's voice. Everything is fine. The connection is good. The smart guys at the base were unable to correctly synchronize the channels between the ship and the Mars bots. I fixed the problem. How do you feel? Asked Sergei. A bit chaotic. We continue moving towards the target, 500 meters to the south. Roman, keep a distance of at least 10 meters between the Mars bots so as not to accidentally hit each other with harpoons, Timur answered. Roman jumped to the left. Once he was at the right distance, he moved the Mars bot's hand slightly to the right and fired the harpoon. The tip penetrated deep into the ground surface. Everything is fine, I'll check the left side now. Now you can relax a little, said Timur, turning his head. In the distance, the captain's silhouette took off. Visibility through the liquid and the protective casing of the capsule, even at a relatively short distance, was difficult. A 3-dimensional scanner helped, which projected a picture of the surrounding landscape with objects onto a monitor within a 100-meter radius. Each Mars robot pilot had data on the speed of movement and the distance to objects, dangerous zones, large stones, depressions, etc. were separately highlighted. The developers borrowed this scanner from the automotive industry, where it is successfully used for autopilots. Timur pushed off and jumped 3 meters up, covering 7 meters forward. Okay, now let's start the serious jumping. Then he made another jump of 5 meters in height and 11 meters in length. In addition to the weak force of gravity, electric boosters of the legs helped him jump like a grasshopper, and the shock absorption system protected him from injury upon landing. Igor Tikhonov, meanwhile, had already mastered the controls of the tractor rover. The unevenness of the Martian road prevented them from accelerating, and specially established restrictions prevented them from gaining speed. Therefore, Roman and the captain quickly moved ahead and jumped ahead like grasshoppers. Vorobyov could not help but laugh, watching their unusual way of moving. I can imagine how in 100 years Mars will be covered with such jumping roads, he thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a huge hole, approximately 60 meters in diameter. To the right of it lay large stones. To the left were several smaller depressions. Ivan wondered which side would be more convenient to go around the obstacle. He turned the control joystick, and the rover smoothly but confidently moved around to the left. The spots jumping ahead gradually moved away. Igor was steering the rover, balancing between 2 deep depressions. If he had fallen into one of them, the car would most likely have flipped over, which would have seriously harmed the success of the expedition. He slowed down, held his breath, and slightly stretched his neck, sticking out the tip of his tongue. The guy remembered his first driving lessons, when he still could not estimate the dimensions of the car and drove in a narrow space between two parked cars. In such moments, you almost merge with the car and begin to feel how you almost touch the nearest obstacles. Suddenly, the ground under the left rear wheel began to crumple, and the wheel, having fallen off the edge, hung over the abyss. The rover tilted forward and slowly slid down. A cold fear ran down Igor's back. He sharply pressed the joystick to the limit. The electric motors increased in power, but the front wheels began to slip. The situation was becoming extremely dangerous. The hole is about 8 meters deep in the center. If I fall, I'll spin around a few times. The equipment will definitely be damaged. I'm pulling. Anxious thoughts quickly flashed through the cosmonaut's head. Finally, the front wheels caught on the solid ground, and the rover slowly began to rise. Igor slightly eased the pressure on the lever to avoid skidding. The car leveled out. All 4 wheels were on solid ground. A few moments later, the dangerous hole was left behind. Timur glanced at the monitor. 20 meters to the left, Roman was downloading.
The Englishman was already ahead of him by about 7 meters.
The guy's going too fast. We should stop him. The captain looked at the screen again, but Igor's rover was not displayed there. The rover pilots were so carried away by the exciting race that they lost sight of Igor. Roman, stop! Roman Cook landed after a big jump and was not able to brake immediately, making a few more quick, unstable steps due to inertia. It seemed to Timur that his partner was about to fall face down. Igor, answer, where are you? The captain asked anxiously. Roman's voice was heard on the air. Vanya, what happened? Reception. No problems with the terrain. Everything is fine. The road resembles the one at my dacha, pothole after pothole, Vorobyov reassured. The comrades did not fully understand what was meant by the dacha, but they definitely understood that everything was fine with their partner.
A few seconds later, the rover drove out from behind a large rock, the size of a 2-story house. Another 200 meters, then we'll start the first tests, the captain clarified. Why so far? Roman's voice was heard through the speakers. Of course, I don't mind. The walk is nice, but what's the point? Timur sighed and began to explain. It's simple. When we landed, the engines heated up the soil under and around the ship. In addition, the anti-radiation field operates within a radius of 300 meters from the device. This could, theoretically, affect the composition of the soil and what we hope to find. Life? It is she. It is necessary to exclude the anthropogenic factor as much as possible. All samples will be placed in special flasks that will protect the soil from external influences. The minimum radius from the ship to the soil sampling site is 500 meters with a reserve. Timur, Ivan, Roman, Igor's voice sounded with alarm. I'm analyzing the sensors. Inexplicable phenomena are occurring in the atmosphere. I have a hunch that a new hurricane is approaching. Igor, can you tell us more specifically what it will be and how much time we have left? The captain asked warily. I'm not a weather service. The program is currently processing data. Okay, we're going according to plan. Timur looked hopefully at the Martian sky. The pilots continued their journey. A few moments later, the Japanese voice was heard again. You have reached the required mark. The required distance from the ship has been covered. You can begin collecting samples. Ivan stopped his apparatus. The chosen place was quite suitable for drilling. Its task was to deliver the drill to the designated point and secure it to the surface. After that, the drill, covered with a fullerene layer, which made it easy to penetrate even the hardest rocks, was supposed to work independently, collecting samples of Martian soil from great depths. Because reaching the right layers would take longer than the rover's radiation shield could handle, Vorobyov detached the drill from the rover, opened the mounts, firmly fixed the device in the ground, and started the process.
The sounds recorded by microphones on the body resembled the old drills used before lasers were widely used in dentistry. The drill slowly but surely penetrated the Martian soil. Meanwhile, the captain was busy collecting atmospheric samples. In the right manipulator of his Mars robot, there was a special device, resembling a vacuum cleaner but with a non-standard reservoir. Instead of the usual garbage bag, a special metal plastic flask was used, where air samples fell. As soon as the pressure in the flask rose to the required value, the mechanism automatically stopped pumping. Roman looked around and decided to collect a few stones. Some of them were intended for scientists, and he decided to keep some for himself to give away later as souvenirs.
The Englishman adjusted the telescopic drills that were in the heels of the Mars robot. He pressed several keys on the screen. The devices started working. The length of the drills allowed samples to be taken from a depth of up to 3 meters. Roman felt a vibration. The Mars robot trembled slightly. Information about the depth that the devices reached appeared on the monitor. It was impossible to move while drilling. 1 meter, Roman read on the screen. The vibration became quieter. The drills went deeper into the ground. Attention! A hurricane is approaching us. Its speed is 150 to 200 meters per second. It is expected in our area in about 30 to 40 minutes. I can't say for sure yet. You should have enough time if you hurry back. Igor Tikhonov's voice gradually faded. The men realized that they had chosen the wrong time for their expedition, but it was impossible to predict the weather here. Every minute counted. Everyone tried to complete their tasks as quickly as possible and return to the ship safely. The Mars robots were not designed to move in strong winds. For Roman and Timur Smirnov, this could have turned into mortal danger. But the job had to be completed. That was why they had come here. Vorobyov was the first to respond. The drill was installed and began working. By the next time the device reached the surface, it was supposed to reach the required depth and take soil samples from the deep layers. The device was mounted in such a way that it could withstand a hurricane, so there was no reason to worry. Ivan contacted Igor Tikhonov. "Take control. Is there data from the drill?" Igor replied, "Yes, I see it on the screen. The readings are coming. Come back." The Russian reported, "Captain, I'm at the base." Ivan replied, "Move." The rover was moving much slower than Timur and Roman's devices, so Ivan didn't wait for them to get to the ship before the hurricane approached. Meanwhile, the captain reached a low cliff where he needed to take samples of hard rocks. His left hand had a device built into it that resembled a funnel with a drill in the center. The drill worked like a hammer drill, combining drilling with impacts. The broken rock that Timur had chosen fell apart. The rocks and dust fell into the funnel and ended up in a special storage compartment. Suddenly, Roman's voice rang out. "Sir, I'm done. I took the samples." The captain replied, "Come back. I'll catch up with you." Roman looked at the captain, released the fastenings, and jumped. Igor's voice came through the speakers again. "There is precise data. If the program and sensors are not mistaken, the hurricane will be in 10 minutes, speed 180 meters per second. The captain watched intently as the drill broke the rock. In his thoughts, he said to himself, "Enough. Time to go back." Then he turned towards the ship and jumped. Chapter 7. Emergency Situation. Meanwhile, Roman increased his pace with each new jump. He had already covered more than half the distance and was rapidly approaching the ship. The thought of the hurricane made him move faster. The Englishman was concentrating less and less on his actions, trying to find shelter as quickly as possible. Roman deviated slightly from the initial route, going around the ridge of large stones. Having landed once again, he tried to jump over several boulders, but miscalculated the trajectory and caught one foot on the top of a small cliff. Roman lost his balance, fell, and rolled. immediately hearing the worried voices of Igor Tikhonov and the captain. "Roman, are you alive? What happened? Report!" Roman came to his senses for a few moments, then gathered his strength to set the Marsbot in motion. All systems seemed to be functioning. The machine obediently rose to its feet. "I hit a rock. Everything seems fine.
I am continuing on my way." The attempt to push off was unsuccessful. He barely got off the ground. There were about 200 meters left to the ship. The captain had already caught up with him. "Timur, it seems the electric boost has failed. I can't jump." "Let's try together. Grab onto it." "No, if you drag me, we'll lose our balance and both fall. Go to the base. I'll try to make it in time." At that moment, the captain noticed a hurricane approaching from the side. A wide stream of wind raised clouds of dust tens of meters high. "You won't make it," the American said in a choked voice. Roman was silent. He glanced at the ship, then turned his gaze to the side from which the storm was approaching. "Go away. I'll wait here. I have a plan. Go, Captain," he said decisively. Timur thought about the emergency situations he had practiced many times on Earth. But the hurricane, combined with the rover's broken chassis, was an unforeseen circumstance. If there had been a little more time, Ivan could have towed Roman, but the rover would not have had time to get there and return to the ship. The captain remembered the rules that forbade crew members to risk their lives and jeopardize the success of the mission, even to save a comrade. Timur took a deep breath and rushed forward, leaving Roman behind. Meanwhile, Roman tried to get to the ship on his own, but quickly realized that he wouldn't get far without electric boosters. He fired new harpoons into the ground, then shot off the reel on the rover's left arm, took the cable, and using the manipulator on the other arm, secured the cable to the hull. He also repeated this operation with the right arm, releasing new harpoons and securing the cables several times in a row. Ivan was already climbing the gangway onto the ship. The captain made the final jump and found himself in front of the entrance. As he boarded, he turned around and saw Roman, completely entangled in ropes, the ends of which were sticking out of the ground. "Captain, what's wrong with Roman? I've lost contact with him." Igor's voice came through the speakers. The usually calm Japanese was now screaming in panic. "He won't make it in time. Close the hatch." There was a brief pause of a second, then just a few moments later the dust raised by the hurricane wind enveloped the ship completely. The hatch began to rise slowly and closed a couple of seconds later. Roman fired 2 more harpoons into the ground. Now he was held by 8 cables, 4 on each side. He secured them to his arms, legs, and body in all accessible areas with the help of his manipulators. The last harpoons were secured to the mechanism inside the Marsbot. He pressed the button on the display and locked the reels so that the cables would not unwind. The man looked up and saw an impenetrable wall of dust rushing towards him at an incredible speed. The connection with Timur, Ivan, and the ship was lost. Roman Cook was left completely alone on a cold alien planet. Like a man who fell overboard in a stormy sea, no one could come to his aid. He tensed up and a moment later felt the first gust of the hurricane. He was lifted upward, the cables suddenly tightened, and he felt a strong tug from below. The harpoons firmly grabbed the ground. A man in a spacesuit hung between heaven and earth, or rather between Mars and outer space. The Englishman was only 5 meters above the surface, held only by cables. The speakers were constantly hissing due to interference. He turned off the sound. Roman did not notice how one of the harpoons broke off. The metal tip tore out of the ground and flew away. The man felt an instant jerk. Thousands of grains of sand, pebbles, and particles crashed into him at great speed. It seemed that the Marsbot could explode right in the air. "Damn rock, how did it happen that I tripped on it? I would be sitting quietly in the ship right now," Roman whispered with fear. At that time, Timur and Ivan left their devices.
People could only be outside the ship for a limited time. But despite this, the devices still recorded an increased level of radiation. Not far from the cargo compartment, there was a small rehabilitation block, and the cosmonauts headed there according to the instructions. There was a tense silence on board. Their comrade, with whom they had prepared for the expedition for a long time, and after such a long time were flying to this planet, was now alone, trying to cope with a terrible hurricane. The likelihood of their further meeting seemed very low. Igor Tikhonov activated additional fastening modules to secure the ship to the surface as securely as possible. Everest was shaking, but the anchors were firmly held in the ground. All of Roman's muscles were strained to the limit, and nothing depended on him anymore. All hope remained only on the strength of the cables and the strength of the harpoons. But the Englishman clenched his fists as if he were holding on to these cables. He felt the wind gaining strength, the gusts were becoming sharper and angrier. It seemed that the hurricane was offended by the fact that it could not grab this unfamiliar object. On Mars, only rocks could protect from the storm. Everything else mercilessly submitted to the elements. At some point, Roman felt that he had moved from his place. The wind carried one of the anchors with a cable past. The next harpoon crashed into the hull of the Mars robot. The fastening held. The tightness was not broken, but a moment later the last anchors gave way, and the hurricane carried Roman away from the ship. The man was carried past the rocks. The wind threw him to the ground and then lifted him into the air again.
When the hurricane died down a little, the Marsbot rolled, losing its course, but a new gust threw it up again. Before he passed out, Roman thought, if only I could meet the rocks sooner, break my neck and die without suffering. He was tormented by the thought of how terrible death from lack of oxygen or internal injuries could be. But the hurricane continued to carry Roman further and further from the ship, his friends, and the chance to return to Earth. Chapter 8. While Hope Lives. Igor Tikhonov carefully examined the immediate surroundings. There was no visibility at all. Communication was interrupted. All that was left was to wait patiently and hope for a miraculous rescue. The ship was firmly in place, so the danger to the crew was minimal. Igor left the control module and headed to the rehabilitation compartment.
Ivan and Timur, following the instructions exactly, immediately after returning on board, took off their space suits and put them in the disposal unit, and immersed themselves in special baths. These baths resemble horizontal solariums, but were sealed and filled with a healing liquid that restored the body and reduced the harm from radiation exposure. During the procedure, the cosmonauts were given a small dose of sleeping pills. There were 3 such baths in total. One of them remained empty. Igor looked at the captain, whose face was covered by a breathing mask. His eyebrows and muscles twitched unexpectedly. Perhaps he was having a nightmare about Roman. Then Igor returned to the control module. Exactly an hour passed. A small dose of the stimulant entered the cosmonaut's blood. Timur opened his eyes, and scenes of landing on Mars flashed through his head. The first touch of the surface, the first jump, taking soil samples, then the return, the approaching storm. Roman. The hatch slammed shut, the ship rocked. It was a dream. The captain quickly jumped out of the bath, dried himself with a towel, and put on his usual overalls. Ivan stood up after him. "Let's go," Timur nodded to him. As they entered the control room, Igor switched between camera feeds, alternately showing different views around the ship on the main monitor. Not a single camera records it, and the sensors don't react either. Igor Tikhonov was the first to speak, without waiting for questions. The captain seemed to ignore these words. "When did the hurricane subside?" "About 10 minutes ago. The wind speed dropped to 30 meters per second." "I'm going to go back," Timur muttered, and headed towards the exit. "Captain, there is no help for him. No one would have survived this nightmare. These were Ivan's first words after returning. "Fuck him, I'm coming." Timur seemed to have just realized the horror of what had happened. No, he couldn't leave him there. He was the captain.
He had to stay and save him. Now he had to find him, dead or alive. Timur seemed to have come to his senses after a stupor, but awakening was more terrible than any nightmare. Yes, he had left him alone to die on an alien planet. Ivan grabbed the captain by the hand and pulled him back sharply. "Captain, stop! The radiation is too high." Timur pushed his comrade away sharply. Ivan collapsed into the chair. At that moment, Igor's hands tightly squeezed the American's neck. Timur hit the Japanese man in the stomach with his elbow. The grip weakened and the captain rushed into the cargo hold. Ivan followed him, but Igor held him back. "I'll block the exit. He won't be able to open the door from the compartment." Ivan nodded. Igor Tikhonov approached the control panel. Roman switched the main monitor to the image from the cargo bay camera, where the captain was rushing about. At first, he tried to get into his rover. However, the tanks with protective liquid were empty. Then he began to fill the rover with this liquid.
Later, he noticed that the battery charge was less than half, and most likely there would not be enough energy for the search. The captain sharply kicked the rover with his foot, sat down, and covered his head with his hands. He was completely depressed, morally broken. All the psychological training and tests he had conducted were in vain. He lost control of himself and could not forgive himself. Igor blocked the exit and turned to Ivan. "I'll go outside alone. You and Timur received a significant dose of radiation. A bath will help you recover in about 12 hours. Now you both need rest, peace, and medication. If you go outside again during this period, it could be dangerous for returning to Earth." "The batteries are discharged. There won't be enough charge," Roman noted. "There's an extra set of batteries for the rover. I'll go with it. Slowly, but there's no other way. You put the rovers on charge."
"Let's go." They entered the cargo bay. Timur sat with his head down and staring at the floor. Meanwhile, Igor pulled out the old batteries, opened one of the equipment boxes, took out new ones and connected them. Ivan sat down next to the captain. "Timur, Igor will go. He will definitely find him. Don't blame yourself. There was no chance. I heard him say that the electric boosters failed. He wouldn't have been able to get there before the hurricane started. And the two of you wouldn't have managed it. He fell. I told him to hurry, but he fell again," the captain muttered incoherently. His thoughts were interrupted by the even voice of Igor Tikhonov. "I'm ready. Go to the control module, isolate the compartment from the rest of the ship, and open the hatch." Timur Smirnov looked up and at his colleagues. It gradually became clear in his head. "I put the team in danger, behaved inappropriately, lost control of the situation, acted contrary to instructions. Enough.
I need to pull myself together and complete the task." Timur nodded to Igor, stood up, glanced at Ivan, and left the compartment. Vorobyov followed him. Igor Tikhonov entered the rover, put on his helmet, fastened his seatbelt, and closed the hatch. Clicks were heard at the door leading to the corridor, and then a quiet hum. This was Ivan sealing the ship, separating the cargo compartment. A few seconds later, a voice came over the speakers. "Igor, come in. Are you ready?" "No," Igor replied, pressing the display and starting the process of filling the cabin with liquid. Ivan watched him through the screen. After a while, Igor said, "Ready. Open the hatch." The gates leading to Mars swung open. Igor rolled the rover out onto the surface, a little hesitantly, and his voice was immediately heard. I have recorded Timur's last location on the map before the hurricane. The program also has wind direction. Send this data to me on the rover. Timur was looking through the recordings made before the hurricane. One of the cameras captured the rover with Ivan. On another, Roman suddenly jumped but lost his balance, turned over, collided with the surface, but soon rose. Timur noticed himself in the frame. He was next to Roman. Another moment, and his Mars robot took off, leaving Roman alone. The Englishman accurately shot harpoons into the ground, trying to secure the cables to the spacesuit. Roman was trying to find salvation. Look, he was going to make some anchor points to try to hold on. He had his own idea, the captain said, calling Ivan over. The Russian had just finished transmitting information and was studying the image on the screen. The picture was blurry, probably due to interference from the storm. Soon the screen was covered with dense ripples.
The hurricane lasted more than an hour. It could have carried us far, Vorobyov began. But he was interrupted by a voice from the Mission Control Center. Everest, this is Earth. Let me know what's going on. Timur sat down and pressed the button on the panel. This is Captain Timur Smirnov speaking. The exit to the surface of Mars is complete. There are losses. Flight engineer Roman Cook is missing in action. Chapter 9. Earthly Condolences. The Mars Expedition Control Centers worked like a hot hive, filled with rather irritated wasps. Captain Timur Smirnov's message about the unknown disappearance of one of the team members caused a real shock in Moscow, London, Houston, and Tokyo. All 4 centers agreed not to disseminate any information on this matter until further notice. However, no one doubted that the news would soon appear on various internet resources. Among the center employees, there were probably people working under contracts with major media to obtain quick information. Information about the incident immediately reached Lev Nikolaevich. He asked anxiously, "An Englishman died? How did this happen?" The secretary gave him the verbatim report of Captain Timur Smirnov. At this time, an international commission consisting of delegates from all the centers discussed the possibility of continuing the mission in accordance with the original plans. Lev Nikolaevich sat down in front of the screen and ordered to connect him with the Prime Minister of Great Britain. A few minutes later, the secretary announced, "Mrs. Natasha McGiddy is ready to talk, Mr. President." Lev pressed the button and said, "Hello, Madam Prime Minister. Please accept my deepest condolences. We are all saddened by the loss of Mr. Roman Cook." The response was, "Thank you for your call, Mr. President."
Even though we were aware of all the dangers of this expedition, we still find it hard to believe what happened.
Lev Nikolaevich studied the leader of Great Britain carefully. A thin woman stood before him. She was over 50, but she looked very dignified. In political circles, she was known by the nickname Lady Compromise. The country's policy under her leadership was aimed at avoiding disputes and conflicts. Some Britons criticized her for refusing to strictly defend national interests, but the conservative part of society remained on the side of Mrs. McGiddy. All the guys who went on the mission are true heroes. Their names will forever remain in the history of world cosmonautics. Once again, I express my condolences. "Thank you," came the reply. The connection was interrupted. The cosmonaut's death disrupted the president's plans. The trip to Irkutsk, where he planned to get some sleep on board and hold an off-site meeting with the heads of the Siberian districts in the morning, had to be postponed. Leaving his office, the president headed for the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the lowest floor without a digital designation. When the doors opened, he saw a grey concrete corridor leading to a small train. 2 presidential advisors were already waiting in the cozy carriage.
Lev Nikolaevich, is everything okay? Did something happen? Asked Alexander Chernoff, an IT specialist. The Russian president was very interested in automation and robotics. When new ideas came to mind, he immediately consulted Alexander to check their feasibility. Chernoff himself regularly put forward initiatives, many of which were implemented over time. There were more and more robots around people. Technologies were being implemented so deeply that robot drivers became standard equipment in many cars, just like internet access and airbags. Robot teachers gave lectures in schools and universities. Robot nurses took blood samples from patients right in clinics and instantly sent the results to the doctor's computer. Robot border guards patrolled remote areas of the border, monitoring order from the air. Due to the demographic crisis, authorities were looking for ways to do without human participation. The second person to receive the president was the strategic advisor Anatoly Stepanovich Spitsin. He came from a simple family, was a philosopher, academician, political scientist, economist, and a man with a wide outlook. Despite his venerable age, Anatoly Stepanovich was the right hand of the Russian president. Sorry, colleagues, but one piece of news forced me to postpone our trip. There was an accident on Mars. One of the cosmonauts died, he said. Alexander, carefully putting down a glass of tea, carefully asked, "Ours?" The answer was negative. No, it was an Englishman. They got caught in a storm. They are now looking for his body. Will the expedition continue according to plan? Anatoly Stepanovich asked. Yes, this is a misfortune, of course, but the project is designed for 3 participants. It continues. I hope future generations will appreciate these incredible expenses. The advisor sighed. Alexander smiled and said in response, Once upon a time, investments in rail transport or aviation also seemed like crazy expenses. Who knows where we would be without them? Lev Nikolaevich looked closely at his advisors. For these positions, he deliberately selected people of different ages and views. Often, during disputes between an ambitious young idealist and a wise, cautious pragmatist with extensive experience, the very truth arose that helped make the right decisions. I intend to increase funding for science and research next year. Perhaps this year I will start allocating grants for specific projects. Does anyone have any interesting proposals? Alexander was the first to respond. I came across a project by a scientist from Novosibirsk, a very original idea for biochips. The Academy did not approve it. Anatoly Stepanovich joined the conversation. I think I understand who you are talking about. Khaimovich. No, Khimkovich. Khaimovich, Chernoff corrected. Yes, I have heard of him. He is a smart man, of course, but it seems that in recent years there has been something wrong with his head. If he were given freedom, he would turn his Novosibirsk into the island of Dr. Moreau, Spitsin noted skeptically. What is the essence of his idea? The president asked with interest. I'll send it to you on the sheet now. Alexander took a small rectangular object from the surface of the table, as thick as a sheet of paper but much more rigid. It was the latest version of the Sheet 3 Personal Interactive Sensory Board, a device that replaced people's computers, televisions, cameras, and video cameras, and served as a means of work and leisure. Naturally, with an internet connection and the ability to directly exchange data between sheets without going online, the train started moving. Igor Tikhonov pulled out a device from his pocket, similar to the previous one, but folded several times. The personal interactive touchboard immediately took on its original appearance, the folds smoothed out smoothly. This gadget was developed by domestic specialists and successfully competed with foreign analogs from America and Asia.
The idea to direct state funds to the production of such devices belonged, among others, to Alexander. The technology was based on developments in electronic paper and microprocessor systems. Thanks to this invention, technology made a major breakthrough.
At the time, the president and his advisors were traveling along a closed metro line leading to a small government airport in the Moscow region. The line was designated exclusively for the movement of top officials, connecting the government safe house in Moscow, the airport, and several helicopter landing pads. The president studied in depth the documents, drawings, and diagrams that Alexander handed him. When the train stopped, Igor Tikhonov had just finished studying the biomicrochip project prepared by Albert Borisovich Kaimovich. The idea is unusual, despite its radicalism, very interesting. Have you read it, Anatoly Stepanovich? He asked. I read it. I think he is beside himself with madness. He's proposing to implant his chips immediately after birth. People will simply rebel against such changes. In the end, it could turn against us, the advisor replied. We will not implement them in maternity hospitals. However, for criminals who have committed particularly serious crimes, such systems can be used for subsequent control. These technologies are also used in medicine. After the meetings in Irkutsk, I plan to organize a meeting of scientists in Moscow. Researchers like this one, whose ideas the Academy rejects, will speak there. They will be given the opportunity to present the most daring and unusual projects. There is clearly stagnation and corruption in the Academy. It is time to solve this problem. It is time to stop directing all budget funds to science only through it. The doors opened, and the president, along with his guards and aides, exited the train and headed for the elevator. Once they reached the top floor, they found themselves inside a building disguised as an administrative office. Outside, a plane was waiting for them, all prepared for the flight to Irkutsk. Chapter 10. The People of Ha. The workday was gradually coming to an end. The lab staff began to get ready to go home. Andrei, Marcia, and Yosha wanted to finish their current tasks as soon as possible to get back to the experiments with rats. Igor Tikhonov was carefully studying the results of a recent experiment on mixing viruses. This work allowed him to simultaneously perform official tasks and collect valuable data for a planned article in a scientific journal. Away from his native places, he devoted almost all his time to scientific work. Igor was a tall, slightly awkward young man with an elongated, thin face, a long neck, and short curly black hair. He always spoke quietly, as if he was afraid that outsiders could overhear the conversation. By nature he was educated, well-mannered and intelligent, while having strong opinions and clear aspirations in life. It was almost useless to argue with Igor. He rarely entered into discussions, preferring to remain in his own world and not reveal all his thoughts to others. At that moment, Marcia was finishing her monthly report to submit to the Academy. Most of the routine paperwork and other formalities that Albert Borisovich himself quietly couldn't stand were entrusted to her. The girl performed her duties at a high level, but was much more interested in practical experiments. A natural blonde with blue eyes and round lips, Masha kept in her sweet appearance a mind whose potential was just waiting to be revealed. At first glance, she seemed simple, with light hair, usually gathered in a ponytail or two braids, a neat face and minimal makeup, an innocent look and a blush on her cheeks that appeared when she was excited or surprised, as well as a slender figure that was not spoiled by a lab coat. However, behind this was an excellent memory, a lively mind, and the logic of a real researcher. Thanks to these qualities, she could generalize and record the thoughts that the professor and male colleagues put forward. Andrei had been sitting in front of the monitor for over half an hour, often glancing at Masha. He did not hide his desire to start an office romance with her, but the girl rejected his attempts to get closer in every possible way. Outwardly, Andrei looked like a completely ordinary young man.
Light brown hair, a smooth forehead, brown eyes, a height of about 1 meter 80, and a thin build. He practically did not like to play sports, usually walked slightly hunched over, but in his every movement one could feel energy and inner confidence. Ambitious, he honestly admitted that he dreams of building a brilliant career as a scientist. Realizing that there is still a lot to learn and master, he takes on the tasks that the professor gives him with great dedication. When the clock showed exactly 6, an elderly cleaning lady appeared at the door, who came in the evening to tidy up the lab after the employees left.
Everyone was used to calling her Baba Dasha. She had been working there for more than 10 years, knew almost all the employees, and loved to talk. She laughed as she talked about her children, complained about her son-in-law who was lazy and liked to drink, and also complained about a neighbor with a huge dog that he walked without a muzzle. She shared that she had written a complaint to the police, but they did not look into it because the local police officer did not want to work, although before that another, more responsible one had worked in the area, about whom, by the way, she also often complained to friends. Baba Dasha remembered well the times when Igor Tikhonov was not yet the head of the laboratory. She deeply appreciated him for not firing her when the boom of robot cleaners began and most workers like her were left without work. Igor Tikhonov did not trust robots too much, preferring manual labor, which helped Baba Dasha keep her job.
Gradually, the scientists and lab technicians began to disperse into small groups. Some stood in pairs or threes, whispering quietly and casting wary glances in the direction of Igor Tikhonov and his entourage. There was tension in the air. Professor Kaimovich was acutely aware of this atmosphere and realized that his position in the laboratory was under threat. He already had several enemies outside the laboratory, and now he had an internal rival. It turned out to be Sergei Vasilievich Pritko, who had recently received the title of professor and was gaining influence in the highest scientific circles. The Academy saw him as a worthy candidate to replace the recalcitrant Kaimovich and promised support. Lately, Igor Tikhonov has become even more suspicious. The experiments in the laboratory have become risky, so he bought a house outside the city, surrounded the property with a high fence, and began to transport old equipment there. Only a few knew about this, even his closest associates were in the dark. This country house turned into a secret place for the scientist's main research. There was almost no one in the laboratory, only Kaimovich, his team Ha, and that same Sergei Vasilievich remained. He collected his things, but before leaving, he stopped abruptly, looked towards the professor, and approached him. "Albert Borisovich, can I have a word with you?" he said timidly, his stutter intensifying due to excitement. Kaimovich was irritated by this. He turned his head sharply and looked piercingly at his rival for the laboratory. "I'm listening to you," Sergei continued. "Today we received a letter from the Academy. They are very disappointed with the results of the last experiment. They complain that the expenses were too high, and they were not satisfied with the result." Albert Borisovich objected with displeasure. "Why did the letter come to you?"
After all, I am the head of the laboratory and answer to the Academy. Sergei's excitement increased. For now, this is an unofficial decision, just the opinion of some members of the Academy. He was afraid of the professor and would not dare to argue with him without an order from the Academy. Kaimovich answered sternly, "Opinions differ. Tell your interlocutors to send all their comments to me officially. The experiment is not over yet. There is no need to panic." Sergei nodded silently, said "all the best" before leaving, and went home. Albert Borisovich realized that they were digging deeper than they should, and that he would soon be charged with embezzlement. He took a few sips of strong tea, and, indicating to his colleagues to follow him, headed for the closed door of their secret office.
Opening it, he entered and immediately approached a large container with rats, Gosha, and Graf. Having removed the dark fabric from their home, the scientist bit his lower lip in annoyance.
The rat, Gosha, infected with a new mutant virus of rabies and tuberculosis, was dead. The second one was running around its cage as if nothing had happened.
Andrei, scan the objects, said Khaimovich and stepped back from the cage, sitting down on a chair. Andrei took the scanner and read the readings from both rats. Gosha died 2 hours and 31 minutes ago. The count is absolutely healthy. There was no airborne infection. Maybe the incubation period hasn't ended yet? Mashenka asked excitedly. It's time. The mutant usually manifests itself faster. Okay, dispose of Gosha. Move the count to a separate cage. That's all for today. We'll think over the results. If any new ideas come up in the morning, share them, said the professor, leaving the office, getting ready and leaving the lab. Andrei, Josef and Masha were surprised by the behavior of the manager. They were counting on a long analysis of events and brainstorming until late evening.
He has problems, Yosha was the first to suggest.
Who? Asked Masha. The boss, silly, Andrei said, hugging her around the waist. Masha pushed his hand away. Take your hands off me, smart guy, and tell me what you know. With these reports, I don't understand anything that's going on around me. I talked to the parents, Yosha continued. They have several acquaintances at the academy. Information has appeared that the head may be removed. And this scoundrel Pritko is digging under him, Andrei exclaimed irritably, hitting his palm with his fist. If he gets fired, we'll all end up in losses. You can't do anything with Pritko like that. Let's try to help him, suggested Masha. That's exactly what we're doing. We're his closest assistants, Yosha answered proudly. He doesn't even have a wife, the girl whispered sadly. Albert Borisovich actually lived alone. He was never married and could boast of only a few romances. His entire life was devoted to work. He never met a woman who would share his ideas and tolerate his quirks. So in the evenings, he returned home, walked his boxer dog, named Dodge, then worked in his office and went to bed. After the country laboratory appeared, he began to spend more time there. Dodge ran freely around the site, and the owner sat at the table among test tubes, devices, and experimental animals. I don't have a wife either, Mashenka. Maybe you'll feel sorry for me? Andrei tried to hug her again. We've already talked about this, my friend. We're just colleagues. Yosha stood alone by the wall, clearly feeling out of place here. Okay, I'll go, he finally said. Now, all together, let's go, Masha said, leaving the office and taking her place at the table. Andrei followed her. Yosha locked the door and immediately headed outside. A few minutes later, Masha appeared on the street, and Andrei with her. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit up. The three friends stood on the porch for a few more minutes, chatting. Andrei lived at one end of the city, and Yosha and Masha at the other. After saying goodbye, each went their separate ways. Andrei threw the cold cigarette butt into the trash can and headed to his car. Chapter 11. Country Laboratory. Returning home, Albert Borisovich took the dog and went to the dacha. This is how he affectionately called the country laboratory. It was a village on the outskirts of the city, beyond which there were fields and a small forest, an ideal place for solitude. It was inhabited mainly by wealthy pensioners or people with money who were tired of the noise and bustle of city life. Having parked the car on his lot in front of a one-story house, the professor closed the gate, let the dog out of the car, and entered the code to enter the house. The door opened, and a light came on in the hallway. To the right of the entrance was a spacious kitchen, where, for now, there was only a refrigerator, a dining table, and a couple of chairs. Behind the kitchen was a bathroom, and then a room from which came squeaks, rustling, and bustle. Rats, rabbits, and other small laboratory animals lived there. Opposite was another room, which served as a bedroom for Albert Borisovich, but it contained only a bed and a wardrobe, since he rarely spent the night there. Next to the professor's room, there was a large living room, which the owner used as a laboratory for his experiments. There were test tubes, a centrifuge, reagents, and several refrigerated chambers with virus samples along the wall. In addition, to the left of the entrance there was a small room where Albert Borisovich arranged a storeroom. In the same storage room there was a hidden hatch leading to a large basement located under the house.
October came, and winter came earlier than usual this year, although there had been no real frosts yet. Dodge ran briskly through the snow, expending the energy accumulated throughout the day. Igor Tikhonov went outside and fed the dog. After looking around, he quickly returned to the house and looked into the pantry. Albert Borisovich pressed a secret button and opened the hatch. The stairs began right below. Before going down, the professor securely locked the doors with a bolt. The area of the site and the surrounding space were clearly visible with the help of cameras installed under the roof. The video surveillance system sent the image to a monitor located in the basement. Then the professor carefully descended the stairs, holding a small box in his hands. Lately, the professor had devoted himself entirely to the arrangement of the basement, investing all his available funds into it. The conditions in the basement were no worse than in the scientific center where he worked.
Igor Tikhonov considered the device for crossing viruses and creating mutants as well as vaccines to be the main achievement of technical equipment. A significant part of the devices had been written off from the laboratory, and these were the latest devices that were purchased in reserve and written off, even unpacked. In the event of a large-scale inspection, it would be easy to find a reason for dismissing the professor, but he could not leave science, which is why he created this secret underground center for experiments. Albert Borisovich looked at the screen carefully. The cameras showed that the situation was calm. Only Dodge was frolicking on the territory, scaring the impudent crows. The professor carefully placed the device on the table. It was not yet completely unpacked. The equipment remained in the factory packaging. Today, the process of creating a new variant of the flu virus was supposed to be completed. The result was a mutant that combines malaria's ability to be transmitted through a mosquito bite and hepatitis A's ability to be infected through contact with untreated water. At the same time, all the characteristic features of the flu were preserved, such as airborne transmission and a relatively short incubation period. The information on the screen indicated that the experiment had been successful. The virus was alive, active, and seeking to reproduce. Further experiments were needed to verify its properties. Putting on a respirator for protection, the professor turned on the device for isolating the virus. The device pumped it into test tubes and sealed them hermetically. Albert Borisovich opened the lid, took 3 test tubes, put 2 in the refrigerator and connected 1 to another device. This device was connected to an aquarium that had previously contained the laboratory rat Gosha, who died in the experiment. Having secured the tube to the valve and made sure that it was hermetically sealed, the man climbed the stairs to the room with the animals. When the cage saw its owner, it came alive with joy. The rats stood on their hind legs and rested their front paws on the bars. The rabbits excitedly moved their large noses, and 2 monkeys jumped and banged their bowls on the cages. In the corner stood a large aquarium with crucian carp, which are considered one of the most unpretentious fish. Nearby was a cage with sparrows. It was necessary to check all possible carriers of infection, including insects. However, Albert Borisovich had neither the desire nor the time to keep flies and mosquitoes in the house. It was time for dinner. He changed the water in all the cages
and scattered the food. The rats, monkeys, hamsters, rabbits, and fish began to eat together. For some, this could be their last dinner. If desired, the feeding process could be automated, but since the professor went to his dacha every day, there was no need for automation, and it was quite expensive. After everyone had eaten their fill, the man slowly cleaned the cages, took one rat, and headed to the basement. The rodent squeaked quietly and tried to break free, but the strong hand did not let go. Last week, Albert Borisovich installed chips in a new litter of rats, and during this time, the devices have fully adapted to the animals' bodies. The professor pointed the scanner at the withers of one of the animals, and the data appeared on the screen. The rat named Chuck demonstrated proper operation of the chip. All parameters met the standards. Then the scientist placed the rodent in a sealed box, which he had prepared in advance. The rat remained motionless, carefully feeling the air with its nose, clearly experiencing discomfort due to separation from its family. Everything was ready to start the device. The apparatus with the virus sprayer was hermetically connected. The device turned on. The rat looked fearfully at the side of the cage from which the airflow came. He looked through the glass at the outlines of a person, and a few minutes later he was enveloped in darkness. Albert Borisovich turned off the device, covered the aquarium with a thick, opaque cloth, and carefully placed it on one of the shelves in the basement. Taking a deep breath, the professor looked around his personal laboratory. Khaimovich took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Even if he was fired, which Albert Borisovich was naturally afraid of, he would always have something to do. In addition, he would have the opportunity to freely attract foreign grants. He had managed to save up money for the first time, so the situation remained under complete control. The man climbed the stairs into the house. Dodge whined at the entrance. The dog was already noticeably cold. Igor Tikhonov tapped his fingers on the animal cages and went outside. The dog barked cheerfully and jumped up, almost scratching his owner's clothes with his claws. They moved toward the car. Having seated the dog on the mat on the back seat, Igor went to open the gate. It was already late evening outside. Tomorrow he was going to come here again to check the results of the next experiment. The gates began to rustle, and the sounds of a car driving away were heard. At that moment, Chuck the rat was lying on the bottom of his glass cage. It was his first night alone. He was surrounded by darkness and silence. He closed his eyes, feeling the cold penetrate his bones. Chapter 12. The Last Day on Mars. Igor Tikhonov was driving the rover, slowly approaching the place where the signal from Roman was last recorded. A few minutes later, the pilot reached the desired point and began to carefully examine the surface. The hurricane had carried away Roman along with all signs of his presence, but Igor managed to find something. A harpoon was sticking out of the ground, almost completely covered in dust. One of the cables had broken and the other harpoons were missing, apparently completely torn out. Igor transmitted the video from the camera to the main monitor of the ship. The radio signal did not promise to find Roman's Mars robot nearby. Igor continued moving in the direction of the hurricane. Driving around the uneven surfaces, he carefully examined every stone and object that even remotely resembled his friend's spacesuit. Ivan and Timur Smirnov on board watched the footage from the rover's cameras. Igor repeated every 10 seconds in all communication modes, "Roman, answer, Roman, over."
The Mars robots were equipped with bright emergency light signals. Igor hoped that at any moment he would notice multicolored lights behind the rock. However, the same cold Martian landscape stretched around. "Roman, do you come in?" Only silence in response. There were no Mars robot wrecks, no tracks, absolutely nothing. Ahead lay an endless plain, and on the horizon towered the majestic Mount Olympus. "Roman, do you come in? Roman, do you come in?" Igor repeated. The captain's muffled voice came through the rover speakers. "Igor, come back." The last attempt to find Roman alive had yielded no results. The expedition on Mars had come to an end, and tomorrow it was necessary to quickly leave the planet in order to return safely to Earth. Igor Tikhonov turned the rover around and drove back to the ship. Another night had arrived, although in space this concept was quite conditional.
A certain amount of time had simply passed since the moment of ascent, and a period of rest was coming. Before going to bed, Igor gave everyone injections that helped remove radiation and strengthen the immune system.
Tomorrow there was another spacewalk ahead. It was necessary to collect samples from the device installed by Ivan. After that, the ship had to leave the red planet. Everyone was silently resting in their cabins. No one wanted to talk. Besides, the main talker was not around. People understood what they were going to and what price it could cost them. Each could die, or even all at once. But they did not want to believe in the worst and realize that the disaster had already happened. There was still work to do. The mission was not yet complete, and tomorrow there would be another difficult day. The painfully familiar melody of the ship's alarm woke up the entire crew. Igor Tikhonov was the first to get up and head to the command module. He carefully made sure that no emergencies had occurred during the night, after which he began preparing the Mars bots for the exit. Ivan and Timur Smirnov did the morning procedures. Then the team quickly had breakfast and waited for further instructions from the captain. After that, the captain sent a message to Earth that the night had passed calmly and announced the beginning of the second stage of the mission. Having reported to the flight control center, he addressed his comrades. "Today we need to collect samples, do the work that Roman did yesterday, plus install the flags closer to the edge so that they don't get damaged during takeoff. I am personally responsible for this. Ivan, you need to take the soil from the rover, extract it by the drilling rig. Igor, how is the rig doing? I checked, everything works stable. It reached the required depth about 4 hours ago. The samples are ready and waiting for our delivery. Excellent. Ivan will take on board 2 autonomous robots that will study the area after our departure. Igor, you need to establish communication with them and plot a route. They are also ready. The solar panels are in good condition. The equipment will not fail." "Captain?" "Yes, Ivan. After the exit is complete, I suggest flying in the area on board the Everest. Here in the distance, Roman could be. We must try to find his body. We won't get that far on the Mars robots." "Got it. And what is your opinion, Igor?" "I've thought about it. But if we go too low, a dust cloud will rise and visibility will be almost zero. We won't be able to see anything from the cameras, and the engines will create a lot of interference. Even if the Mars bot's transmitter is working, we won't be able to hear it. We need to rise at least 2 kilometers. Although I'm not sure we'll be able to detect Roman from that height. It's still worth trying," Vorobyov said stubbornly. Igor Tikhonov nodded in response. "Okay. Let's get to work. We'll move to the transport compartment and report back as soon as we're ready." The captain stood up from his seat and headed for the exit. Having checked the equipment, the cosmonauts put on special clothing and took their places in the cabins. When they filled with liquid, the captain gave Igor an order through the intercom. "Open up!" The hatch swung open. Ivan was the first to leave, just like yesterday. Today he had chosen a different route, which was a little longer, but the terrain allowed him to drive faster and more calmly. Turning his head, the Russian noticed how the captain made several jumps and pulled ahead. 2 anchor cables were trailing behind Timur Smirnov. Several small autonomous robots were on board the rover,
which were to remain on Mars to study the planet. Having moved halfway to the drilling rig, Ivan released the first robot. A compact device, resembling an ATV but half the size, descended from the surface of the rover. Several solar panels provided it with constant power.
This robot was essentially a mobile radar and was supposed to serve as a guide for the safe landing of subsequent research groups. The device began to moving away from the rover. "Everything is fine, the connection is established, I am monitoring it, I am transmitting a signal to Earth," Igor Tikhonov confirmed that the ship seized the robotic device. When Igor fell silent, Ivan continued on his way. The commander had to quickly retreat, because today he had to do the work of 2 people at once, collect the soil samples taken yesterday by Roman, and go down into a wide, long ravine, reminiscent of a riverbed located several kilometers from the ship. Meanwhile, Ivan reached the place where he had left the drilling rig the day before. Due to a recent hurricane, the device was slightly tilted and half covered with Martian soil, but its hinges held tightly to the surface. The man brought the rover closer to the drilling rig and activated the manipulator.
Vorobyov took out a container with soil samples from the depth of Mars, after which he contacted Timur Smirnov. "Captain, can you hear me? I've received the samples." "Got it. I'm already approaching the riverbed. I'll take the samples and come back." "Igor, should we launch the second robot?" "Yes, go ahead." "There is a connection. Do you see the equipment?" "The connection is unstable. There's interference again." Igor's voice was interrupted by a wheezing sound in the speakers. Ivan watched the robot's actions carefully. The device moved forward, the solar batteries opened, then folded again. "That's it. Now I have him under control," Igor Tikhonov said confidently. The second robot was sent to explore the red planet. There was one more device left on Everest, which was planned to be launched from the ship to Phobos, a satellite of Mars. Ivan went to Timur Smirnov. "You always need to be closer to the captain in case of unforeseen circumstances," Vorobyov decided. Unfortunately, the rovers turned out to be less reliable than expected, and Roman's death was a sad confirmation of this. Meanwhile, the captain descended into the ravine and took a soil sample at a depth of about 2 meters. Then, after making several strong jumps, he rose to a flat plane and headed toward the ship. Having found a convenient place with a flat surface, the American disconnected several cylindrical tubes from the rover. Taking one of them, he pressed a button. It was a retractable flag with a telescopic design. First, one cylinder appeared, then the second, with a rolled-up canvas. The captain installed the pole in the soil and activated another button. A pneumatic harpoon worked, which pierced the ground and firmly secured the flag to the surface. After installing all 4 flags, the captain began collecting samples of the surface soil. Having completed this process, he made the first jump toward the ship. In the distance, the silhouette of the rover was already visible. "Ivan! Timur!" Igor Tikhonov's voice sounded excited. "What happened?" they answered in unison. "There is some change happening. Interference in the magnetic field. The connection suddenly began to disappear." And fear was reflected on the faces of the astronauts. Another problem arose during their spacewalk. What could have happened this time? A hurricane, an earthquake, or an eruption of the Olympus volcano? This highest mountain in the solar system towered like a powerful mass next to their ship. Timur looked towards the volcano. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the space, and then a deafening explosion was heard, which struck the pilots. The captain fell, a sharp hiss began to spin in the speakers, and he turned off the connection. A few minutes later, the American was able to get up, but his ears were bleeding and his head was spinning. Igor was also stunned. He did not respond to signals from the ship. Timur gathered his courage, made a few jumps, then switched to a slow gait to get closer to the rover. Timur said, "Igor! Ivan! Can you hear me?" Igor's voice sounded muffled and weaker than usual, as if he was speaking with the last of his strength.
apparently having experienced a strong blow on the ship. Timur said with difficulty, "Ivan, answer, over." "Yeah, I'm fine. I think I lost consciousness for a short time. The power went out. Emergency mode was activated," Igor said. Timur ordered, "Return to the ship immediately." "What was that?" someone asked. "A meteorite," Igor answered, gradually coming to his senses. "It was like a small atomic bomb exploding next to us. If it had been larger, or if we had been closer to Olympus, the impact would have been much stronger." Ivan accelerated the rover to its maximum speed. Distracted from the road for a moment, he noticed a huge avalanche of rocks and dust rapidly descending from Olympus. The meteorite struck the volcano just above the base. The impact broke off a piece of rock, which rushed down with a roar, raising new rubble in its path. A huge stream rolled down the mountain, forming a stream of dust several meters high. It was an amazing sight, the likes of which the Earthling had never seen before. The avalanche began to descend from a height of about 13 kilometers. It seemed that the mountain was about to collapse entirely. Igor Tikhonov muttered, "Every day's an adventure. It's good that we had a mishap during landing. If it hadn't been a meteorite, then an avalanche would have definitely covered us." Eventually, the pilots boarded the ship, exited the cockpits, and took off their protective suits, immersing themselves in baths of healing solution for recovery. Very soon they would have to leave this damp planet, where every day was a continuous disaster. For 6 months, the crew had dreamed of a way to Mars, but now all three thought about only one thing: to return home as soon as possible. This place was clearly not a planet on which people could live and develop. At most, a transfer point on the way to some new Earth, the future refuge of humanity. The third day of stay on Mars began with the captain contacting Earth and providing a report on the current situation. The Mission Control Center wished the team a successful takeoff and a speedy return home. All soil and air samples were carefully placed in a special compartment. The crew successfully completed the assigned tasks. Now they need to find the body of the Englishman. Everyone took their place in the command module. Igor Tikhonov calculated the maximum load that the vertical engines can withstand. They are enough for about 15 minutes of flight above the surface. It is dangerous to use them longer. If the device cannot gain the required altitude and enter orbit to turn on the horizontal engines, this will mean staying here forever. Igor Tikhonov began the launch, starting vertical engines at 1%. A slight hum and vibration could be heard under the ship. 3%. The engines began to warm up, but the ship remained motionless. To ascend, it was necessary to gradually increase the power to 50%. 7%. Indicators are normal. Beginning acceleration. The power immediately increased to 15, and after a few minutes reached 30%. The hum increased. The device began to shake slightly. All systems functioned without failure. Beginning takeoff. Engines at 51%. The people felt the ship slowly separate from the surface. 55%. The screens were completely dark due to the dust clouds. When the ship reached a height where the dust no longer rose, Igor Tikhonov switched the thrust of the vertical engines to the horizontal direction. The crew had carefully calculated the route in advance. The Japanese set the minimum speed so as not to lose sight of Roman. Each was responsible for his own sector of view. The ship's searchlights were at maximum, but the illumination of the surface remained insufficient. In infrared and spectral mode, distinguishing a Martian robot from a rock from a height of several kilometers was even more difficult. At one point, Ivan thought he noticed a glint somewhere below, but a dust vortex blurred the image. The others silently watched the monitors. Time was passing, and they needed to gain more altitude. Rest in peace, friend, Timur Smirnov finally whispered and looked at Igor Tikhonov, indicating that it was time to take off. The Japanese increased the engine power to 65% and the ship jerked upward. Finally, Everest reached the required altitude and the horizontal thrust engines turned on. Ivan continued to watch the cameras, watching Mars recede into the distance. Suddenly, a bright flash in the atmosphere caught his attention. "Captain, look! What is this?" Everyone noticed the image. Several bright glowing dots were moving away from Mars, from the opposite side. It was not a comet or a meteorite. An unknown spaceship had taken off from the surface of the planet, following Everest. All this time, the inhabitants of Earth were not alone on the red planet. Perhaps aliens were watching people. I wonder who is really alien here. Maybe those whom Earthlings are seeing now are not the first time they have arrived on Mars, and the Earthlings themselves have only recently arrived, and for them, this planet is alien and unfamiliar. The stories of pilots and cosmonauts who saw unidentified flying objects immediately came to life in their memory. Some of them could not cope with what they had experienced and committed suicide, while others, on the contrary, received important positions and never spoke about what had happened. Ivan, Igor, and Timur encountered aliens for the first time, but none of them could be mistaken. The lights of another ship were clearly shining before their eyes, calmly following a verified takeoff trajectory. Then there was another flash, and the light went out. Carried away by the spectacle, the team almost forgot about the main element of the task. It was necessary to launch the apparatus to study Phobos. Timur and Igor headed to the cargo bay to place the robot in the launch module. A few minutes later, the preparation was complete. The men returned to the control cabin. The instruments showed the craft separating from the main ship and heading toward Phobos. Communication with it remained stable. The captain contacted Earth. Receiving, "This is Captain Timur Smirnov speaking. We have left Mars orbit and are heading toward Earth. The Phobos Discovery craft has been launched successfully. No emergency situations have occurred. End of communication. This is Earth speaking. Contact with Phobos Discovery has been established. We are directing it to the designated point. See you on Earth, guys." Mars was left behind, and ahead lay the endless space and half a year of flight home. The ship was handed over to the autopilot. Silence reigned, which was usually loudly broken by Roman. Chapter 13. More alive than dead. Roman opened his eyes. He saw darkness. Looking closer, he realized that the cabin of the Marsbot was covered in dust. The man moved, but a sharp pain pierced his arm and leg. They were broken. He tried to lean on his healthy arm to get up, but to no avail. The electronics were turned off. Only the backup power source was working, supporting some of the Marsbot's functions. A quick diff didn't happen. Now I'll have to wait until the oxygen runs out. A thought flashed through his head. How long was I unconscious? Where is the ship? Where is the captain? I'm still alive. They'll definitely find me. Roman tried to turn on the main power supply, but to no avail. But the front camera, which also worked from a backup source, was activated. The man noticed something resembling a stone to his right.
He directed the hand of the Marsbot towards this object, grabbed it, and pulled himself forward. The spacesuit took a sitting position. Ahead was a flat valley with small craters. The ship was not visible. Roman remembered about the light signal. This function was functioning. The Marsbot blinked with multicolored lights to attract attention. The man felt sick and dizzy. It must be because of the radiation. How many hours have I spent in space? Roman checked the intercom, but the speakers were silent and the radio was not transmitting any signals.
He tried to get up but fell on his side and fell to the ground again. The Englishman measured his oxygen level. He had only a few hours of breathing left. Roman began to remember what had happened. As soon as he released the last anchor, a sharp gust of wind hit and the Marsbot was blown away. The pilot blocked the cable reels and the wires stretched like strings. This was only the beginning of the test. The next gust blew the suit off his feet, and only the fixed cables prevented it from flying away. Then the man felt himself being torn away from the surface. The wind lifted him up. He did not see the ship, and sand, stones, and dust furiously beat against his suit. The Mars robot hung in the air like a spider, holding onto the ground with a few thin threads. At that moment, Roman felt a sharp tug. A powerful gust of wind blew in and hit with full force. He realized that the cables had loosened. The last anchor rushed past with a whistle.
The wind carried him further and further away from the ship. The spacesuit fell and rolled head over heels several times, then rose up in the wind again and was carried away. Unfortunately, there was not a single ledge along the way that he could grab onto, although it was unlikely to help. In the end, after another fall, the man lost consciousness and only now came to his senses. There was less than half of the air left, and the ship was soon to leave Mars. However, he would not live to see that moment, because the radiation would destroy his organs ahead of time. The Englishman felt weak. Nausea rose in his throat and a slight shudder spread through his body. His body seemed to be freezing and burning with heat at the same time. If only I could drive an anchor into my head through the armor, but there are none left, the young man said regretfully. Consciousness was slowly fading, but suddenly a sound was heard nearby. The pupils narrowed, and a bright light hit the face.
It seems that this is the last moment, or they found me after all.
These thoughts flashed through his head, after which Roman Cook lost consciousness. Chapter 14. Conference. Lev Nikolaevich was in a great mood. Lately, everything had been going as he had planned. It seemed that a lucky break had arrived. The economy was picking up speed, and polls showed full public approval of the president's policies. Even the meeting in Irkutsk, where he had harshly criticized the work of several governors, had left a pleasant impression. At the meeting with the Chinese leader, they had agreed to divide Mongolia. Although he had to make concessions to America on the Algerian issue and join the operation to overthrow Omar, it was still a good deal for Russia. In a few hours, a conference of scientists working on unusual projects was to begin. Albert Borisovich was in the foyer and was a little nervous. When he received an invitation to the conference by email, he first thought it was a joke from one of the employees. Andrei, please collect data on our experiments starting from the first stages. Select all information concerning the technical characteristics of the equipment, our own and Japanese chip designs, successful and unsuccessful tests, experiments on different animals, foreign experience, and the like. Andrei nodded and headed for the electronic archive. Only he, Joseph, and the professor himself had access to the files on this experiment. At this time, Albert Borisovich instructed Igor Tikhonov to organize the information on the biotechnical aspects of implementation. He gave Masha a simpler task: to arrange and book an air ticket and a hotel for him, fill out all the necessary forms for the organizing committee, and maintain constant contact with them. The most creative and important part of the report, the presentation to the commission of where, how, and how effectively his biochip developments would be used, was left to the professor. The Ha people had done a great job. Albert Borisovich arrived in Moscow and stood in the foyer, mentally rehearsing his presentation, waiting for the conference to begin.
Classical music played in the background, and waiters walked around with drinks and light snacks. Scientists from all over the country, from lab directors to provincial inventors, were seated on comfortable sofas along the walls. Albert Borisovich knew many of them, but he had close relationships with a few, so he stood alone by the window, occasionally nodding approvingly to those entering. Finally, everyone was invited to move into the conference hall. The conference auditorium resembled an amphitheater, where comfortable wide chairs were arranged in a cascade on several levels. At the very bottom, there was a separate box designed for several people. Everyone received an invitation with their seat number, and the professor easily found the right chair. It was in the third row, exactly in the middle.
A total of 30 scientists were invited to the conference to give reports. Albert Borisovich's speech was the 10th in a row. He was finishing the first part before the coffee break. Finally, Lev Nikolaevich entered the hall with his entourage. Even before the president began his speech, the audience exploded with applause. After his words about the need for breakthrough scientific achievements for the economy and society, as well as the state's readiness to allocate serious funds for this, the hall burst into applause. The first speaker was a scientist from Chelyabinsk who presented a project for an improved nuclear installation for small settlements. Although the Academy rejected the proposal due to its high cost, judging by the reaction of the Commission, they liked the idea. The speakers took turns, offering a variety of projects, from the fantastic to the practical.
When it was Albert Borisovich's turn, the presenter introduced the professor to the committee and announced the topic of his report. Albert Borisovich spoke confidently and calmly. His voice sounded a little louder than usual. He focused not so much on technical details as on the practical value of his development. Having finished his report and the demonstration of graphs and video materials, he fell silent, looking intently at the members of the commission in anticipation of questions. It was noticeable that the officials were engaged in a lively conversation. The first question came from the presidential aide, Alexander Chernov. Albert Borisovich, you said that in Western countries, active work is also being done on biochips of a similar level. Are there already serial products or official cases of their use? At the moment, to my knowledge, there are no such examples, the professor replied.
There was a pause of a few seconds, after which he added, however, I believe that this is a matter of the near future. Alexander continued his questioning. What is the current cost price of one chip that you created? If you add up all the expenses, it's about $300 apiece. And how much can the price be reduced if we start mass production? I estimate that the cost will decrease by at least 10 to 15 times. The advisor looked towards the president. They exchanged glances. The Minister of Science watched silently, peering intently at Lev Nikolaevich. But apparently he had no sensible thoughts regarding the report.
Advisor on strategic issues, Anatoly Stepanovich quietly suggested something to the president, after which he asked, Albert Borisovich, in your opinion, in what time frame can industrial production of these chips be realistically organized? The question posed by the president was of far greater importance to the professor than the grant amount itself. He realized that he could now hope for truly significant support from the authorities. This question is not really for me, but with the right support, the scientist thought for a moment, the work has already advanced far. There are prototypes. Additional anthropogenic tests need to be carried out. I think that within a year, the chips will be able to be mass-produced.
The president nodded and made a note in his notebook. The host thanked the professor for his report and announced a break. In the hall, the waiters were treating the guests to coffee, hot sandwiches, snacks, and soft drinks. Albert Borisovich felt like a student after an exam. The work was done, but the grade was not yet known. After a small snack, he happily drank 2 cups of strong coffee. 20 minutes later, the administrator invited everyone back into the hall. Listening to the speakers, the professor realized that all the works presented at the conference could be divided into 3 areas: military, economic, and socio-biological. At that moment, a researcher from Khabarovsk was on stage talking about a new agricultural crop that was a hybrid of potatoes and corn. The speaker described in detail the impressive yield, high resistance to diseases, and the ability of the plant to withstand harsh weather conditions. During the presentation, Albert Borisovich mentally noted, "A useful invention. There are more of us. There isn't even enough synthetic sausage and meat on steroids for everyone, not to mention natural food." After the last speaker's speech, all guests were invited to dinner in a spacious hall with decorated tables. The decision on who would receive grants was planned to be announced the following day, after a thorough analysis of all materials by the commission. Returning from a gala dinner to a hotel located near the conference venue, Albert Borisovich left his luggage in the room and headed to the bar. After sitting there for about an hour, he returned to his room and turned on a large screen mounted on the wall where an old horror film was playing. His head was spinning a little from the alcohol he had drunk, and the professor had difficulty understanding the plot. Eventually, he remembered that he had already seen this film many years ago. Another story about zombies, caused by a mysterious virus that engulfed the entire planet, leaving only a small group of survivors. These lucky ones, for some unknown reason, managed to avoid infection, and the rest turned into walking dead. After watching for about 10 minutes, Albert Borisovich switched the channel to a program about animals, took a shower, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep without realizing it. When Khaimovich woke up in the morning, he realized that he had overslept. The second day of the conference was to begin in half an hour. He quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and without having time to have breakfast, the young scientist hurried outside. Fortunately, the hotel was only a 20-minute walk from the conference hall. Most of the participants were already in the auditorium, but the commission members and the president had not yet arrived. Several scientists were holding printed sheets of paper and discussing the latest news. A round-faced, grey-haired man told his interlocutor that Allied forces had entered Algeria that night and overthrown the current regime led by dictator Omar. No losses were recorded among the coalition forces. "That's not surprising," the second researcher replied. "The United States hasn't sent its soldiers into the thick of battle for a long time. Now all the dirty work is done by robots, and the operators are safe on aircraft carriers near Algiers and order the machines to shoot and strike. Then the special forces go out and clear the area." "Yes, they have made significant progress," the third colleague intervened with a noticeable vulgar accent. "Of course, we also have robots, but they are much simpler and much smaller. It's a shame, because the first developments in this direction belonged to us, back in the Soviet Union." At that moment, the president entered and silence fell in the hall. "Gentlemen, I thank everyone who took part in our conference, everyone who responded and came here. We have chosen the projects that, in our opinion, best correspond to the tasks of the Presidential Fund. But we want to recognize each of you for your contribution to the development of Russia and science. The prize for participation in the conference is 500,000 rubles. That's quite generous just for being there, the professor thought. In addition, today we will award 5 grants of 10 million rubles each for the implementation of specific projects, added Lev Nikolaevich. The president began reading out the names, and scientists came out one by one to receive their certificates. Among them was a young man from Khabarovsk with a project to grow corn and potatoes together, several specialists with interesting ideas for the military, and another programmer. There was only one grant left. Albert Borisovich silently crossed his fingers.
The president announced the name of the fifth winner. The professor exhaled deeply and remained in place. His name was not among the winners. The remaining participants, as promised, were given envelopes with cards worth 500,000 rubles. The professor extended his hand, confirming receipt of the envelope, but the host leaned over and quietly asked to stay after the ceremony. The scientists began to disperse. Albert Borisovich followed the administrator. They left the hall and climbed the beautiful marble staircase. Ancient style, the professor noted. What exactly? Sorry, I don't understand, the host replied. I'm talking about the staircase and the building in general. It's made of real marble. Today composites are used everywhere. Natural materials are preserved only in palaces and museums.
And this building, as far as I know, was built very recently. Yes, it belongs to the Presidential Foundation, the man in the black suit said calmly, without going into details. They reached the second floor. Kamovich noticed how the president and his guards approached the elevator at the end of the corridor. How is this possible? The professor thought. There are only 3 floors in the building. Why is there an elevator here? His legs don't hurt. He seems to move easily and energetically. Meanwhile, the president and his security detail went down the elevator to his own subway. The administrator opened the door for the professor. Albert Borisovich entered the office and saw a large interactive panel, next to which was a table behind which sat Alexander Chernov, one of the president's main advisors. A young man of about 30, of average height and athletic build, straight blonde hair and cold blue eyes, gave his attractive face a mysterious and slightly distant look. He combined external neatness and internal coldness, almost despotic features. He was strict with all his subordinates, demanded complete discipline, did not tolerate compromises, and always aimed at achieving the task by any means. Alexander's gaze was penetrating. Those who met his eyes felt awkward and even a little guilty, as if he could see right through them. He spoke with restraint, clearly and confidently. Almost no one dared to interrupt him. Alexander quickly advanced in the service. The president appreciated him for his diligence, innovative approach, and honesty, but constantly supervised, knowing that the advisor put state interests above personal ones. Chernov stood up, smiled, and invited the guest to sit down. With a gesture, "Tea, coffee, or maybe something stronger?" "Green tea," the professor replied. The advisor nodded towards the administrator. "2 green teas." The presenter quickly left, carefully closing the door behind him.
Albert Borisovich, my name is Alexander Chernov. I am the assistant to the president. The blonde introduced himself with a slight smile. The professor looked at him silently, indicating that he was waiting for him to continue. Your project has aroused great interest in us. Khayomovich was slightly surprised. Indeed, I assure you that the absence of a grant does not mean the state is indifferent. We simply cannot officially support all projects. But I would like to offer you something more than competition for a grant. It is about cooperation. The advisor fell silent, carefully observing the reaction of his interlocutor. Albert Borisovich looked away and asked, "What exactly do you mean by cooperation?" "I want to offer you a contract. You will head an experimental company for the production of biochips. This factory will be located at Novosibirsk University, where you will manage the laboratory. If development is successful, we will expand production and create a full-fledged enterprise." "Do you want me to leave the lab?" At that moment, the administrator entered with a tray on which stood a vase of sweets and 2 cups of tea. "I believe that this will allow you to significantly increase your status. We have carefully studied these developments, and I admit that you have advanced far compared to others. We will provide you with financial resources to launch production. Your salary will be 3 times higher than in laboratory conditions, and stable bonuses are provided for the fulfillment of the goals specified in the contract. However, the enterprise will remain closed, with a high level of secrecy and corresponding obligations. Will I retain my rights to the invention? Asked the scientist. Albert Borisovich, we are not a commercial structure and do not directly acquire patents, but without our support, your project will hardly be realized, answered the interlocutor. I understand that foreign agents may show interest in your work, but I would like to remind you that the transfer of classified information aiding in industrial espionage and causing damage to the state is punishable by imprisonment for up to 30 years. Is it true that this is already considered a military secret? The scientist asked with a smile. Do not doubt, after our conversation it will immediately acquire such a status. The President personally instructed me to deal with this issue. We are ready to invest in your development and provide decent payments and bonuses for successful joint cooperation. The advisor paused, looked closely at the guest, and continued in a cold voice. With or without you, Albert Borisovich, the work will begin, but I would like to see your participation in the project. A feeling of irritation and resentment grew in the professor's soul. For many years he had worked hard on his invention, proved its importance in various institutions, appealed to officials, and now they were forcing conditions on him, without any options, and threatening to take away all his work, and maybe even deprive him of his freedom. However, on the other hand, this was a chance that could not be missed. If he refused, they would find another specialist, take away his developments, and forget about him. Okay, I agree, Igor Tikhonov exhaled. The advisor took a sip of tea and smiled. Great, I was sure we would come to an agreement. I'll fly to Novosibirsk in a week. We'll discuss all the details together. Here's my business card. The professor left the office with conflicting thoughts. He was practically forced to give away the result of many years of work, but it was better than wasting time while colleagues from America, Japan, China, and England fully mastered the technology. What to do with the laboratory and the team? Invite them. And what if the project does not meet expectations or seems too expensive to launch? I need to tell the guys everything. Let them decide for themselves, Igor thought as he walked to the hotel. Albert Borisovich returned to his room. There were still a few hours left before the flight. Without changing, he lay down on the bed and tried to think about possible scenarios, but his mind was too excited and his thoughts were confused. After resting a little, the man packed his things and called a robo-taxi to the airport. These few days had changed his life forever. If not his whole life, then at least the next couple of years. Now the professor could not worry about possible tricks from the academy because he had reliable protection, a personal contract with the Presidential Foundation. Chapter 15. Tested in Practice. Almost 6 months had passed since Albert Borisovich had returned to Novosibirsk after the conference. Work was in full swing in the small workshop, where the first automated biochip production line was being assembled and set up. In the neighboring building, experimental subjects were kept in special cells. These were criminals, murderers, rapists, terrorists, those whose death sentences had been replaced by life imprisonment without the right to parole. Of these, those who had no close relatives were selected. For participating in the experiments, the prisoners received cigarettes, fruit, and a TV in their cell. Those who refused were subjected to coercion, and if the experiment ended in death, it was indicated in the personal file that the prisoner died of a heart attack or other unremarkable causes.
And this experiment had its victims. Many of the first volunteers were paralyzed due to improper implantation of the chip into the nervous system. Experience is the best teacher, and Igor Tikhonov and his team did not stop, despite the loss of some participants. Overall, the project was developing successfully. Most of the tests led to positive results. 5 solitary confinement cells were specially built for the experiments where the criminal participants in the study were kept. They were strictly guarded, and instead of walks, they were regularly given injections, examined, and observed around the clock. When the first group with the installed chips was ready, representatives of the government and the military were invited. Igor Tikhonov demonstrated the operation of the devices to those gathered. One of the test subjects was infected with the flu in front of the commission, and the sensors quickly recorded changes in the blood composition. However, the military was interested not only in the medical side of the issue. They planned to use the chips for satellite location tracking and, in the future, to control human behavior. One of the generals expressed the opinion that it would be great to control people remotely via Wi-Fi. This would provide an army of fearless soldiers who would carry out orders regardless of the threats. In response, the professor noted that he was not faced with the task of creating an army of zombies. Nevertheless, the military insisted on expanding the capabilities of the biochips, and Khamovich was forced to agree. Along with the technical preparation, specialists were trained. Several groups of doctors practiced the skills of implanting devices into the body. Doctors and technicians even managed to completely hide the chip under the skin without losing the connection between the device and the scanner. Only a small scar remained on the back of the head. With special equipment, the operation took no more than 2 hours. A small incision was made, and the chip was fixed to the nerve endings with a laser. The professor insisted that Andrei and Masha be included in the development group. Only Yoshia remained on the sidelines, since the security forces forbade the participation of the son of immigrants living in Israel in the secret experiment. Albert Borisovich entered the room, where electronic specialists were working at the time. It was planned to set up mass production of biochips, like phones or microwave ovens. One could already imagine the future conveyor for assembling devices. At the same time, it was planned to employ no more than 20 people at the entire plant. Albert Borisovich felt satisfied. He thought that the most difficult part of the project was already behind him. Although he formally remained the head of the laboratory, he spent most of his time in this workshop supervising processes, observing experimental subjects, and consulting with technical experts. At that time, the whole world was expecting the arrival of the first Marsanauts. The Mission Control Center reported that the international crew, consisting of Timur Smirnov, Ivan Vorobyov, and Igor Tikhonov, would land in 3 days. Albert Borisovich was waiting with great excitement for the return of the space explorers. Or rather, he wanted most of all to begin studying the Martian soil. Having made sure that everything in the workshop was working as it should, and his presence was not required at the moment, Khaimovich allowed Andrei and Masha to go home a little earlier. And he himself went to his country laboratory. As soon as he entered the area, he affectionately stroked Dodge, who ran out of his new kennel. Spring came much earlier than usual this year. The professor decided to keep the dog outside next to the house. At first, Dodge missed the apartment, but soon got used to the new conditions and was even happy about the changes in his life. Thanks to a solid salary and expanded opportunities in his new position, Albert Borisovich was able to significantly update and improve his laboratory. The plans included building a small hangar for experiments, the foundation for which the workers had already poured on the site. Dodge barked happily, seeing his owner to the door. The professor entered the usual code and disappeared into the house. If an intruder had broken into this country house, he would probably have assumed that its occupant was a veterinarian or an avid animal lover. In addition to the usual household appliances, a stove, a refrigerator, and furniture, there was a real shelter for various creatures. Along the walls there were shelves with cages inhabited by ferrets, rodents, chipmunks, sparrows, parrots, and there were also aquariums with fish, turtles, and even fly traps. The rest of the house was not much different from a typical country cottage. The most important area was carefully hidden under the floor. Access to it was opened through a secret hatch. The professor slowly descended the steps. The lamps came on, illuminating a spacious basement, but even this space was not enough for Kaimovich. Large plastic chambers were located near the wall, inside which were dogs, ferrets, a piglet, and 2 monkeys infected with new variants of the virus. The chambers were transparent and hermetically sealed, with an autonomous air supply system. Albert Borisovich paid special attention to a black male named Jack. The virus in his body demonstrated unusual properties. Jack became much more aggressive, while quickly gaining muscle mass and looking full of energy. In a week, he transformed from an ordinary mongrel into a creature more terrifying than a Rottweiler. For 7 days, the dog barked incessantly and attacked any movement. Bloody foam came out of his mouth. The professor infected him with his latest modification of the virus. Usually, when animals are infected, they lose their appetite, become exhausted, and die. But Jack ate for 3 and was constantly running around the cage. The ferret and monkey were infected with the same virus, and they all showed similar symptoms. However, today the dog was behaving unusually. He was lying on the floor and whining. Is he really dying? Albert Borisovich thought bitterly. But this sample was very valuable. After that, the man approached the cages where the monkey and ferret were. The scientist removed the dark cloth covering the glass boxes, then pointed the scanner at the animals. The animals quickly got used to the light and saw the silhouette of a man, which immediately caused an aggressive reaction. The ferret hissed, and the monkey bared its teeth with a sharp cry and began drumming its paws on the plastic. "So, guys, I see everything is fine with you," he said in a calm voice. The ferret and the monkey were infected 2 days later than the others, and their aggression did not subside, nor did their desire to eat. "So, how are you, my friend?" The professor sat down next to Jack's cage and loaded food into a special machine that automatically feeds animals. The infected animals' chambers, like all the experimental animals, were made of durable, transparent plastic. There were no claw or tooth marks on their surfaces. Many infected animals spent weeks, sometimes months, in such conditions. During this entire period, the air was automatically filtered, food and water were supplied, and the cages were cleaned without human intervention. Everything was designed with complete isolation in mind to prevent the virus from leaking into the environment through food, water, or waste. The machines disposed of all waste in a safe manner. Jack lay on the floor, breathing heavily, his body shaking. When he saw a human face, he grumbled, but did not try to get up. Then, as if changing his mind, he whined pitifully, as if asking for help. Albert Borisovich carefully studied the indicators of the virus's impact on the monitor. The temperature was high, the body resisted the infection, but its strength was running out. Viruses are too primitive, Kaimovich reflected. They either cannot adapt to the host, or they cause its death, or they themselves die. The professor walked over to the cabinet on the opposite wall, picked up a box with a green label from the middle of the shelf, opened it, and took out a small ampule. Then he returned to the cell with Jack and looked at the dog again. In her eyes there was both anger and a plea for rescue. "You're lucky today, friend," Albert Borisovich said, pressing the button on the air supply device. The chamber filled with sleeping gas, and a few minutes later the dog fell asleep peacefully. Now it was time to give the injection. Inside the chamber was a remote syringe manipulator for administering the vaccine. The professor inserted the flask with the medicine into a special compartment connected to the syringe. There was a click, and a moment later the vaccine was administered.
The professor sat down at the table, opened the JAG file on the computer, and recorded. 5 days after infection, the condition reached critical. At 17 hours 42 minutes, the first dose of the vaccine was given. We need to closely monitor how quickly the effect of the antivirus will manifest itself. The professor went upstairs, took a strong ferret from the cage, placed it in a carrying bag, and returned to the lab. In the basement, the scientist approached the chamber with the sick ferret and activated the sleep mode on the air ventilation device. The infected animal hissed, but weakly, and remained motionless after a minute.
Albert Borisovich connected a special sleeve for transplantation to the chamber, put on a thick glove, drove a healthy ferret into the sleeve, and quickly closed the lid. After that, Kaimovich opened the valve. The healthy animal passed through the sleeve into a transparent compartment where the sleeping infected ferret was. Last month, the professor managed to achieve the transmission of the virus from one animal to another by air and now wanted to check whether the infection could spread through a bite. About an hour passed. The infected ferret began to regain consciousness. The healthy one, having sniffed its fellow, went to the opposite side of the cage. Having come to, the infected animal saw the silhouette of a man, rose to its paws and hissed, but, having caught the scent, turned around. The ferret stood motionless for a few seconds, as if deciding whether it was a friend or foe, after which it rushed forward. The healthy animal did not expect such a violent attack. Sharp claws stuck into its withers and tore the skin. It squealed, jumped aside, and took revenge with a bite, but the rival seemed not to feel pain, continuing to grab and tear the quote-unquote guest. The fur was lying in clumps. The bottom of the cell was already covered with drops of blood. The animals were twisting in a ball. Suddenly, both ferrets relaxed and stopped fighting. The infected animal was still trying to scratch its rival, and the healthy one was just trying to crawl as far away as possible. After a few seconds, both fell asleep. Albert Borisovich turned off the sleeping gas. Luckily, the animals were distributed among different parts of the cage, which allowed the man to insert a divider between them. Now there was a strong plastic partition between the animals. The healthy ferret was badly beaten, but most importantly, it was still alive. Interesting. It seems the virus erases memory. After all, they were born in the same litter. Brothers, the scientist chuckled.
Another hour passed. The subjects gradually came to their senses. The one who was infected recovered longer than the others. 2 consecutive forced sleeps had a strong effect on him. The professor took the scanner and pointed it at the healthy animal. The device recorded the presence of the virus in the body. The man created a new file and wrote down, "Interesting observation. Infection through saliva occurs much faster. The ferret became infected by airborne droplets from an infected object in 3 days and through a bite in just over an hour." Both ferrets woke up, looked at each other, and hissed at the same time. The professor moved on to the next stage of the experiment. He approached the cage. The animals rushed at him, but, running into the walls, jumped back. The scientist removed the partition, and both infected animals again found themselves together in one chamber. Looking into each other's eyes, the animals gradually began to approach. Hissing was heard, but neither of them was going to attack. Both actively moved their noses, inhaling deeply. In the end, they went to different corners, not paying attention to each other. The professor made a new comment. "Infected members of the same species do not show pronounced aggression towards each other." Albert Borisovich sank into a chair and took a sip of green tea from a mug. Now, it was necessary to repeat a similar experiment on a chimpanzee. "Yes, without a doubt, this will be the final stage before..."
The professor had long ago come to the conclusion that the next step should be an experiment involving people. He understood that no one would give him test subjects. There was only one question: how to find them. He went through the options. Maybe put up an ad? But who in their right mind would agree to sit in this cold basement? And what if they are people with inadequate consciousness? No, it is important to choose those who perceive the world around them normally, so that the results are not distorted. We need to observe how the behavior of healthy people changes. Igor Tikhonov carefully thought out each step, took into account the risks, and prepared backup plans. And so the hours passed. Finally, he went upstairs, went outside, and locked the door. The professor whistled, and Dodge, the dog, who had already begun to doze off in her kennel, heard her master, ran out and happily wagged her stumpy tail. Alda Borisovich sat down next to her, stroking the dog. "Well, how are you doing here, my friend? Don't you get bored at night without me?" The dog licked his hand in response. "You get bored, but it's more fun here than sitting in the apartment, right? You can chase crows or the neighbors' cats if they get in, run around the yard, enjoy yourself." Night had already fallen. A half-full moon was shining in the sky. The lights of a flying airplane flickered in the distance. The air was cool, but already smelled of spring, filling the evening with a special mood. Albert Borisovich continued to pet the dog, raised his gaze to the sky. Among the many stars, a reddish dot was shining. It was Mars. The year of opposition between the Earth and the red planet was ending, when their orbits come together as close as possible, and Mars becomes especially visible to the naked eye. "We won't have long to wait," the professor said quietly, turning to the animal. Dodge settled down at his feet and laid his muzzle on his master's knee, expressing his calm and trust. Chapter 16. Japanese Intuition. Igor Tikhonov sat back in his chair, playing with the tennis ball, a keepsake from Roman. Ivan was engrossed in an e-book, and Timur Smirnov was working out in the spaceship's gym. Light rock and roll music was playing in the control room. "What group is this?" Igor asked. Ivan answered without taking his eyes off the book. "That's Russian rock from the 90s. I like it. When we get back, send me their album if it's not too much trouble." "No problem." They continued to go about their business without further ado. The topics for conversation had dried up, almost all the books had been read, the music had been listened to, and the last computer games that the crew had been allowed to take with them had been completed. All that was left was to wait for the return to Earth. Vorobyov got tired of reading and put the tablet on his knees. "I remember one film showed how astronauts are frozen for long flights, then defrosted, and bam, already on Mars." Igor readily picked up this idea. Theoretically, this is possible, but a suitable system has not yet been created. Imagine that we fly for 6 months in one direction. If a person is frozen in a cryocapsule, he will be no more alive than the carcasses of mammoths that are found in the Siberian taiga. It is necessary to constantly support the work of the brain and all organs. If you just put people to sleep, then such anesthesia is far from useful. Moreover, if you lie down for just a week, bed sores and ulcers will begin to appear on the skin. Muscles will gradually begin to atrophy without body movement. In addition, you will need to feed the body, and for this you will have to install a lot of tubes, droppers, and hire a robot that would change diapers. After all, the body will not be able to endlessly accumulate food and water, even through a dropper. It's funny, Ivan said, stretching in his chair. It's a shame we broke the table hockey. I'd love to play now. I'd even forgotten about it. It was during our flight, Igor Tikhonov replied. Yes, I did remember. By the way, do you like hockey? Ivan asked. I watch the Olympics. I usually root for the Canadian team, Igor added, a little regretfully. And when I was a kid, I played for the kids' team in our city, Sergei admitted. The men enthusiastically reminisced about their childhood, sharing funny stories and their first fights. Several hours passed unnoticed. The captain, flushed after training, returned on board. Timur Smirnov sent the traditional report to Earth and sat down to rest. Vorobyov carefully studied the footage from the cameras. The familiar landscape that they had been observing for almost a year reigned around them. The same endless darkness, with stars dotting the darkness as if they were luminous. Many people dream of visiting space, seeing the Earth from the other side, feeling weightlessness, but Ivan just wanted to lie down by a lonely tree in the middle of a wide plain and enjoy the singing of living birds, breathe in the fresh air, or sit with a fishing rod on the shore of a lake in the reeds, or maybe jump from a cliff into the depth of the sea. Very soon these desires will come true. They just need to wait a few days. They can already see their home planet, albeit for now as a small blue dot, but it is their Earth. Ivan decided to stretch his legs, and the captain went to take a nap in his cabin. Igor Tikhonov was left alone, studied the instrument readings, and then decided to take a walk. The Japanese went out into the transport compartment and lingered at the entrance. The Marsbot stood motionless. It seemed they were watching the man attentively. You guys would probably be better off standing in the museum, Igor said, looking at the section with soil samples. Something about these pieces of Mars did not let him go, like a piece of an alien planet that they had brought here. A strange feeling of anxiety arose every time these thoughts came to mind. Igor headed to the sports block. At this time, Ivan had just finished another set of push-ups and was resting. The Japanese sat down by the wall, throwing the ball up to the ceiling. What are you going to do when you get back? Igor asked. I haven't decided yet. If they leave me as a cosmonaut, that would be great. Otherwise, they might immediately send me into retirement due to health reasons. And in Russia, they don't pay benefits for special merits. They pay, you can somehow survive, but you can't really go wild. But you want to live decently and support your family. I hope that in the future I'll have a family. I dream of opening my own clinic one day. Well, that's a possibility. But I think I'll be able to find the money for my own office. Igor Tikhonov thought for a moment, then added, what if we bring something dangerous with us? What do you mean? Well, when the Spaniards discovered South America, they couldn't immediately subjugate the local tribes.
I understand that you are saying that they infected the natives with some diseases. Exactly, the Indians died en masse from European diseases. The conquistadors even sold blankets infected with smallpox. And what if we brought Martian smallpox to Earth? Maybe these bacteria destroyed everything on Mars. And now they live, they have adapted, they are waiting for the moment when someone will find them and transfer them to another planet. This is an interesting version, but the Indians did not have laboratories where such samples could be studied. The human factor exists everywhere. What if, on the contrary, it is a cure for incurable diseases? These diseases are not treated because it is not profitable for large pharmaceutical companies. It is easier to support people in every possible way with expensive medications, pumping out the last money. Well, now we'll get to the general conspiracy, Ivan smiled, lay down on the floor and started doing push-ups.
Igor Tikhonov sat silently and looked attentively at the tennis ball.
Having finished a series of exercises, Vorobyov lay down on his back. You know, Igor, there is a saying, everything that happens is for the best. They also say that what does not kill us only makes us stronger. It's inspiring, Igor replied. I'm going to bed. I'm completely exhausted. Take a shower and straight to bed. And last week, I had really bad sleep, insomnia. It's because of nerves, because we'll be arriving soon, and every hour feels like a whole day. Maybe, Igor muttered. Ivan went to take a shower, and Igor remained sitting on the floor, lost in his thoughts. The spaceship slowly glided through the expanses of the universe, bringing the crew closer to their home. Chapter 17. Misty Dreams. Lev Nikolaevich was riding on a government metro line in the company of advisors. Alexander was showing a report on his list device with graphs and diagrams dedicated to the implementation of projects that had received grants 6 months ago. Yesterday we launched the biochip line. Everything is developing according to plan. Now we are implementing a program to expand the capabilities of the devices with an eye on military tasks and for law enforcement agencies too. What are the practical results? Lev Nikolaevich carefully studied the cost estimate for the project. The experiment continues. Several life sentence prisoners have received chips for testing. The president looked closely at his assistant. All information is strictly confidential, Alexander hastened to reassure, noticing the director's irritation. They selected only those who live alone, who are not visited by anyone, and who do not correspond. The doctors are satisfied. Professor Karmovich himself spent a whole week with the prisoners, observing the experiment from the inside. Excellent. I suggest sending the first batch to the military. It is very important to understand how safe it is to extract the chips, or do they remain for life? Lev Nikolaevich asked. The extraction has already been worked out, it's possible, Alexander replied. Keep me informed as the project progresses. Lev Nikolaevich coughed and turned to the second advisor. Now I want to talk to you, Anatoly Stepanovich, about the new law against corruption. The rest of the way they discussed how to reduce the level of corruption, how to increase payments and pensions, and whether it was worth trying to hold the Summer Olympics. At this time, the subway car stopped near the airport. Having taken the elevator up to the familiar building that served as a disguise for the entrance to the Kremlin subway, the president and his advisors got into a car and headed for the airport. They were to fly to the United States, where they were already preparing to welcome the Martian expedition. According to the agreement, the ship was to be launched in Russia and land at Cape Canaveral. An impressive delegation of representatives from politics, science, and journalism was going to meet the expedition participants. Nevertheless, it was also an excellent occasion for a new meeting of the heads of the leading powers at the highest level. The plane gradually gained altitude. All the passengers relaxed and leaned back in their seats, almost lying down. Alexander carefully studied the information on his leaf about the latest technical innovations. Anatoly Stepanovich was reading the 10th volume of Karamzin, entitled History of the Russian State. The president lay with his eyes closed, but was awake. His thoughts were occupied with the important issues that would need to be discussed. The most important of them, after the expedition returned, was whether it was worth building a Mars station. More precisely, there was no doubt that construction was necessary. But the question was about timing. Russia, India, and China proposed to first create a lunar base and then move on to the Mars project. This approach would allow them to gain experience, and possible mistakes would be much cheaper. The Americans, however, believed that they did not need a lunar station and insisted on building it directly on Mars. This is a question worth hundreds of billions, and the decision will be very difficult. The president fell asleep with these thoughts. In his dream, Lev Nikolaevich saw a red-orange landscape under the same shade of sky. There was emptiness all around, and in the distance a cold wind made an unpleasant hum. He tried to shout, but the words seemed to get stuck in his throat. Looking down, he realized that he was not standing on the ground, but on a bloody, meat-like accumulation of human bodies. Arms, legs, heads, fingers, all mixed up and covered in blood. Taking a step, the man sank knee-deep as if into a swamp. The sound of meat and blood was heard with every movement. He could neither call for help nor scream. Fear pushed him forward, and Lev Nikolaevich sank deeper and deeper into this bloody quagmire, which with each moment drew him in tighter. Finally, the president managed to reach a large rock and grab hold of it. Almost up to his neck in this ominous red mass, he climbed to the surface with great difficulty and collapsed onto the boulder. Lev Nikolaevich looked around. People's faces floated out of the swamp and looked at him with empty, dead eyes. A huge sea of human remains stretched around. The wind grew stronger and howled louder and louder, driving him crazy. Suddenly he realized that it was not the wind at all, but a groan, an agonizing and endless groan of countless victims, which became louder, longer, and more piercing. Suddenly the ground beneath him shook, the rocks swayed, and the president realized that he was falling into this bloody abyss again. After which he opened his eyes. The landing was too hard today, muttered the advisor sitting on the left. The plane glided slowly along the runway, reducing its speed. Lev Nikolaevich felt cold sweat run down his back. He could not shake off the feeling of sleep. So vivid did the terrifying vision seem. I should tell Igor Tikhonov about this. He's into such dreams, the president decided to himself. Lev Nikolaevich and his entourage arrived at the American government base, located several hours away from the cosmodrome. Tomorrow, everyone planned to go there to observe the landing of the ship. According to calculations, the spacecraft called Everest was supposed to land closer to evening, and in the morning, according to the schedule, working meetings were scheduled. Chinese leader Tao Hong arrived before Lev Nikolaevich and waited to meet him. At the entrance, the mate d' immediately announced, "Mr. President, Mr. Hong conveyed that if you are not too tired after the flight and agree to join him for tea in the gazebo, he will be very glad to have your visit." Having rested a bit in his room, Lev Nikolaevich said that in 20 minutes he would go outside to meet Mr. Hong. At that time, he himself went to meet the host of the reception, American President Michael Ripley, and other guests. The President of the United States was distinguished by his sociability, ease of communication, and friendliness. He knew how to win the sympathy of his interlocutors and became the life of the party. Michael did not refuse a glass of brandy, loved to laugh and have fun with friends. If earlier, as a student, he often organized parties for his classmates, now, in the highest political circles, Mr. Ripley regularly organized informal meetings. Lev Nikolaevich found him in the living room for the heads of delegations. There was a large fireplace in the room, around which comfortable, soft chairs with carved wooden legs were arranged. Usually, informal conversations took place in this room, during which important agreements were concluded. At the moment, about a third of the chairs remained free, since many guests had not yet arrived at the hotel. When Lev Nikolaevich entered, everyone present stood up to shake his hand and greet him, as was customary. After exchanging a few words about the weather and the flight, he approached Michael Ripley. "Igor Tikhonov, nice to see you. Join us." The American's words sounded with a slight subtext.
Michael squeezed the Russian leader's hand tightly, slightly covered in sweat. His hair was combed back, revealing a shiny bald spot, which gave him the appearance of a mature hippie in an expensive suit. "Of course I'll join. But now I want to take a little walk in the fresh air. Today's flight has really exhausted me," Igor Tikhonov replied. "Of course, just dress warmly. It's windy today," the American warned solicitously. Having promised to return soon, Igor Tikhonov went up to his room, changed into jeans and a white sweater, put on a windbreaker and went outside. In front of him was a green lawn with a small park. 200 meters to the right was a small pond. By the water, in a long raincoat and hat, stood Tao Hong, feeding the ducks and geese swimming in the pond. Several bodyguards were slowly walking nearby. Igor Tikhonov was not alone either. The guards kept a little to the side. The leaders of the two states exchanged greetings.
The conversation was less formal than 10 minutes ago by the fireplace in the hall, but calmer. And it was noticeable that the men were experiencing genuine joy from the meeting.
"I suggest we go to the gazebo," the Chinese man suggested. "I asked to make a fire there. Besides, the wind is less noticeable there. By the way, aren't you cold?" "Not yet," answered Igor Tikhonov. "Lately I have become less cold. Even my guards, although young, sometimes shiver, but they try to restrain themselves, not to show it. It would seem that their blood should be hotter, because I am no longer a young man. After the flight and the trip, I really enjoy spending time in the fresh air." The presidents approached the gazebo. There were 4 chairs inside, a neatly built fireplace with a burning fire in the corner. In the middle stood a round table with 2 glasses of hot mulled wine, cheese, and grapes. The men talked, not like politicians, but like old friends. There were few disagreements between them, and they truly valued the union of their countries. After discussing work, family matters, and sports, the leaders moved on to deeper reflections. In the end, Lev Nikolaevich shared his last dream. Igor Tikhonov thought for a while, sat silently for a few minutes, and then said, "You know, my friend, I am already getting on in years, and it is typical for old people to exaggerate, grumble, and see the world rather gloomily. But please do not consider me a piggy old man for my words. Something is coming. This is what my intuition and my Tibetan monk friends tell me." "Weren't you asked to tell us more?" Roman asked. "These are very wise people, but even their understanding is limited," Igor replied. There was silence. The interlocutors looked at the ripples on the surface of the pond. "It looks like a war. So much blood has been spilled, so many losses. But who is it a war with? Leading powers do not fight among themselves."
"Terrorists,"
the Russian president suggested, taking a sip of his hot drink. "Maybe it's a disease. I heard that before the plague that raged in Europe, many educated people wrote down that they had terrifying dreams, the same rivers of blood that you speak of. In my opinion, our medicine is capable of coping with any plague. There haven't been any global epidemics for several centuries, as far as I know." "True, but it is impossible to foresee everything." The Chinese voice gaped. "I confess, the day before yesterday, I had a terrible dream. If you are not irritated by old man's ravings, I can tell you." Lev Nikolaevich smiled and nodded. Igor Tikhonov took a deep breath and began to recount his recent dream. "I dreamed that a giant ship was sailing on the sea, music was playing, a very old vessel with snow-white sails. I was on an island and watching the ship sail past me. Suddenly smoke was coming out of it, but the smoke was not black, but red. Then I saw rats jumping out of the deck, huge black rats. They immediately dived into the water and swam to my island. The island was tiny. There were no trees on it. I could no longer escape. I just sat motionless."
The rats were getting closer and closer, and now the first ones reached the shore and crawled out onto dry land. Then I noticed that they did not have muscles, but human faces, only small and covered in fur. Bloody foam was dripping from their mouths, and they themselves were covered in blood. I don't remember anything else. It's terrible. There's no peace day or night, Lev Nikolaevich said sympathetically. Perhaps we should go to the hotel, suggested Igor Tikhonov. It will get much colder by evening, and a cold wind is starting to blow from the lake. The men entered the main room with the fireplace. Michael Ripley was talking with the French Prime Minister and the President of Brazil, and all three were laughing loudly.
Lev Nikolaevich, along with Tao Hong, joined the group, taking their places by the fire. A heavy rain began outside the windows. Chapter 18. Return. During the first half of the next day, politicians took part in an extended meeting devoted to the world economy, development of science, and space technologies. Then they headed to watch the landing of the Mars rover. Presidents, prime ministers, and other high-ranking officials from different countries, together with scientists and journalists, gathered in a building not far from the cosmodrome where the Everest apparatus was to land. All those present sat by a huge panoramic window. In the next room were dispatchers, doctors, firefighters, rescuers, and the meeting team. The loudspeaker announced that the ship had already entered the atmosphere. The excitement among those gathered began to grow. People began to whisper. The room resembled a huge, hive-like space, where an important but calm hum was reminiscent of the work of bees. Lev Nikolaevich silently watched what was happening through the glass. This atmosphere made him smile. He remembered how in his school years he ran with his friends to the helipad, where his father, a pilot, gave them short excursions. The feelings were vaguely similar to that day when, being about 10 years old, he saw a helicopter landing for the first time up close, together with his friends. Several minutes passed, and finally, everyone present noticed bright lights in the sky. The vertical engines that ensured landing had turned on. 3 huge parachute domes spread out over the ship. The exact landing site of the Everest was calculated to within a meter. The entire process was controlled automatically, according to a preset program. The building had excellent soundproofing, but even that couldn't completely muffle the roar of the engines. The walls shook slightly from the vibrations. Clouds of dust rose, the device touched the surface, and the engines turned off at the same time. Everyone heard a loud bang, like a clap of thunder. An SUV, 2 ambulances and fire trucks immediately left the neighboring building. About 20 minutes passed. The heat from the hot engines gradually decreased. The hatch of the mechanism opened and silhouettes of people began to emerge into the light. They held on for a few seconds, getting used to the bright sunlight, then began waving at the approaching cars and carefully descended to the ground. The pilots were immediately put in ambulances and sent to a medical facility. Rescuers began to board the ship to inspect and check all the equipment. As soon as they signaled a normal radiation level, the American president invited everyone to leave the room. Gentlemen, I suggest we take a group photo. Buses were waiting outside to take people directly to Everest. First, the entire group took a photo against the backdrop of the ship. Then a separate shoot was held for the heads of state, and later engineers and scientists were captured from a different angle. After all the photo sessions, everyone got on the buses and headed back. Thus, the official part of the meeting of the leaders of the countries came to an end. On the way to the airport,
Lev Nikolaevich asked his advisor Alexander about the preparations for the reception in honor of the participants of the space mission. "How are things going with organizing the holiday for the cosmonauts?" he asked. Alexander replied that he was just about to present a list of those who would be awarded. He handed the president a sheet of names. Lev Nikolaevich carefully studied each name. At the beginning was Ivan Vorobyov. Then came the heads of space units, department heads, and then engineers and mechanics. There were 103 names on the list. Having finished reading, the president asked about the completeness of the list. "Did we miss anyone?" he asked. Alexander noted that in reality many more people would receive awards, and this list only included those invited to the Kremlin. "Expand the list to at least 300 people. Add more ordinary workers, engineers, workers, maybe veterans too. The managers will not be left without incentives, but for ordinary workers, an award in the Kremlin, I am sure, is very significant." Alexander made a corresponding note in the document. The president looked out the window and sank into thought. The car smoothly drove along American roads, inexorably approaching the airport. There was a dull thud, and suddenly there was an unusual silence. Everyone simultaneously screamed with happiness. The three cosmonauts began to hug. Igor Tikhonov exclaimed, "We're home! We've landed! Banzai!" A few moments passed. When the first wave of delight died down, everyone really wanted to see real sunlight and breathe in the familiar air. However, they had to wait a little, because the unbearable heat reigned around the ship. When the sensors outside indicated that the temperature had returned to normal, Timur Smirnov pressed the button to open the hatch, and the team began to exit. It seemed that the hatch opened more slowly than usual. Finally, it opened completely, and all three closed their eyes for a moment. The setting sun shone brightly right in their faces. Ivan squinted, and then gradually began to look around. Firefighters and rescuers were approaching the Everest ship. Several people in special clothing were hurriedly heading toward the cosmonauts. "Hello, guys," said a large man in a protective suit with a wide smile. "Welcome back. We'll check the radiation now, then you'll head to the clinic." He began working with a Geiger counter, and several rescuers asked how they were feeling and headed inside with dosimeters. Igor, looking at them, said, "Radiation is normal. Samples have been taken from the compartments." The heroes descended to the ground and found themselves surrounded by doctors. The doctors put the three of them in cars and conducted a quick examination. Already on the way, Ivan felt worse. Igor also looked pale, and Timur sat with his head down. The doctor measured his blood pressure and shook his head. "Very low. I'll give you an injection now. It will get easier, and then you'll be under observation at the clinic." After the injection, the headache subsided a little, but nausea set in. Ivan only remembered the car stopping and the door opening, and then he passed out. He woke up about 20 minutes later, lying in a separate room on a comfortable bed. The room was no worse than a luxury suite in a good hotel. A couple of minutes later, a young, attractive woman of Latin American descent entered, wearing a white coat with the top buttons undone, drawing attention to her ample breasts. "Have you come to your senses? How are you feeling?" she asked, smiling. "It's better now that you've arrived," Ivan answered awkwardly, trying to tease him a little. "Great. The doctor will come in now. He's examining the captain." Aren't you a doctor? No, I'm a nurse. My name is Lena. And yours, I think, is Ivan, she said, emphasizing the first letter, which made Vorobyov laugh. He thought that his name sounded unexpectedly funny. The man realized that he hadn't seen a woman for a whole year. And here was such an unexpected provocation from the dark-skinned Lena. She winked at Ivan and said, "I'll come by later. Rest." The nurse left, and soon a doctor entered the room. He was an elderly man with a small beard and a noticeable bald spot. He looked closely at the cosmonaut with his warm eyes full of a smile and spoke in Russian. "Well, I see you've endured the landing better than anyone. Frankly, I'm proud of our compatriot. Your commander can hardly take his eyes off his pillow. But our Japanese colleague, the poor guy doesn't fit in at all green from seasickness." Vorobyov tensed up and asked,
"Is it dangerous? Is something wrong with us?"
The doctor winked and sat down on the edge of the bed. "It will pass soon. You will be closely monitored around the clock. Until they thoroughly examine you from head to toe, no one will be released from here. Today, take a few standard tests, rest, and then we'll get started." This last phrase slightly alarmed Ivan, but he didn't show any doubts. He just nodded.
"Are you Russian?"
he asked.
"I'm an Odessa Jew. My last name is Kessel, Boris Kessel."
In my youth, I first went to Canada, then settled in the United States.
"I understand,"
the cosmonaut answered briefly. The doctor suddenly clapped his hands loudly and stood up. "I'll ask Lena to be especially attentive to you. She's wonderful, don't you think?" "Yes," Vorobyov agreed and became embarrassed. "Well done," the doctor said, giving a thumbs up, humming something under his breath, and left the room. Lena came in several times during the day, and Ivan could hardly contain himself, looking at this passionate Latina. "This is America, after all. Here you can even get sued for a compliment," he thought, watching the nurse go. "That would be a funny story. They would probably show it on TV right away. By the way, we are kind of heroes. I wonder if journalists are already besieging this hospital. We will soon be giving interviews. Me, Igor, the captain, Roman." Ivan involuntarily went over all the crew members in his mind and lingered on the Englishman. At that moment, Lena entered the room again, and his sad thoughts immediately retreated. She probably understood what feelings he had for her. Went up to Vorobyov's bed and quietly said, "You can't strain yourself today. There will be a lot of examinations tomorrow. Now you need to rest, and if everything is okay tomorrow, I will come to see you in the evening." Ivan took these words almost as support. He almost pushed the girl onto the bed, but holding on, for probably the 10th time that day, he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. He really was too weak. Different thoughts were in his head, past, present, and future. Will life now be divided into before and after this flight? What should I do next? Timur wants to get involved in politics. He will probably succeed. Americans love such heroes. Igor plans to open a private clinic, and what do I want? It seems like there are many options, but there is no certainty. With these thoughts, the young man quietly fell asleep. For the first time in almost a year, Vorobyov was resting on Earth, not hearing the roar of the engines and not fearing that the sensors would make a mistake. A meteorite would crash into the ship and he would wake up in the middle of outer space. However, there was no peace. The Martian tossed and turned all night, shuddering as if suffering from nightmares. In his dream, He was running along the deserted streets of the city. There was no one around, but he had to run very fast. He ran continuously, not allowing himself to stop. An inner voice told him that he couldn't stop. Ivan suddenly felt scared, although he didn't understand why. An empty street stood in front of him. It was getting dark quickly. The houses were without a single light in the windows. Abandoned cars, broken windows, and dry, broken trees stood around. His heart sank from the looming feeling of terrible inevitability. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder.
He was afraid to look to the side, and his legs seemed to have grown to the ground, unable to take a step. Ivan jumped up in his bed and took several deep breaths. Lena gently touched his shoulder. Coming to his senses, he barely made out her words. "Good morning. The doctor is already waiting for you. It's time to get examined." Chapter 20. Solemn Weekdays. A whole 7 days had passed since the Martian team had safely returned to Earth. Ivan settled into the cabin of the plane and carefully examined the space outside the window. Compared to their spaceship, this aircraft seemed to him like a simple bicycle compared to a racing supercar. The plane rose smoothly above the surface of the Earth. When the engine sounded louder, Ivan closed his eyes and remembered the delight of his first takeoff from Everest. Now he was going home, to his native land. The pilots were kept in a medical clinic for 5 days, and no fewer studies and experiments were conducted than during the initial preparation for the flight. In the end, doctors reported that the cosmonauts' condition was much better than expected. The protection system of the Mars robots and the ship coped well with the effects of radiation. As soon as official clearance was received, high-ranking representatives of the International Space Agency immediately met with the crew members. They made it clear that someone would be able to get into the second expedition if their health and physical fitness allowed it. To be honest, I'm not sure if I want to repeat this adventure. Definitely not now. And what will happen in a few years? Time will tell, Vorobyov decided to himself. Before the flight, he, Igor Tikhonov, and Timur Smirnov met in a restaurant, exchanged contacts, and promised each other not to lose touch and keep in touch. Now Ivan was heading to Russia for an official reception in honor of the participants of the Mars mission. The cosmonaut hoped that his future plans would become clear at this event. Despite this, at the moment, the guy felt a greater desire to simply relax and enjoy his well-deserved vacation. Arriving in Moscow, Ivan settled into the hotel, took a shower, got out his leaf, and read the news a little. The main topic was the achievements of the Mars mission. Journalists enthusiastically shared the latest information and details received from specialists. When his eyes got tired from reading, the young man went out onto the balcony to breathe some fresh air. It was already night, and Moscow sparkled like a multitude of fireflies. Many electric cars flashed in the streets, and a little higher, at an altitude of about 20 meters, in a special air corridor, flying cars flew, available only to very wealthy people. Few could afford to buy and maintain a flying car. Most were still afraid to travel on such devices. Vorobyov returned to his room, opened the contacts list on his LEST, and clicked on the name Mom. He heard a call, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. "Hello, son. Have you arrived in Moscow yet?" Mom asked. "Yes, everything is fine. I'm at the hotel now," Ivan answered. "We already miss you," she said, obviously in the kitchen. "I'll be home soon. Tomorrow I have a meeting with the president. If everything goes quickly, I'll come to you right away," he added. "Will they show you on the news?" Mom asked. "They should," Ivan said, a little embarrassed. "When we took off, journalists kept coming to our house.
it seems, for a whole month, and now for the second week, they haven't left. I stopped letting them in. I said, I'm busy. I don't have time to do things. Once I said that my son would come, and he would tell me everything himself, and I already told him what I knew many times. She said this with that quiet pride that is characteristic of mothers who are genuinely happy about their children's successes, but try not to show it too obviously. Is Dad home now? Ivan changed the conversation. No, he went to the garage last night to get potatoes. They're all grown up, after all. It's so warm outside. He probably met some friends. They're celebrating your return. He should be back soon. I see. It's already late for you. Yes, night has come. I don't go to bed. I'm waiting for you to call. Okay, good night. I'll contact you tomorrow after the appointment. Bye. Yeah, good night, son. Vorobyov ended the video call and opened the social network. There were many messages with congratulations, happy birthday, and wishes for success. He wrote in the status, I'm back. He looked through the photos of his friends. The best of them were offline. He did not want to communicate with the rest. He turned off the feed. Although there was little time, the flight had exhausted Ivan. Not so much the flight, but the bustle of Moscow. Novosibirsk is also a big city, but he felt uncomfortable in the capital, especially since over the course of a year he had seen only a few people, and in the last 6 months only 2. Vorobyov took off his clothes, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and immediately fell asleep. It was simply impossible to get through to taxi drivers from early morning. In order not to be late for the scheduled meeting, the cosmonaut decided to use the metro. He put on a new suit and went outside. According to the navigator, there was about a 7-minute walk to the nearest metro station. The man got there quite calmly. Despite the large number of passengers, the suit remained intact. The buttons did not fall off.
The passengers in the carriage paid almost no attention to the hero, although in recent days his face adorned the headlines of all news feeds. It is worth noting that in those photographs, Igor Tikhonov was in a Mars rover spacesuit, but now he looked more like an office worker or a car sales specialist. Finally, the man reached the building where the reception on the occasion of the president's visit was to be held. The administrator on duty was surprised to see Igor walking from the metro. The cosmonaut introduced himself, showed his ID, and was able to go inside. Having gone up to the 2nd floor, he entered the hall and took a seat in the front row. Soon, high-ranking officials of the Space Bureau came for him. Igor remembered these people well because they had participated in the selection for the expedition.
Each of those gathered considered it important to greet the hero and show him their respect. When his hand had already begun to go numb from numerous handshakes, the president appeared with his entourage. All those present immediately settled into their places. Lev Nikolaevich opened his speech by touching on the difficulties and trials of domestic cosmonautics. He reported that an important agreement had been reached between the main space powers on the creation of a base on the Moon. The immediate plans include the creation of a permanent settlement on Mars and the gradual development of the Red Planet. I wonder if those lights we saw won't object, Ivan thought. Now I will move on to the most joyful and important part, the president continued. Today we honor those who participated in the largest and most complex space project in the history of mankind. The manned mission to Mars. Please, I invite the main hero of this evening, our Russian participant in the international expedition, Ivan Vorobyov, to the award ceremony. The hero stood up to thunderous applause, straightened his tie, and walked up to the podium where the president stood. Lev Nikolaevich pinned the order on the cosmonaut's chest and shook his hand firmly. Their eyes met, full of respect. The president gestured for Ivan to say a few words. Ivan walked up to the microphone, took a deep breath, and said, "I would like to express my gratitude to everyone involved in this project. Every day, our crew felt gratitude to the engineers, designers, mechanics, electricians, doctors, and everyone who worked on the creation of the ship. I am sure that the experience gained will help us in future missions and the conquest of space." Vorobyov paused, indicating that his speech was over. The hall was filled with applause again. Ivan quickly left the podium and returned to his seat.
Sitting down in the chair, he glanced at the Order of Merit for the Fatherland First Class, which was accompanied by an impressive amount of money lying in the bank account, which was also pleasing. At this time, the long award ceremony continued. Different people took turns on the stage. Some of them gave short speeches. Eventually, the official part ended, and everyone was invited to the festive table. A large buffet was laid out in the spacious hall. Waiters with trays of champagne slowly moved among the guests. People gathered in small groups and chatted animatedly. Funny, but Ivan was left without an interlocutor, took a drink, and then a group of people approached him. "Hello, Ivan. It is very nice to meet you in person. My name is Sergei Gennadievich Kulikov. I head the Special Department of Space Programs. Allow me to introduce you to my colleagues." The men exchanged greetings. One of them was the chief design engineer in the Space Bureau. The other was a famous researcher biologist with the double surname Sakharov-Rum. "What are your plans for the future? As far as I understand, the doctors have forbidden you from flying into space for the next year?" Kulikov asked. "Yes, they recommended that you refrain, although I don't think that I would be invited on one of the next space flights. I consider myself lucky that the ban is only for a year. I am not yet ready to talk about my future activities. First of all, I'm going to rest at home and think about my next steps. Here's my name and contact information. If you decide to move to Moscow, not wanting to part with space, be sure to call." "Thank you. I'm very grateful." The men continued their conversation. The scientist asked many questions about the flight, about how the landing on Mars went, how the electronic complex behaved. Later, other people approached. That evening, Ivan met many influential people. The cosmonaut replied that he would be happy to tell about everything in detail and even, perhaps, write a book. But now he really wanted to go home, to his family. The celebration continued. Many had already drunk a little and were loudly making toasts. Vorobyov decided that it was time to leave and asked the administrator to call a taxi. He quickly left and a minute later said that the car was already waiting at the entrance. Ivan was surprised by such speed. It turned out that official cars were provided for VIP guests, but in their haste, the organizers forgot to warn him. Returning to the hotel, the guy turned on list, booked a plane ticket to Novosibirsk for the next morning, and went to bed. Chapter 21. Cinderellas at the microscopes. Albert Borisovich came to work earlier than usual today and was very excited. Yesterday evening, when he was away, samples of Martian soil arrived. At that time, the professor was participating in a meeting dedicated to the completion of the construction of an automated line for creating biochips. Andrei called and said that the soil had already been delivered. Khaimovich insisted on a ban on opening the containers until he arrived. But since the meeting dragged on until late in the evening, he decided to come earlier the next day. There was no one in the laboratory yet, not even the cleaning lady, Aunt Dasha.
The scientist entered the room with various samples and noticed a box delivered from Moscow on a special flight. Inside was a thermal capsule and instructions from the academy on how to work with samples. After making sure that the capsule remained closed, the professor put the package back and went to check the employees' reports for the previous day. About 40 minutes later, a woman named Dasha appeared in the lab. She filled a bucket with water and began to wash the floor.
Albert Borisovich did not notice her as he was in the next room. When he left the room, he carefully studied Yoshi's work. At that time, Dasha was standing around the corner, her back to him, cleaning. Haimovich was so focused on the report that he didn't notice the cleaning lady as he passed her. Suddenly, the woman turned around, screamed in surprise, and accidentally knocked over a bucket of water. The professor shuddered and dropped several sheets of paper. The noise caused a commotion in the cages with laboratory rats in the next room. Having calmed down a bit, Haimovich laughed and began to collect the scattered papers. The woman sighed with relief. "Well, you gave me quite a fright, Albert Borisovich." "Sorry, I didn't notice you," the professor replied, looking at the wet sheet of paper he hadn't finished reading. She warned, "Oh, I spilled it, silly old lady. I was standing there, lost in thought. And you showed up. So unexpectedly. I'll clean it up now." "It's okay, go ahead. I'm going to my office." "So early today. Can't sleep? You work and work. When will you think about yourself?" the cleaning lady said with gentle concern, hinting at his bachelor life. "We'll rest in the next world, Baba Dasha," Albert Borisovich retorted. "Damn it, what next world, if we still have to live, and live in this one?" the woman objected. "If it's fate, then you can choke on soup with a spoon." "That's true." "Well, get to work. Since you came so early, it means there's a lot to do. I'll put everything in order here in the meantime." Albert Borisovich headed to his office, and the cleaning lady continued cleaning. "Today we need to hold a meeting and form a working group to analyze the Martian soil because, as usual, we are lagging behind again."
The Americans received samples immediately on the day of arrival. The Japanese received the material 15 hours later, and the European center did not keep us waiting either. And we were only able to receive our samples on the 4th day, the professor thought. Turning on his work computer, he checked the new issues of the international journal Microbiology and Virology. There was not a single publication or statement on the Martian samples yet. That means either they didn't find anything, or they're deliberately not disclosing the information, the scientist muttered to himself, having calmed down a little. 5 minutes before the start of the working day, when most of the employees had already taken their places, Albert Borisovich came out of the office and announced that a general meeting of the team would take place in half an hour. Masha showed up at work a little late. It was drizzling outside and her coat was slightly wet. She quickly took it off and hung it in the wardrobe. Andrei Kuznetsov approached her with a smile. "Did you forget your umbrella?" "Yes. I looked at the forecast this morning. They promised no rain, so I didn't take it. And then it started pouring." "Yes, we probably never know the weather. The boss will be holding a general meeting today. About the soil that arrived yesterday?" "No. According to your report on observations of the nutrition of Brahms bacteria." "Fool," Masha replied, and hurried to her table. Andrei grinned, watched her go, cracked his fingers, and headed to the smoking room. Today's meeting aroused great interest among everyone. Igor Tikhonov came out of his office, looked carefully at those gathered, sat down on one of the free tables, and began to speak. "Dear colleagues, as you know, yesterday we received unique material, samples of Martian soil. Moreover, they were taken from great depths, as far as I know, by our compatriot Ivan Vorobyov. Only we and the Americans have such samples." One of the employees asked, "Do you have samples of the surface soil?" Igor Tikhonov replied, "All countries have surface soil. In Russia,
Only Moscow has received it. But, Pasare, I think that the chance of finding signs of life is much higher in deep samples. We have to study them thoroughly. Now we will create a special team to work with these materials. I appoint Kuznetsov as the head. A quiet wave of discontent from the opponents of the elected leader rolled through the room. Igor Tikhonov continued. Andrei, you will have to form a team yourself. Take 3 assistants, and remember that all responsibility for the project lies with you. Kuznetsov nodded in agreement. The professor added, I'll expect you in my office in 30 minutes with the work plan and the team composition. We've already given the Americans too big a head start. It didn't take Andrei long to form a team.
The team immediately included Maria Snigireva and Josef Betz, his friends and colleagues whom the young researcher trusted the most. Kuznetsov chose Igor Semin as his third assistant, an intelligent, calm person, responsible and diligent, but without leadership qualities. He was supposed to become a kind of workforce in their team. Albert Borisovich, Andrei and their team locked themselves in the office for the entire hour. The scientists carefully developed a work plan, distributed responsibilities, deadlines, and methods. The task of recognizing life turned out to be much more difficult than it seemed. It could take several weeks to conduct the experiments. Andrei's team immediately began practical work. By order of the professor, the workday was extended by 2 hours. Now they had to arrive an hour earlier and leave an hour later. Only these 5 had full access to the materials. Dissatisfied voices were heard in the laboratory, but Albert Borisovich strictly explained that he was personally responsible for the samples and would not allow disorder. This group will be engaged in research. If they achieve results, everyone will receive bonuses. If the work fails, Kuznetsov and I will be held accountable. Any questions? The conversations died down only in the smoking rooms. Looking around, the employees whispered, how good it was when he was not there. Work and do not notice anyone. They say he was recruited into the National Security Bureau. Now he sees spies everywhere. Martian soil is kept under the strictest secrecy, like state secret information. I'm going to quit. I can't work with this arbitrary person anymore, he said with irritation. Albert Borisovich's management methods were not to everyone's liking, but the Academy recognized his effectiveness. Otherwise he would have been removed from his post long ago.
The authorities transferred the samples to his laboratory, relying on 2 main arguments. Firstly, everyone understood that Khaimovich was a true enthusiast of his work, one of the brightest minds in his field. If there was life in the Martian soil, then Albert Borisovich would discover it faster than anyone else, which would bring glory to the entire Academy. Secondly, if the project is not successful, this will be a reason to finally remove Khaimovich from the leadership of the laboratory. The professor realized the difficult situation and decided to get the most out of this matter, even if it meant ruining relations with part of the team. Andrei and his team divided the Martian soil into separate portions for which everyone was responsible. Our work is like Cinderella's, Masha said calmly without looking up from the microscope. What? Andrei asked again, bewildered. Cinderella, she explained.
The evil stepmother mixed peas with grains and told her stepdaughter to sort everything. And we separate the grains of sand from the pebbles. I see. Then we are all Cinderellas here. And I want to be a handsome prince, Yosia muttered. Another storyteller, Kuznetsov chuckled. If you prove the existence of life in this dust, you will become a prince, a king, and even a queen. Yes, the humidity is 0. Considering the conditions where this sample was taken, hardly anyone would want to live in such circumstances, Betz said, wiping sweat from his forehead.
Igor, how are things going with you? Andrei decided to change the topic to something more work-related. Semin conducted a radiation diagnostic of his part of the soil. So far, no results. Only individual chemical substances. No traces of proteins, no viruses, nothing. The group leader began examining his portion again. Albert Borisovich said that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Theoretically, there could only be one bacterium in a ton of this soil.
Thank you, Andrei. You know how to support and inspire, Masha whispered with slight irony. But if this needle ends up in our haystack, and not in the American, Japanese, or English one, then we will all be real heroes. And you, Masha, will become a queen, winked colleague Kuznetsov. The girl's cheeks turned red. Okay, let's focus on finding the needle and not get distracted. Andrei clapped his hands, encouraging the team. A few minutes later, Khamovich entered the room. He looked very excited, although he tried to hide it. Andrei, did you put some of the samples aside for me? Do you want to get them? I thought that working with microscopes was not part of your duties, Albert Borisovich. Andrei, let the horse think for itself, because it has a big head. And you, please, choose some samples for me. Let the old man have some fun and watch the dust particles. Put the samples in this capsule. Tomorrow I will start the study. Whoever gets around me first will get an annual bonus. And today I will leave early. Okay, I understand. Goodbye, nodded the professor's first assistant. Albert Borisovich quickly left the laboratory. It's strange, Yosha noted. This morning he said that we need to work at full capacity, but now he himself has left early. We have to work hard. This is our dirty work, Kuznetsov tried to justify his boss. Our goal is to discover life as soon as possible. I think with our methods 2 or 3 days are enough to understand whether it is here or not. If something important appears, the professor will immediately join in. No, Andrei, Masha smiled. I don't think it's an easy job. We're just younger and our eyes are sharper. Yosha laughed. Hey, don't splash the soil with saliva. By the way, has anyone done the water test yet? Kuznetsov asked thoughtfully. Everyone shook their heads.
Andrei wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued.
Igor, fill this test tube with water and add a pinch of soil. Come on, quicker, quicker, boy. Igor ran to another office for clean water. Why are you so strict? Masha frowned. I was just joking. He won't be offended. The group leader waved his hand. Yosya shook his head and added a reagent to the soil. It was a weak acid solution. If there is life here, then acid is clearly not suitable for it, Betts wrote in the electronic journal. The workday was coming to an end. The scientists were gradually going home. Andrei and Masha were waiting for the necessary time to pass so that they could study the samples in a modified environment. Joseph walked thoughtfully from the window to the table and back. Finally, he said, I suggest we brainstorm. Let's come up with other possible options. Andrei supported the proposal, and Igor took on the role of the leader. He recorded all the ideas and suggestions. When their thoughts ran out, the guys noticed that the workday had ended 3 hours ago, and they were the only ones left in the lab. This day had not yielded any results. Having decided to go home and agreed to come early tomorrow, the young scientists left the lab. Chapter 22. Joy and Sorrow. After work, Albert Borisovich went to the store, where he bought 5 liters of clean water, great vinegar, a bottle of French wine, sugar, and a package of pelmeni. Arriving at his Dasha laboratory, he went into the kitchen. While the water was boiling, the professor looked at his watch, roughly calculating the boiling time, then changed his clothes and went outside to walk the dog. Dodge happily ran around the area from one fence to another and was sincerely happy to see his owner. The professor cleared the area
and raised the stick. The dog understood that the owner was offering a game and happily ran up, energetically wagging its short tail.
Igor Tikhonov threw the stick to the far end of the area, and the four-legged creature immediately ran after it. After about 5 minutes of fun, the man gently stroked his pet's head and headed back into the house. The water in the pot had already begun to boil when the man took out a package of dumplings, poured about half of the contents into the container, added some salt and put the lid on. Khaimovich sat down in a chair next to the window, planning to rest and think for a while. However, instead, he soon got up and went to check on the animal world. All the animals were in their cages, felt fine. Nothing unusual had happened during the scientist's absence. The professor noticed the ferrets, which perked up when they noticed the man approaching. These predatory creatures with charming faces darted from one corner of the cage to another. He wondered how many similar animals, rats, rabbits, and other inhabitants of the laboratory had died during his work here.
He said mentally, "They are born to die. Sometimes it seems to me that we are the same ferrets, and this world is a huge cage. We run, fuss, and experiments are constantly being conducted on us. Sometimes it is hot, sometimes cold, sometimes an earthquake, sometimes some kind of disaster. Will we survive or not?" Lately, such gloomy thoughts often visited the professor, but he tried to switch off and think about something brighter. When the dumplings were cooked, the man had dinner and decided to take a short walk along the streets after eating. After the rain, the air seemed especially fresh and light. The professor walked along a clean asphalt road. A new layer of pavement had been laid here a few years ago, and before, after the rain, the road turned into mud. Now it was really comfortable to walk. Previously, this was an almost forgotten village, but now the place has turned into a prestigious summer cottage area. Almost everyone had high fences behind which dogs barked.
Albert Borisovich rarely allowed himself such walks, since work took up most of his time. But today all his thoughts were focused on the soil, or rather on how to secretly take a sample out of the lab and bring it home. If they found some life in the soil, he would be able to use it for his own purposes, and no one would know about it. He looked impatiently at his watch. It was premature to return to work. One of his colleagues could be late, and he did not want to meet with them. After the walk, Khaimovich returned to the cottage, went down to the basement, and began preparing to work with the soil. He removed everything unnecessary from the table, leaving only the most necessary for the experiments. Now it was time to get ready for the lab. Having closed the door of the house, he put Dodge on a chain, got into the car, and drove out the gate. Albert Borisovich drove up to the research institute, parked his car, and went inside. At the entrance, the professor took out an electronic chip, applied it to the scanner, and the door opened. The guard, dozing in the tiny room next door, rose from his chair to find out who had arrived so late. "Is this Albert Borisovich?" the plump man in uniform said in surprise. "Hello." The professor had difficulty remembering the name of the guard. The man had appeared recently and was currently missing his badge. "I'm going to my office. I forgot my documents." "Okay, no problem." The scientist entered the laboratory, turned on the light, and opened the room where the experiments with Martian soil were conducted. After examining the room, he noticed a capsule with a note for himself. Carefully placing it in his briefcase, which he took from home, the professor turned off the light and, having greeted the security guard, went outside. Upon returning to his dacha laboratory, Igor Tikhonov felt tired and realized that he really wanted to sleep.
Even the inspiration associated with studying soil samples did not help fight sleep.
Deciding that it would be better to put things off until the morning, he suspended the experiments. The next morning he woke up, drank a cup of coffee, and had a snack, and then went to work. Igor Tikhonov wanted to know the results of Sergei's work. Locked in the office, they discussed the matter for more than 2 hours. The scientist was pleased with Sergei's efforts. He liked to see how the talent of the young employee was revealed. Wanting to continue working in the same spirit, he sent letters to colleagues in Moscow and Israel, asking if there was any new information about Martian soil. There were no answers. No one has yet received confirmation of the existence of life. Today, Albert Borisovich decided to work together with the team. Andrei, Masha, and Yosya were clearly fired up by the idea, but it was difficult to find even the slightest sign of emotion on Igor's face. The scientists spent the whole day carefully selecting samples, discarding unsuccessful experimental options. By evening, they decided to make another attempt. Andrei suggested adding water, amino acids, and some types of animal fats to the soil, plus enriching the water with oxygen. This procedure did not produce any results. Then Albert Borisovich suggested heating the solution. "Igor, give me a temperature of 30 degrees, the professor ordered. Kuznetsov, observing through a microscope, shook his head in denial. Nothing. "No, raise it another 5, Albert Borisovich continued enthusiastically. The solution was gradually heated, and a special sensor was lowered into the flask to monitor the biochemical composition. "Give me 40. Andrei didn't look up from the microscope. Yosya was watching the readings on the monitor. Igor looked at Khaimovich and Kuznetsov in turn, waiting for new instructions. Masha was standing next to the professor, who sat down on the edge of the table and thoughtfully scratched his chin. Together they were watching the image from the microscope on the screen. Suddenly, Albert Borisovich became interested in a small, dark spot. "Look here." He pointed at the screen. Andrei tore himself away from the eyepieces and squinted, peering at the indicated place. Khaimovich explained. "It looks like it's not just dust. Zoom in. You see, normal dust particles have sharp edges and bumps, but this one is perfectly round. This spot wasn't visible before heating. Something must have expanded. What's the temperature of the solution now? 45 degrees, Igor reported. Raise it to 60, the professor ordered. Andrei, add amino acids and don't remove the lens from this spot. Half an hour passed, and the spot remained motionless. Masha began to yawn, covering her mouth with her hand. Suddenly, Yosya muttered, "I'm not sure, but something is happening." He looked closely at the digital data. Over the last 25 minutes, the amount of amino acids has decreased by 7% and fats by 9%. Albert Borisovich looked from one monitor to another. Andrei, who had been resting, leaned over the microscope again and adjusted the focus on the spot that Khaimovich had noticed. "I think it's gotten bigger," Masha said, uncertainly. "I didn't change the zoom," Andrei replied. "Colleagues," Yosya began speaking again, "amino acids and fats continue to decrease, which means—" Kuznetsov interrupted him. "Someone is consuming them." Albert Borisovich nodded. The spot on the screen continued to grow slowly. "I think it's a cyst," the professor broke the silence. "There's something alive inside it." Now we are approaching the moment when that something starts to wake up and feed. Another 15 minutes passed. The cyst gradually disintegrated. The test tube was in a sealed container, so there was no threat of contact with alien life. Small dots began to flicker chaotically on the microscope screen, which became clearly visible at maximum magnification. "Alive! They're alive! Alive!" they all exclaimed together. "We found it! There is life on Mars!" Andrei, Yosya, and Masha couldn't contain their joy and jumped around the lab like newbies. Igor Tikhonov smiled.
broadly. The professor was silent, but the fire in his eyes betrayed genuine delight. Albert Borisovich, you are a real genius. Mashenka hugged her mentor around the neck. Khaimovich cleared his throat, rubbing his palms, and said, "Congratulations, friends. We found this needle in a haystack. Joseph, please record the proportions of fats, amino acids, as well as the temperature and time at which the cyst disintegrated." This is definitely some kind of virus. Andrei waved excitedly under his hands.
At that moment, the professor received a link on his phone with a message from Yoshi's father in Israel.
Take a look immediately.
They opened a news portal and saw a huge headline, "Life discovered on Mars," clicked on it and went to the video report. The presenter said that American scientists had officially announced the discovery of a virus in samples of Martian soil just an hour ago. The mood in the lab changed abruptly from ecstatic to gloomy. The team was delayed. The Americans had found the samples earlier. Now no one would be able to convince us that our specialists had been working on them for almost a week, while 5 researchers had only needed 2 days. Masha was the first to break the silence.
In any case, we urgently need to inform you that we have also made a discovery.
The professor nodded his head.
Contact the Academy's communication service. Have them call me as soon as possible. I'll give them all the data. We have 100% proof in our hands.
If the news has just appeared, we won't look behind.
In the meantime, let's take a closer look at our guest. On the screen, the microscope showed a solution in which virus particles were floating. They were not at all like known samples. Bright red formations with a shape resembling a 5-pointed star moved slowly, as if gradually waking up. But with each passing minute, feeding on amino acids, they came to life and became more active. Yusha, you will take control of their activity. Today we will draw up a duty schedule. Andrei, this task is for you. Kuznetsov asked uncertainly, "Should we include you in the schedule too?" "Of course," the professor answered. "There are 5 of us. We will divide the day into 5 equal intervals, of about 5 hours each." Masha quickly returned and said, "The Academy is on the line. It's time to go to the meeting room." "Great, let's go." 15 minutes later, the professor and the girl returned. Albert Borisovich looked satisfied. "The Academy expressed gratitude for our work. The information is already being disseminated." "It seemed to me that they were more surprised than happy," Masha said thoughtfully. "They may have even tried to hide their disappointment," Khaimovich added with a sly smile. "Disappointment?" Andrei asked, puzzled. "Yes, the Academy does not strive to be the first to make some discovery. Of course, they officially declare that they want to get ahead of the whole world, but in fact, officials are only trying to fall behind every year." "What is this for?" Masha couldn't understand. "To get ever larger sums of money, supposedly to catch up with the Americans and Chinese, but they spend these sums even less rationally, and the demands only grow. It is practically impossible to keep track of this." "So we didn't have to look for life?" Joseph shrugged, puzzled.
The professor looked thoughtfully at the monitor screen, as if distracted by other thoughts. We did the right thing. At this time, Andrew had already drawn up a duty schedule. The professor looked at the list and noticed that his shift was in 10 hours. "So, first Yosya, then Igor." "Good. Naturally, each shift corresponds to 1 working day. Those who work during the day sleep at night, and vice versa. We write down and record everything. I am available by phone at any time. Well done. Great work. I promise bonuses to everyone." Igor nodded in agreement. Andrei started packing his things, and Masha flew out first, quickly saying goodbye to everyone. Albert Borisovich came out next and headed straight to the dacha, keeping in mind all the information he had received and the sequence of the research. Having arrived at the place, he, without changing clothes, immediately went down to the basement and repeated the recently conducted laboratory experiment.
Everything went perfectly. The same virus was found in the stolen soil samples, which, having found itself in a suitable environment, left the cyst. If this is really a virus, we need to understand how it affects living beings, how dangerous it is for humans, and whether it can be useful. The professor had many questions. He sat down on a chair and felt thirsty. The man went up to the house, turned on the kettle, and began to cut a lemon. The knife slipped and scratched his finger. Blood appeared. "Damn," Khaimovich muttered, opened the cabinet, took out a bandage, and bandaged the wound. But a moment later he untied the bandage, took one of the test tubes and dripped a few drops of blood into it. Then the scientist treated the cut with antiseptic gel and sealed it with a plaster. Albert Borisovich took the test tube and quickly went back down to the lab, added blood to the vessel with the virus, and put it under a microscope.
At first, nothing changed. But then the virus began to move more actively and multiply quickly. The blood turned out to be to his taste. The professor wrote down his observations. "It looks like the virus will be able to take root in the human body. I wonder how it will manifest itself further. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I don't have the strength today." Khaimovich returned to the house, carefully made the bed, lay down, and, as usual, began to mentally replay the events of the past day. "It seems that everything is only getting more interesting," the scientist thought, looking at the ceiling. There was a noise outside. A rowdy group of people, under the influence of alcohol, were passing by the fence. Dodge began to bark, and the neighbors' dogs joined in. There was laughter, then the sound of a broken glass vessel, most likely a bottle. Strong language, a woman's scream, then more laughter were heard. A minute later, silence reigned all around.
That's how they live. Simply. Without worries, walking and drinking, and not looking for viruses in the Martian dust. The professor envied these people a little, but quickly drove away the thoughts, turned on his side, and fell asleep. Mashenka was in a hurry to leave the office and get home. She even called a taxi, a rare decision for her. The last few days had been very eventful for Snegireva, and the main reason for that was Ivan Vorobyov. Yesterday they accidentally met in a nightclub, where Masha was celebrating her friend's birthday. Suddenly, he, the Russian hero of the Martian expedition, approached their company. Ivan invited Masha to dance and admitted that he'd been watching her for about half an hour. "I understand that you've probably told me this many times already, but I really want to know how you flew to Mars and what actually happened there." She turned to him.
"Oh, it's a really long story," Ivan said with a smile. They talked almost until dawn and danced a lot. Masha had not felt such joy for a long time. Ivan accompanied the girl home. Stopping at the entrance, he took Masha by the hand, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She was not sure whether it was appropriate to invite him for tea, and the guy did not take the initiative. Ivan quietly kissed her goodbye and asked for her phone number. A few days later, the long-awaited call came. Ivan invited Masha to the cinema. The girl happily agreed, and Vorobyov offered to come pick her up in the evening. So, today Snegireva was in a hurry to change and get herself in order as soon as possible. When the guy called, Masha went down to the entrance. Ivan was waiting for her at the wheel of the new Lada Tesla Model 2. This car was one of the president's gifts to the hero cosmonaut. Ivan asked her what kind of movies she liked.
Masha replied that she liked different genres, comedies and horrors, to which Ivan suggested that they go at random and choose a movie based on the circumstances. Masha readily agreed.
20 minutes later, the couple was standing at the box office of the cinema. On the touchscreen, you could see the schedule, trailers, and choose your own seats. 3 movies were on in the next hour: a cartoon for children, a horror movie about zombies, and a family comedy. They could not decide what was better to watch: a horror story or a comedy. They wanted both. Then Ivan took a coin out of his pocket and said that he had taken the first step to Mars, but the decision now depended on fate. The girl watched him silently, slightly squinting with interest. The man continued his story. "We were just pulling out toothpicks. Whoever had the shortest one went first. That's how I got lucky." Masha smiled and replied, "So who has the shortest one?"
Okay, then flip a coin. Heads means horror, tails means comedy, and if the coin hangs in the air or lands on its edge, then it's a cartoon, the girl added. Ivan flipped the coin, deftly caught it, and put it on his palm. The double-headed eagle flashed. "Great, let's watch horror," Masha said and clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with the joy of a child who was allowed to do something forbidden. Vampires used to be all the rage, but now zombies are in fashion, Ivan noted. They're all trendy, actually. They recently showed Night Shadows, a movie about vampires, she explained. "We're going to see Judgment Day," Vorobyov said, taking tickets out of the machine. "The title is intriguing, right?" "The trailer is also pretty good. The special effects are impressive," Ivan added. Trailers always have the most spectacular stuff, so the movie might be less interesting, Masha doubted. The group bought soda and popcorn, then took their seats in the theater. For 2 hours, the audience worried about a small group of people who somehow managed to avoid being infected with the virus that turned everyone else into bloodthirsty zombies. At the end of the show, the couple left the theater smiling and discussing what they had seen. "Yes, after such a film, I believe in vampires much more than in zombies," Ivan admitted. "Well, yes, I think it's all funny," Masha answered with a romantic smile. When they went outside, it was pouring rain. A bright flash of lightning lit up the sky, and soon thunder rumbled. The first thunderstorm of the year was rolling in. Chapter 24. Experience is the son of difficult mistakes. For the past 3 days, the entire world has been buzzing about the sensational discovery made by Russian and American scientists. In the United States, of course, the Russians were kept silent, and in Russia their American colleagues were rarely mentioned. Igor Tikhonov was besieged by journalists with renewed vigor, calling tirelessly and hanging around his house trying to get an interview. Their meetings with Natasha had to be postponed for several days. A real storm was raging at her work, and journalists were also surrounding the laboratory. Every morning began with a general planning meeting, and then a special meeting was held. Albert Borisovich was completely immersed in studying the virus, leaving aside other matters which his opponents did not fail to notice. All of Khaimovitch's days were marked by new experiments. Scientists tried several times to infect rats with the Martian virus, but the animals proved resistant to the infection. However, the interaction of the red star, as the Martian virus was dubbed for its color and shape, with other viruses showed very interesting results. When an alien infection was added to a solution with a tuberculosis bacillus, the red star began to show aggression and soon destroyed its competitor. Well, Albert Borisovich sighed heavily. If antibiotics had not been discovered 100 years ago, we would have had the opportunity to announce the drug of the century. What if it's not tuberculosis? Andre asked. Let's take diseases that cannot be cured. Cancer, HIV, or Ebola fever. If we discover a cure for cancer, pharmaceutical companies will get together and find 10 killers for each of us, said Khaimovich, taking off his glasses and wiping them with a napkin. But you still have to try. Let's try. I'm not refusing. The professor turned his gaze to the screen where the red star was destroying another victim. Bring animals. I need infected individuals with tuberculosis, rabies, flu, and cancer. 20 minutes later, cages with sick rats were carefully placed on the table, and each was injected with Red Star. The scientists began to observe, and the reaction was quick. According to the sensor readings, the computer recorded changes in the temperature and blood composition of the test subjects. The animals were shaking with a fine tremor. They pressed themselves against the corner and closed their eyes. All but one, the rat with rabies, became even more aggressive. But soon the temperature in its body rose so high that the protein in the blood coagulated and the animal died. The rest of the rodents began to recover. Red Star destroyed virus cells and cleansed the body of tuberculosis and flu bacteria in just a few hours, and a day later the immune system suppressed Star itself. The rat with the malignant tumor also showed good results. The Martian virus destroyed the metastasis. The disease retreated and the animal felt much better.
Day after day, experiments were conducted. Igor Tikhonov worked without rest, first in the laboratory and then secretly continued experiments at the dacha. He began to look exhausted, lost weight and turned pale, and constant lack of sleep left a mark in the form of dark circles under his eyes. Previously, the professor always showed up for work perfectly shaven, but now stubble was increasingly appearing on his face. Roman and Kuznetsov regularly published articles about the progress of the research. Thanks to the high pace set by Igor Tikhonov, they were significantly ahead of their foreign colleagues. Many infected animals showed different manifestations of the disease. The professor found that the greater the mass of the animal, the longer and more difficult the infection process was. The only virus that remained invincible for the Red Star was rabies. Animals infected with two viruses at once almost always died. The star actually accelerated the onset of death.
Igor Tikhonov noticed this and, alone, in his home laboratory, began conducting experiments on crossing the star with other viruses. The most important and difficult stage of the work was ahead, testing on humans. If it is possible to develop a method for accelerated healing of diseases and make it more effective than any previous methods, victory over HIV and cancer will become a reality and will serve as a grand breakthrough in medicine. The professor approached the academy with a request to obtain permission to conduct an experiment on people. For this, they used a proven method that had previously been used on solitary prisoners. The subjects were taken to a special room located near the laboratory. Each person was placed in a separate sealed compartment, essentially resembling a larger rat cage, where video surveillance was conducted around the clock. In addition, all the prisoners were equipped with chips, and according to Albert Borisovich, these were the latest serial devices developed by him. The experiments began, but were not without complications. The virus, having entered the human body, behaved noticeably differently than in pigs and even primates. Heimovich quickly noticed a deterioration in consciousness in most of the infected. Many participants became more withdrawn. Some of them completely lost their minds. These people unsuccessfully tried to break free, smashing their faces against thick, transparent walls. At the same time, their physical condition improved, but their mental health worsened with each passing day. The longer the virus was inside, the more aggressive the person became, and the more incapable of adequate thinking. Red Star clearly had a destructive effect on the brain of its host. When the first few prisoners died, doctors performed autopsies and trepanations.
The internal organs looked like those of a normal person, but the brain was reduced in size and significantly shriveled.
Igor Tikhonov realized that this study was not conducted on geniuses. They brought in repeat offenders, maniacs, terrorists, and other criminal elements. However, as the treatment progressed, the subjects became more and more primitive, losing the ability to speak and adequately perceive the world around them. Haimovich moved on to the next stage of his experiment, establishing a direct connection between the infected and an ordinary person. A man with cirrhosis of the liver was admitted to one of the cells. He had only a few days to live, and they did not administer the Red Star. He did not understand why he was taken from the prison infirmary, where he expected to spend his last days. People in protective suits shoved him into a transparent box, devoid of beds, but with a warm and soft floor. At the other end of the cell, another person lay with his back to him, fast asleep. The new prisoner sat on the floor and leaned against the wall. All the partitions were covered with a special film, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening outside. Damn experiments. Hey, buddy, how long have you been here? A voice rang out. The man by the wall didn't answer. Only his hoarse breathing could be heard. Are you asleep or something? The body remained motionless. At that moment, Igor Tikhonov and Andrei were watching what was happening in the chamber through monitors in the office. Professor, subject K7 has been infected for over a week. You can't just put a normal person next to him, Kuznetsov said carefully. That's the whole point. You need to understand how IT will behave next to a person. The professor's voice sounded like a true fan of his business. You don't consider him a person anymore. I'm afraid he's something completely different. We had to put him to sleep for a while so we could safely place his neighbor next to him. But the infected person should come to his senses soon. The man in the cell felt a sharp pain in his right side. His ruined liver was aching. The prisoner, as if out of habit, was squatting, rocking from side to side and quietly muttering, "Bastards. They won't even let me die in peace. They brought me here for experiments. Bastards." The man punched the wall out of irritation, although he was already very weak. The blow was dull and almost soundless. However, after that, the body near the opposite wall trembled slightly. The cirrhosis patient closed his eyelids. His withered yellow face with a pointed nose resembled a mask of a dead man. Suddenly the prisoner felt that someone was looking at him and slowly opened one eye. The mysterious guy who had been lying motionless a moment before was now on all fours, shaking his head as if trying to recover from the shock. His nostrils were struggling to draw in air. The infected man was breathing heavily. His gaze finally settled on the stranger. The infected man stood up and took a step forward. The patient looked steadily at his new cellmate. The man placed his palm on his painful liver, and pain distorted his face. In his 37 years, he had spent 16 in prisons and had seen many prisoners, many of whom were mentally unstable. The light in the cell was dimmed. Finally, the stranger came close enough to be seen clearly. The prisoner saw a terrible, wild face with a bright, burning gaze. His entire demeanor radiated aggression. The infected body breathed deeply, and his eyes became more and more furious and angry. The cirrhosis patient suddenly coughed and reluctantly said, What do you want? What are you staring at? I have nothing to share with you. I only have a couple of breaths left to live." The infected man stood motionless, keeping his distance.
Andrei and Albert Borisovich watched what was happening tensely.
"Look, what's going on in his head now? What's going on there? Human thoughts or animal instincts?" the professor hissed with difficulty. Andrei was gloomily silent, anticipating what would happen next, and this experience clearly did not bring him joy. The prisoner was shaking with excitement. He had already resigned himself to inevitable death, and nothing caused him fear, but the image of a stranger with a frightening appearance inspired anxiety. The stranger's skin was covered with fresh ulcers, and an ominous grimace distorted his face. The man noticed that his cellmate seemed to be stretching his neck, gently pulling it to the side. The next second there was a powerful blow to the jaw. He fell on his side, began to cover his head with his hands, tried to scream, but soon gasped in pain. The infected continued to strike his victim, who was no longer able to resist. Consciousness left the man, and before his last breath, he felt hot breath and pain from the attacker's teeth sinking into his neck. The man wheezed, rolled his eyes, and froze, without signs of life. The professor and Andrei watched closely as the object with the code number K7 tore human flesh with its teeth and ate it. All animals infected with the red star had an increased appetite, but only humans showed cannibalism. The professor said calmly, "Get him out of sight already. I need a report on this specimen's diet for the last 3 days and a detailed analysis of the amino acids contained in his body." Andrei, having collected himself, nodded in response. "What? Yes, of course. Put him to sleep completely? No, the exhibit is too valuable. We just need to take all the necessary tests." Albert Borisovich quickly stood up and added, "That's all for today, Andrei. I'm expecting the results in the morning after the planning meeting. When you're done, you can go home." "Understood," said Kuznetsov, running his tired hands over his face. Igor Tikhonov looked at his assistant for a moment and quietly said, "And not a word to anyone about what we saw today?" "Absolutely no one." Andrei turned away and muttered in response, Yes, of course." The professor quickly headed for the exit, and Kuznetsov took some time to come to his senses, not daring to approach the cage with the cannibal. Chapter 25. A Find at the Dump. Albert Borisovich nervously tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, standing in a traffic jam. The stream of cars slowly crawled along the street, often stopping at intersections. An aerocar flew over the road at about the level of the 5th floor, leaving behind a barely noticeable white trail. There were only 2 flying cars in the city, and their owners did not have problems with traffic jams. The professor looked enviously at the aircraft. After working a shift in the laboratory, Igor Tikhonov was in a hurry to go home to continue his research, but the damn traffic jam disrupted his plans. Out of boredom, he switched his gaze from one side to the other, coming up with options for experiments in his head that he was going to conduct today at the dacha. Thanks to his outstanding mind, the professor successfully managed projects on 2 fronts. He carried out some of the unique experiments at home, using the results previously verified at the research institute, while Albert Borisovich and Andrei were conducting experiments on people. Yosya, on the professor's instructions, was crossing the red star with other viruses, and Masha was collecting and processing theoretical data. In essence, Igor Tikhonov was the conductor of this scientific orchestra, which performed a melody written by himself. At the moment, the scientist was primarily concerned with how the red star affected human consciousness. All infected people became extremely aggressive after a few days and quickly lost their usual human appearance. The prisoner, nicknamed K7, was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of his family and 11 other people. Therefore, it is not surprising that after the infection, he killed a new cellmate. However, the fact that he began to eat the body of the murdered one made the professor think. Albert Borisovich also noticed ulcers that appeared on the body of the test subject in the last 24 hours. A rather specific hypothesis arose in Chaimovich's head. The main food of the red star turned out to be protein amino acids. The infected organism desperately needed them. The virus actively sucked amino acids from the host. Their deficiency affected the body in the form of ulcers and putrefactive wounds. Red Star depleted the body. Because of this, the infected constantly felt hungry. The case of cannibalism that occurred during the experiment today became proof that the organism taken under control tried to replenish the amino acid deficiency by feeding on the blood and flesh of the victim. In experimental animals, the Red Star virus completely died within 1 or 2 days after infection. However, the human immune system could not cope with this Martian virus on its own. This was the mystery that the professor could not yet answer. The scientist carefully analyzed the collected data. The first infection of people with the Red Star virus had occurred more than 10 days ago. During this time, many of the subjects had almost completely gotten rid of their usual earthly diseases, and even the cancer patient had begun to recover quite quickly. However, the Martian virus in their bodies was becoming even stronger every day.
As a result, 2 irreversible side effects of the treatment arose. About a week later, the bodies of the infected were covered with purulent ulcers, crusts and scabs. But even earlier, they had begun to experience lapses in consciousness. From the laboratory research center, such people could only be sent to a psychiatric hospital and to separate wards for especially violent patients. At the moment, the professor was thinking about how to get his own test subjects for his Dacha laboratory. It was impossible to secretly deliver prisoners there, and there was no point in continuing the experiments without test subjects. With these thoughts, Albert Borisovich finally reached the cottage, had dinner, and decided to take a walk with Dodge around the neighborhood. Such walks helped him relax, unwind, and get rid of the accumulated tension. Approaching the edge of the suburban village, Igor Tikhonov noticed a homeless man rummaging through a garbage bin. The upper part of his body was immersed inside, only his legs were sticking out. From time to time, things and loot that the street guest had found for himself fell out of the container. The professor approached and involuntarily frowned from the smell of rotting food. The homeless man rose to his feet and looked at the man with the dog. The dog, named Dodge, growled, baring his teeth. However, the tramp was not afraid of the dog and calmly began to collect the items from the ground that he had taken out of the bin. Albert Borisovich studied the stranger carefully. His swollen and puffy face betrayed frequent alcohol consumption. Bald spots were visible on his tousled stubble, and there was a blue hematoma under his right eye. An old sweater of an incomprehensible shade with holes, worn-out classic grey trousers and shabby shoes completed the image of a ragamuffin. At first glance, the man could not have been more than 40 years old. But his harsh lifestyle was clearly reflected in his appearance. Nevertheless, strength and inner confidence were felt in every movement. The tramp looked askance at the professor, irritated that he continued to stare at him. Finally, the homeless man could not stand it and said, "What are you looking at? Is this the first time you've seen homeless people?" When Dodge sensed danger for his master, he barked sharply. Albert Borisovich calmly remained motionless, holding the leash tightly. He once again carefully examined the ragamuffin and, slightly biting his lower lip, answered, "I saw. Do you want to earn money for a drink?" The poor man's face immediately brightened,
From time to time, he got random jobs where he could scrape together a little money for vodka. "What do you need to do?" the tramp asked in a businesslike tone. "Move the trash from my dacha to that dump. Several bags, you'll do it in an hour." "How much will you give?" he asked. "2 bottles of vodka and something to go with it." Then the tramp insisted. "Then the bottle first, otherwise I might cheat you." "No, if I give you the bottle right away, you won't be traced later. I'll give you half a glass now as an advance. The rest, after work. I won't let you down for 2 bottles. The professor clearly stipulated the terms. The tramp frowned and thought for a few seconds, but then nodded and said, "Okay, I agree. Come to house number 29 on Vesenaya Street at 12 o'clock at night. Press the bell and I'll open the gate." "Why so late?" The tramp was surprised. "So that the neighbors wouldn't notice."
I think you understand.
"What time is it now?" Albert Borisovich glanced at his watch and around, answering 9:45. "Got it. Put the vodka in the refrigerator. I'll be there by 12, the tramp said, gathering his things into a plastic bag and heading for his shelter. The professor headed back to the house to prepare for the arrival of the guest. The scientist went down to the basement and carefully examined the large sealed chamber, which was 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and a little less than 2 meters high. Everything in this aquarium was arranged sensibly. There was an independently operating air supply system, as well as waste collection and disposal, and a small buffer zone with a disinfection unit nearby, so that a person could enter and exit the chamber independently. Shortly before midnight, a phone call came from the street. The homeless man didn't have a watch. He knew time intuitively, but quite accurately. Igor Tikhonov opened the door and let the visitor in. He, looking around sullenly, muttered, "So where are we heading?" "Let's go to the garage. First we need to drink and eat." "Okay, stay here." The owner reluctantly agreed. The professor went to the house while Dodge, tied with a chain, angrily growled at the homeless man at the porch. Igor Tikhonov stroked the dog's ears and went inside. In the refrigerator, he really saw several bottles with a sticker C2H5OH, intended for sterilization. Khaimovich poured half a glass of alcohol, diluted it with water to the brim, then dissolved a couple of sleeping pills, thoroughly stirred the drink, took a sandwich, and went outside. The homeless man stood motionless and looked around sullenly, trying to figure out what he could quickly grab in this place. Dodge was tense, didn't bark without reason, but didn't let his eyes out of the stranger's control. The professor handed the guest a drink and a snack. The safe guest downed the glass in one gulp and began to chew a sandwich. Having swallowed everything in a few bites, he noticeably perked up. "Well, now we can get down to business. Show me your bags." Albert Borisovich slowly headed towards the garage. According to his calculations, the sleeping pill should have taken effect in a few minutes. Up close, the tramp seemed stronger to the professor than on the street. The scientist regretted that he hadn't mixed all the pills at once and decided to buy himself some time. "Has anyone seen you?" "No, there's no one on the street. Everyone is sitting at home." The professor caught in the man's voice the hidden bitterness and envy that the homeless man felt towards ordinary people. Next to the cottage, there was a recently built garage with a secret hatch leading to an underground laboratory. Albert Borisovich stole a glance at the tramp, who was still holding up well. The professor began to slowly open the lock. To stall for time, he dropped the keys, muttered a curse, and slowly picked them up. Then he opened one side of the garage door and nodded. "Come in." "It's dark, no light." The worker peered anxiously into the black opening. "I'll shine a light with a flashlight." The homeless man yawned widely. "Something went to my head so quickly." "Good vodka." The homeless man took a few steps into the garage and suddenly felt a powerful blow to the back of his head. The man lost his footing and fell to one knee. Rage cleared the tramp's mind for a moment. He tried to get up to attack the offender, but sudden weakness and drowsiness paralyzed his body. The next moment, he received a knee to the face and lost consciousness. A short struggle quickly ended with the professor winning. The darkness
and the high fence surrounding the area hid the abduction from prying eyes. The scientist dragged the homeless man into the garage, found the switch, turned on the light, and immediately closed the gate. Having removed the camouflage from the hatch, Igor Tikhonov pulled the lid towards himself. A rather steep staircase led down. It was impossible to go down together, and Albert Borisovich had not managed to foresee this in advance. After thinking for a while, the professor took a coil of rope from the wall, made a loop on the tramp's chest, and pulled the knot tightly. Having dragged the victim to the open hatch, the scientist first lowered his legs down, then began to carefully roll the body, holding the rope. The homeless man slipped on the stairs, and the professor strained, sorting through the rope with his hands so as not to damage the body. A few minutes later, both men found themselves in the basement. Igor Tikhonov carried his new test subject into the cell. Finding himself next to him in the cramped space, the professor smelled a sharp smell of long unwashed leather. However, there was no way to clean up the tramp. Having stuffed the homeless man into the cell, Khaimovich locked the door and checked all the locks. Albert Borisovich was very excited. He had never encountered such a large object before. In addition, the other animals were in cages and behaved quite calmly. The prisoners were under reliable supervision, but the kidnapped person could not sit still, so the professor added a small device to the ventilation system which allowed him to fill the chamber with sleeping gas if necessary. Under the influence of the drug, the tramp slept soundly for about 3 hours. All this time, Albert Borisovich continued to work in the underground laboratory. The scientist decided to save his discovery for the main experiments. While experiments were being conducted on prisoners to treat fatal diseases with the help of the Red Star, the professor tried to strengthen the Martian guest, making him more controllable. Khaimovich tried to introduce genetic features of earthly viruses into the star, thus adding weakness to it. However, the alien reacted extremely reservedly. Before a new attempt, the scientist leaned back in his chair and noticed how the tramp shifted. The professor dimmed the light and came closer. The man rolled over, let out a quiet groan, and grabbed his head. He gently rubbed the bruised areas and sat up, peering into the semi-darkness of the underground laboratory. The sleeping pill was still in effect, and he couldn't quickly collect his thoughts. Finally, the kidnapped man said with irritation, "Where am I? What's going on? What do you want?" Albert Borisovich listened attentively to the dull voice coming through the transparent wall and silently watched his charge. The homeless man tried to scratch the area between his shoulder blades, which was itching badly. The professor had recently implanted the latest model of a biochip there. Now the installation of such devices had become much easier and did not require surgical intervention. The chips had shrunk in size and were literally fixed in the tissue in a matter of seconds using a specially designed medical pneumatic gun. Gradually, the man came to his senses, but with each passing moment, he became more and more anxious and irritated. "What do you want, fool? Why did you drag me here?" He stood up, kicked the wall, rubbed the painful limb, and clenched his fist. After a few seconds of suffering, he pressed his hand tightly to his tummy. Finally, Albert Borisovich decided to speak. "It's useless to try to break down the walls. They will stand even if you shoot at them," the scientist said slyly, trying to sound as convincing as possible. "Why am I here? I am not guilty of anything," the tramp muttered fearfully. "I will not harm you. You only need to spend a few days here, follow my instructions, and then I will let you go and reward you generously," the professor answered calmly. "Leave me alone with your reward. Let me out immediately."
The man began to rush about and scream so that it seemed to the owner of the laboratory that the cage would soon not hold. Then he turned on the gas for sleep and waited for the subject to fall asleep again. Now Albert Borisovich had some free time to rest and finally get some sleep himself. He went up to his bedroom, but he could not fall asleep. The incident with the tramp had shaken the professor so much that he could not find peace. He got up several times, brewed mint tea, trying to calm down, but it did not bring relief. Only at dawn, the scientist finally managed to fall asleep. Waking up, Khaimovich realized that he had already slept for about 2 hours and was late for work. During the night, his phone had run out of battery and the alarm clock did not go off. Turning on his sheet, which he usually ignored, the professor wrote a message to Andrei. Albert Borisovich informed his assistant about his illness and warned that he would not be present in the laboratory for several days. Having thus determined his priorities between the service and his personal laboratory, the scientist got dressed and headed to the basement.